unfold, and the chat's got soul. From the gavel to the gas, we're watching it all. Covering the courtroom, big case or small. Laugh when we can, cry when we must, but it's all real talk, you can count on us. We're not the pros, just fans who care. With popcorn in hand and a comfy chair. And every twist, we're right there. Together like we're all in the witness chair. This is the Broken Baker, where the trials come alive, where the chat is wild and the vibes survive. We're watching the worst of what people do, but we keep it light, yeah, that's our truth. It's the only place for crime, and it feels just right. We bring the justice talk into your night. So hit that stream, don't miss the call. At the Broken Baker, we cover it all. Oh yeah. We're just laymen with the view, but we ask the things the world wants to. Digging through the facts, side by side. Even when it's dark, we bring the light. No clickbait, no fake feels, just truth and the highs and the reels. With the chat that roasts and rides, we're just here for the case and the vibes. This is the Broken Baker, where the stories unfold. With a smile in the heart, even when it's cold. Yeah, we cover the bad with a wink and a grin. Where the real talk starts, come on, jump in. It's the only place to be, can't you see? For trials and truth, it's BBTV. The Broken Baker, where the trials come alive. Yeah, we'll be here, trial and the trial. Yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 7 in the Raul Valle case. I still believe he will be found guilty in a lesser included, but I really don't like that the best evidence the state have had is someone who took a immunity deal with the state. So that's how cases go sometimes as well, but that's how it is. For those of you, apparently someone was new to my channel yesterday and was nice enough to tell me, who is this idiot? He talks over the court all the time and he stops. I'm out of here. I'm not letting the door hit me on my bum on the way out. What a loser. And I can only agree, except in one thing. I don't talk over the trial. I make all the breaks to not talk over the trial because I hate it when I watch other law troopers sit down and cover cases, and instead of doing the breaks, we'll catch up. We'll be 5 minutes late in the end. You take your breaks and you say, oh my God, did you see the broccoli hair on that kid? Or, oh my God, did you see that arm was degloved? So if you're new here, yes, I do break a lot, but don't you worry. We'll catch up in the end. And if you are leaving, don't get hurt in the door. But it's always nice to have constructive criticism. Funny enough, my level of constructive criticism has gone way up since I started doing my, oh my God, the antis are retards series. But I don't think, I really think it was someone looking for great trial coverage. Sadly, they landed on my channel. I recommended them to go to Court TV or Law and Crime, where there's no commentary. Why go to a commentary channel if you don't want commentary? Yes, I do talk to my chat because my chat are funny people. Yes, I do answer questions from my chat. Yes, I do occasionally read a super chat. If you don't like it, there's way bigger and way better channels out there. Service announcement. Mama Reko. Maybe you have a different view than we. I don't feel this has been a good case. I don't like the defense attorney, and I think the state is shady with their immunity deals. Well, thank you, Jennifer. I can't do it any other way. Like I talked to Lacey about yesterday, I'm me. If I was one of the other ones, you could just watch them. Yeah, I'm constantly trying to find some stupid stuff to talk about. And I have reached out to a person today to ask, because there's been a lot of fire, but I don't want to put anyone out there and fuel that fire if they don't want it. So I had a special thing, and then I thought, no, this could potentially give a little unwanted attention. And you know me, I am Mr. Discretion. I never ever over talk about anything. So I actually reached out to them and asked. Yes, Brandon says wild thing, but we are all a bit weird, so it works. Exactly. I can't tell you where the car was, when it arrived, how it arrived, who was in it, because we have had, 12 kids who all told a different story. You can just hit the three dots in the corner of it and say remove poll or hide poll. Or you can hit one of them. It helps with the algorithm. I hate we have to do all of these tricks, but I like using the poll when there's something relevant, but YouTube likes it when people touches things while they're watching streams. It would be wonderful if YouTube would just let us do things without having to go around it. Smart fella. Hey, Paula. My damn YouTube thing is using my X handle and not my name. I don't know why. I can't help you. Is the YouTube chat being weird and showing the user handles instead of the display name for everyone else? For me, maybe that you know it, you love it. YouTube is the bestest. I was going to eat Oreos for breakfast. I dropped them. They slid under the washer. New breakfast plan, but dirt cookies sadness. Well, 5-second rule always apply. I'm glad you said it, because I was wondering about the immunity deals being offered, and defense Addy is definitely not a favorite. Can you talk more about the immunity deal? Well, the immunity deal situation was this kid started the first fight, which could have potentially landed him in some hot water. He had a lawyer who was a smart lawyer. Who said, you're gonna spill the beans on your body, say whatever the state wants, and you won't get in trouble. He could potentially have had, I think they said 40 or 60 years in prison as well. This happens a lot in American courts. The first to sing gets the best deal. And it happens almost all the time in smaller cases that we don't cover. We saw it in the Adam Montgomery case, if anyone knows that one. Harmony Montgomery, may she rest in peace, where the ex-wife who helped him dispose of this poor kid and helped him cover up the crime for years took a plea deal with the state after being hit with 2 perjury charges, which no one gets a perjury charge at all. So they used it to blackball her into taking an immunity deal. So if she testifies truthfully, but it's the state who determine if you're truthful, you won't get in trouble. Anything that has anything to do with this day criminally, he could potentially still be civilly, but criminally, the state won't chase him down. And we know he started the first fight. He is the reason all of this happened. He was the one who started the fight at the place where the kids came with the beer. But because he sang and he had a smart lawyer, he is not on the stand. So sadly, that's how it goes. If they need someone to spill the beans on someone, they will offer you a deal. So nice that YouTube is broken again. Hey, Pimp Anella. Yes, it was the driver.
All right, so we are back here again today to continue the evidence on the matter of state of Connecticut versus Real Valley. It is my understanding that the state intends to call a witness who also has an agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, so at this point in time, we would be moving forward with a similar type of canvas that we did yesterday for reasons that were placed on the record yesterday.
Okay.
Similar reasons. So why don't we go ahead and call that witness?
So another witness with an immunity deal. I don't like that. Do you have a boat to get between islands, or are there bridges? It depends on how big the islands are. I think we have like 148 inhabited islands in Denmark. The main ones, the one I live on, the one where Copenhagen is, and right outside where I live, is like two bigger islands, and all of those have bridges between them. But the small islands, we have ferries, or you'll have to sail yourself. It's become really popular to do like kayaking out to the smaller islands, because they'll have like a B&B or a small restaurant. So that's what a lot of people do around this time. The weather hasn't been that good this year, but normally there's a lot of kayaking or sailing going on. We have a lot of Germans sailing up here because it's a beautiful place. But main islands have bridges, smaller islands have ferries, and the rest, it's on your own.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth,
still.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. I do. Thank you. Please state.
Happy birthday to Shore Life Creation. And yeah, I hope your shoulder is better.
Your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Tyler Silva, CDY.
Oh, finally, they took his address away. Most likely not. There are way better channels out there. Andrea Burkhardt, as one I can highly recommend, who has been on it for a long time. There are too many gag orders to really get into it if you don't have the basic knowledge that she has. I will probably go in a different direction, also a kind of bad case. The big thing with being a trial trooper is everyone jumps on the big cases. So I'll be jumping into my own little pool and sail away with another case, which we will be looking at, and probably next week make more of an announcement of when and what is going to happen in that case. It's going to be an interesting case. It's a two-part case because there's two different crimes. But I think the first Jemima is going to yell at me. The first trial starts at the 12th of July, and then the next starts in August, I believe. But I'm not sure. Jemima will yell at me because I never listens to her. But we will cover another case, and I think that will be while Koberger is on. But as always, Andrea Burkhardt, amazing. So if you want the Koberger, you have to go sub to Andrea because she is the greatest.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, Tyler.
Good morning.
I just have to ask you a few questions about the agreement you have with the state of Connecticut, okay?
That's how
Let me
to
approach
do
the
it,
witness, Your Honor.
Stephen.
Showing you the mark of the state's exhibit 96 for identification purposes.
See, it's the 14th, 15th for the first one, which is, I need to go take care of my brother's dog at some one around there. But we are looking at the background stuff, and if there's something that we need to watch before we get into the real trial, we'll probably do that next week or the week after. So keep your eyes peeled.
You recognize States 96.
Yes.
What is States 96?
Oh,
The agreement,
congratulations,
between
64.
the state of Connecticut, me and my attorney.
And was this agreement signed by you and your lawyer?
No cameras in criminal court so far. I haven't heard anything about that changing, which will probably, if it will be allowed, it'll be like 5-10 years till they ever get to it. And because we have if you watch the layout like there, that where the video screen is where I would be sitting. So it'll be way different than, we don't have a jury box. We sit right next to the judge. So it'll be a different view. You could potentially do it from the judge's bench and down, but it'll be a very small audience that will be able to watch it. Of course, we have a big true crime community in Denmark, but Americans won't understand a word of it.
And your parents are about December 6th, 2020.
Don't like him.
Yes, it was.
And what is your understanding about your agreement with the state of Connecticut?
I comply with
Bronco.
anything you
He's
need.
cool.
I give you a full interview and testimony of fully the truth of what my knowledge, what happened that night. Do not prosecute me.
And is the agreement that in consideration for your information during the investigation, during any potential hearing, trial, grand jury, you're to provide truthful testimony in consideration for that? You would not be prosecuted for anything that you were associated with on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that some of those charges could have included conspiracy to commit assault in the first degree, potentially conspiracy to commit murder, all of which could have exposed you to in excess of 60 years in prison?
Yes.
And of course, you being a minor at the time would have subjected you to special parole considerations with regards to those charges as well.
Yes.
Is it also your understanding that if you are not, during the pendency of this agreement with the state of Connecticut, in addition to your truthful testimony, you were not to commit any further crime or crimes, and if you were to commit those crimes, that you could break the agreement, you could be prosecuted?
Yes.
And is it also your understanding that this agreement would last up until the full conclusion of this case, State versus Raul Valle, that being either change of plea after in front of the court, or verdict after a trial, or a retrial after remand? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And if you break this agreement with regards to your testimony or evidence that you supplied with the state of Connecticut on a prior occasion, is it also your understanding that if the agreement was broken, that evidence could be used against you at any subsequent trial?
Yes.
Is that sufficient for the court's?
It is for the court. I'll inquire of defense attorney. Attorney Smith, does that canvas as well as the written document provide clear understanding of the disclosure of the nature of the agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Attorney Smith, one more question before the jury comes in, just in case there is an offer to use this exhibit on draft. My question is, do you intend to cross-examine the witness in front of the jury regarding the terms of the cooperation?
Yes, I would, Your Honor, and I would have no objection to the state using that during its direct.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, so keeping in line with the procedure that we have been using here, I am going to ask the witness to leave the stand and please remove himself from the courtroom, and we'll call him back to the stand in the presence of the jury, and we'll place him under oath in the presence of the jury so that the jury does not have any confusion relative to this witness being on the stand. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bum, 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 bum.
An address for the record.
Silva, CYO, DR, DAF.
Today. Why are you here today?
What happened today?
What night? Do you remember?
The 14th.
22? On a prior occasion, prior to your testimony today, have we met before?
Yeah.
About how many times would you say?
About 3 times.
And prior to that, did you, through your lawyer, approach the state of Connecticut in connection to this case? And can you please describe how that occurred?
My attorney approached the state of Connecticut to come to agreement with them that if I came in and gave a statement fully of the truth, to my knowledge of what happened that night, I would not be prosecuted.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Tyler, just do me a favor, just stay closer to that microphone, keep your voice up, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Tyler, I'm showing you with the mark that states Exhibit 96 for identification purposes. You recognize states 96?
I do.
What is states 96?
It's a agreement.
Is the agreement concerning prosecution and consideration for your testimony concerning the state versus Raul Valle?
It is.
Is this agreement executed between you and the state of Connecticut, signed by your lawyer and your parents on or about December 6th of 2022?
It was.
Does this agreement encompass the entire agreement that is your understanding between yourself and the state of Connecticut concerning this case?
It does.
Steve Rock, this is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court will accept into evidence states 96 full.
For those of you who are with the username, Recovery Addicts have tagged on Twitch. Because that's the easy way to get in contact with YouTube. You can't contact the support because that'll take you 4 or 5 hours, and then they'll say, we're going to send you an update in 3 weeks. He says, please fix the viewer name issue where everyone in chat on my live stream shows up with blah, blah, blah type names instead of their chosen screen names. My subscriber hates it and my community is rebelling. Their answer: totally understand your concern. We are constantly improving the ways we fight bots spam. We recommend flagging those comments for review so that we can take necessary actions. Also, here's how you can filter them in the comment sections. So I wrote, Team YouTube, maybe read what he writes. It's not fighting bots, it's that you made everyone's usernames effed up. Please fix it and stop fixing things by making it worse and hurting your creators. So, I don't know. I can't fix it. It's YouTube who fix problems by making everything worse as usual. But if IA is on it, he's a name they know, so hopefully it'll help.
Now, with regards to that cooperation agreement, just so we're clear, what is your understanding of the agreement?
My understanding of the agreement is,
And everyone, you do the same trick I do. Just look at the picture. That's how I normally see who's who.
basically, I'm going to give my story, what I remember from that night, fully truthfully, and I won't get prosecuted for anything.
And potentially, if you don't, if you deviate from what you've told anybody with regards to this case, what could happen? Is your
Prosecuted.
And could your statements that you have given during the investigation and in addition to your testimony today be used against you if charges were brought against you and you were prosecuted?
Yeah, they're fixing problems.
Now, I want to direct your attention, withdrawn. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
He was one of my friends and I classmate at St. Joe's.
And St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Where is that located?
Trumbull, Connecticut.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Raul Valle?
I was a classmate at St. Joe's and I grew up playing football with him in Milford.
And does he have a nickname?
Lito.
And is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? May the witness record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case, Your Honor?
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle.
Thank you. Now, directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
17.
And were you in school?
I was.
What school were you in?
St. Joseph High School.
What year were you in St. Joe's?
My junior year.
And did you play any sports?
I played football.
And I want to direct your attention to Lazy Brook Road. Prior to going, did you go to Lazy Brook Road that night?
Did.
Prior to going to Lazy Brook Road that night, where were you?
My house.
And at some point in time, were you picked up?
I was.
Who picked you up?
Jack Schneider.
And when Jack picked you up, what time of day was it? Do you recall?
From 7:38.
And when you got into Jack's car, did you bring anything with you?
2 bottles of liqueur called Kinky,
And what is that? What is kinky?
just like an alcohol.
And you brought that from, where did you bring that from, your house?
No, I got it from a liquor store.
And when you got into the car, had you already been drinking alcohol at that point in time?
I had a couple sips of the Kinky.
And when you got into the car, did you drink when you were in the car?
Yeah, a little bit.
And when you got in the car, did you go right over to Lazy Brook when Jack picked you up?
No.
Where did you go?
I went to Lito's house.
And when you went to Lito's house, who did you pick up?
Lito, his girlfriend at the time,
And who was his girlfriend at the time?
Mackenzie Trefconte.
And when you were in the car after you picked Lito and the defendant Mackenzie up, was everybody drinking in the car?
Somewhat, yeah.
And when you say somewhat, what do you mean by that?
Like we had a couple sips of the Kinky. Not much though.
You weren't like,
No one was
taking
chugging.
huge chugs. Okay. And was Jack drinking at the time? Do you recall?
Not that I recall.
So you, Mackenzie, and the defendant were drinking.
Yes.
And after Jack picked up the defendant and Mackenzie, where did you go from Lito's house?
Lazy Brook.
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what kind of party was that?
Your usual high school party.
Can you explain what the usual high school party is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yeah, so it was all St. Joe's kids. You get together, beer pong, drinks, talking, socializing. Just your high school party.
So when you got to the party, how many kids would you say were there?
Say around 40 people.
And alcohol was being consumed?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you drink alcohol while you were there?
Did.
Did Jack drink alcohol while you were
Did.
there? Did the defendant drink alcohol while you were
We
there?
did.
Mackenzie,
She did.
did you see most of your friends drinking alcohol there?
Yes, I did.
And when you say beer pong, what is beer pong?
You take ping pongs, you set up these cups and throw them into the cups.
And if you get it in the cup, what happens?
Usually you fill them with water so you don't actually drink right out of the cup, but then you take a sip of your beer.
But it's a drinking game, right?
Yes.
At some point in the night, you said you had 2 bottles with you?
I did.
And did the bottles have a specific color?
Yeah, there's one that was pink and one that was blue.
And when you were at Lazy Brook, was there an occasion where, withdrawn, when you were at Lazy Brook, was it all people from St. Joseph's High School at that party?
That I knew of, yeah.
So you were familiar with most of the people there?
Yes, I was.
At some point in time, did a couple individuals show up that weren't from St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened?
One time, 2 individuals came up, said they were invited to the party of the younger son of Maddie Lever, who was having the party. And basically, she said they couldn't come in because there's way too many people already. And said, can you just tell them to leave? So we went over to them outside and told them to leave, which proceeded to like an altercation.
So when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me, Jack Schneider, Lito.
That's nice that they're gonna do the watch times because they pay by views, and then they did something so we didn't get the views counted the way we got earlier. They're always fixing something, and it's never really working.
Valle.
And do you recall what you were wearing that night?
I was wearing a Ole Miss like baseball jersey.
Do you recall what kind of, did you have shorts on, pants on? What did you have on?
I believe I had short. I don't.
You don't recall? It's okay. Do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
Wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt.
What color?
Blue.
And at some point in time, you talked to the 2 individuals that were at the party.
Yeah.
What, if anything, did you observe? Withdrawn. What kind of things were you saying to them when they came in?
Told them they couldn't come in. They argued with us saying they were invited by Austin. We said it doesn't matter if his sister doesn't want you here. Proceeded to more of an argument. We were kind of exchanging words, saying get out of here, fuck you guys. And then eventually Jackson and I actually went over and took their beer. And it got a little more heated. He was like, I'm not leaving until you give him the beer. I'm like, no, not giving it back. And it led to a fight
So where did the fight take place?
on the driveway.
And do you recall Well, who was involved in the fight before, just before it started? Like was there, tell us the scene, who's where?
So Jack Schneider was facing one of the Shelton kids, almost squaring up. The defendant, Lito, was almost like kind of behind him, to the side of him, and I was like behind Jack Schneider.
And do you recall did the fight at some point start?
Yes.
How do you recall the fight starting?
What I recalled was Jack Schneider threw a punch at the kid, and then they began to fight. The defendant came from the side and super punched him, and then he ended up almost like falling down into a corner, and I actually came in and threw a couple punches myself. Where then I was standing over him, and began to be broken up. The defendant was wearing a motorcycle helmet, and he, all fierce, like headbutted him down.
Did he headbutt him more than once?
I only saw one time.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 53. You recognize State's 53?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
Jack Schneider in the red, Lito in the blue with the helmet on, and he has a kinky bottle in his hand.
So the helmet that he has on in this picture, is that the same helmet that you saw him headbutt the Shelton kid with that night?
Yes.
That blue kinky bottle that he has in his hand, is that one of the bottles that you brought that night?
Yes.
Now, do you recall seeing the video of the fight?
Yes.
Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in. Jennifer Caffey Daffy. I was contacted yesterday about an opportunity for a book deal concerning the John O'Keefe case and the murder trial of Karen Reed. I was asked what I thought would sell better, the stance that only Reed is responsible, or flipping and endorsing the conspiracy. I politely said I would never turn my back on truth for money. You've been doing that for 2 years. You've been lying about all that happened in that case to grift. I was wondering, in light of all we have seen from the jurors, if this proposition ever crossed their minds. So again, it's a tainted jury because Jennifer Caffey Daffy thinks that the juror will make money on the case. You see the danger? Yes, shitty FBI agents who go on YouTube and think they know shit. Was a certain verdict more advantageous for personal gain of the jurors? No, because they're going to get shit canned by everyone on your side. Until podcasters and I don't know why M&M has anything to do with it, stop asking for interviews and people stop watching them, they will profit from their verdict, a plan. I would argue some jurors had all along. I politely asked, with a spelling mistake, the same company that sold Kevin's book, if they're looking for someone who have facts, I can help you reach out, as you have sadly been wrong for 2 years. Jennifer Caffey Daffy, you were part of law enforcement. If you had been in law enforcement and had come across this case with this investigation, even as bad an FBI agent that you were, I bet you would never ever have accepted any of the evidence found by the Commonwealth. The one out here trying to make money off of this is you. Do you know how much we on average pay guests on YouTube channels? No matter if it's Ronkel who has Janetti on, or it's me who has whoever I am lucky enough to have on as a guest. We don't pay them anything. They don't make money doing the rounds on the YouTubes. You would know this if you were not a paid talking head who goes on court TV and spouts lies. When you were on John DePetro's show yesterday, alluding that the jury were tainted, does he pay you? Because he can't make that much scratch that he can pay you to sit there and say utter bullshit. Why, oh why are they so stupid? Do they think we get fat by covering cases? Yeah, I've been lucky doing the Karen Reed case. Some channels have blown up who wasn't even really going before the Karen Reed, jumped on the Karen Reed train and hit 50, 100,000 subscribers and a lot of views. Yeah, that can pay a little bit. But there's also tomorrow. There's no Karen Reed in a month. It's not like they're going to make money off of the Karen Reed forever. You will always be a sad excuse for an FBI agent who will try and use your old badge to stay relevant and get money. Just like when you took the moral high horse and attacked all of us for driving people insane while you're streaming with people who actually told people to self-delete. Look in a mirror and see the big problem. Sorry. Yeah.
Now,
Could you just reference the exhibit number?
I'm sorry, yes, sir. Mr. States Exhibit 58. For the jury. Now, you indicated a few moments ago that you recall Jack Snyder hitting the Shelton kid first.
Yeah.
In that video, does that refresh your recollection as to actually how the fight started?
I mean, in that video, I see the defendant hitting him first.
But that's not how you remember it?
No, it's not.
Now, at some point, how long would you say this fight lasted for?
In my head, like 15, 16 seconds.
And after the fight ended, what happened next?
Got broken up. He kind of got up. His nose was bleeding a little bit. Words got exchanged, but then they evidently just left. They walked down the hill.
Now, that fight that happened at Lazy Brook, for all intents and purposes, would you characterize that fight as you, Jack, and the defendant on the one Shelton kid?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not the Shelton kid had any weapons on him at the party that night?
You're not.
Now, after the fight ended, at some point in time, did the party continue a little bit?
It
For about how long would you say?
30, 45 minutes.
And then at some point in time, did the party end?
It did.
Why did the party end?
The mother came down, shut it off, basically told everyone to get out of the house.
And did you in fact leave Lazy Brook Road after that?
We did.
And how did you leave Lazy Brook Road?
So when we were told to leave, like everyone else, we all went down into the road. There's a lot of cars there for people that were there, so everyone was kind of in the cars hanging out. We actually looked to go to another party. There's nothing else going on. And we were thinking about driving somewhere to figure out what we were going to do until a group chat started.
Okay, now, did the group chat that you just mentioned, did that start before or after you got in the car? If you can recall.
Let's say after
Okay, now, did you get in the car at some point?
did.
Whose car did you get in?
Jack Schneider's.
Show you State's Exhibit 30. Is that Jack Snyder's car?
It is.
And when you got in Jack Snyder's car, where did you get in the car?
The passenger seat.
The front passenger seat? Did anybody else get in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who?
The defendant, Lito, Mackenzie, Will Singwald, Dimitri, and
Didn't the guy yesterday say Lito was in the front passenger seat?
Keenan Frazier.
And who was driving?
Jack was.
So there were 7 of you in the car?
Yes.
Do you recall where the defendant was sitting when he was initially in the car from Lazy Brook?
What I recall is he was sitting behind the driver's seat.
And do you recall who else was in the back seat?
Mackenzie, Will, and Keenan
And where was Dimitri seated?
in the trunk.
In the trunk area? Okay. Now, at some point in time when you're in the car, a group chat starts. What kind of group chat is this? Did it have a name?
Not that I remembered what the name was, but it was kind of just a group chat of a bunch of Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids all intertwined.
And were you added to the group chat? Is that how you found out?
And she was added, yes.
Okay.
I'm kind
And
of an
when you
asshole.
say a bunch of St. Joe's kids were in the group chat, who from St. Joe's was in the group chat?
Names that I can name.
Who was the victim? The victim is named, I think he's one of the Tylers. I can't. He was unalived outside near the Red Bush. But the party they just talked about was somewhere. Then the kids who got beaten up first went back to a girl's house and went to the house with the Red Bush. Then these people got kicked out from the first party, jumped into a car, and because they were in an online beef, they drove over to the Red Bush. There they They had an argument. Someone was shaking the car. They drove off. Some of them got out of the car. They drove back, and then they got out of the car to fight, and the stipulation started. I've watched every day for 7 days, and I don't know anything because everyone has a different story to what happened. The only thing I know is someone has a red bush, and Ginger with a soul claims it's not her. Hey, Cybersleuth Steph, that's a long name. Welcome as a YouTube member. You now have access to the Super. Jimmy McGrath. Yeah, Jimmy, Timmy, Johnny, they all are named the same. Why do they call the back of an SUV the trunk? Isn't that what... I don't know what... Americans have weird names. They think their car run on gas. Everyone knows it's benzene.
Would be Anthony Greco, Harley Jordan, Ryan DeMarco.
Yes,
me,
Red
myself,
Bush is the
added
same as
eventually.
Ginger Minch.
Jack Schneider was added. Leo was added.
The defendant was in the group chat? And when you left Lazy Brook, where were you guys headed at that point?
We were heading to Trumbull High School.
And why were you going to Trumbull High School?
Basically, it was like almost like a meeting point where we could figure out what we were going to do. Like if we were deciding
We call it the Baggett's room.
to go to another party or I don't know.
So you mentioned this group chat. At what point were you added to the group chat? Were you added to the group chat before or after you got to Trumbull High School?
Before, like on the way.
And were you able to view what was being said in the group chat?
Yes.
Now, without telling us what was said, what was the overall tone of the group chat when you were on the way to Trumbull High School?
Aggressive, violent, almost like people looking to pick fights.
And did you say anything in the group chat?
I did not.
At some point in time, when you got to Trumbull High School, was there anything in the group chat said about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
Not that I knew of.
Do you recall whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
Not that I don't know.
Now, when was there any talk about during the group chat? Was there any talk in the group chat about fighting?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Tell you about talk?
Yeah.
So basically, another group of individuals telling us to come meet them at a certain place, and us saying to come, like we're going to come, or come to us, or we'll fight.
Now, I just asked you a question before about whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat regarding Trumbull High School and the fight. Do you recall if that happened? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Looking at a document for first recollection.
What?
Do you remember it, right?
Yeah.
Now, with regards to the group chat, do you recall now whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat regarding coming to Trumbull High School to meet up for this fight?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Said, come to Trumbull High, slide right now.
What does slide mean?
Usually it's used as a term to come here.
And did anybody show up at Trumbull High School?
No.
At some point in time, how long were you at Trumbull High School for?
Around 15 to 20 minutes.
And were you guys drinking any alcohol from Lazy Brook all the way until 15, 20 minutes after you got to Trumbull High School? Was there any drinking going on?
I still had a bottle of Kinky, but I don't believe we were really drinking much.
When you got to Trumbull High School, in addition to the group chat, do you recall what other people were doing at any given moment?
Kind of just talking.
Did you meet up with anybody at Trumbull High School?
There's a car of girls there. I don't remember the girls' names, but they were there. We were talking to them. And then there was a BMW there about Trumbull High kids, Keenan.
And did you have a conversation with those kids?
Yeah.
And what kinds of things were you telling them at Trumbull High School?
So they came around when we were looking to leave, and we had a conversation with them saying, would you guys come with us to 43 Glen?
And what was the purpose of them going to 43 Laurel Glen with you?
To fight.
And you had the address of 43 Laurel Glen. How did you get that address?
All the Shelton kids in the chat were dropping it in.
And at some point in time, did you leave leave Trumbull High School? Excuse me.
Yes.
And where were you headed when you left Trumbull High School?
43 Glen.
And what was the purpose of going there? And just prior to leaving Trumbull High School, did you have a conversation with the defendant about going over to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And tell me about that conversation. What was it like? What was he saying?
he was just saying, yeah, let's go fuck these kids up. Like, we already fucked them up once, kind of laughing about it. I was agreeing, yeah, let's go fight these people.
The other immunity kid yesterday said he didn't know they were going there to fight. Right? Am I remembering everything wrong from yesterday because I was a little sleep deprived? But I'm pretty sure he said yesterday he didn't know they were going to fight. Now they were talking about it in the car.
So, so you left Trumbull High School and you drove.
I have covered some of it. It's an interesting case. I want to cover it, but some of the evidence will be her professional material, so it'll be a little hard to cover some of it. But it keeps getting postponed. I am looking at Clenny, but Clenny is set to start in. Jemima will yell at me again because I had her check the dates. I believe it's January next year.
Over to 43 Laurel Glen. Were you intoxicated at this point? What were you like? You know, you were drinking alcohol. What were you like?
I would say I have like that warm feeling in my body. I wouldn't say I was too intoxicated, but I definitely had alcohol in my system.
Did you think you had beer muscles or anything like that?
A little bit.
Now, at some point, did you arrive at Laurel Glen?
Yeah,
We did.
And when you arrived at Laurel Glen, do you recall the State's Exhibit 1 behind you? Can you tell us if you can recall how you got to Laurel Glen? There's a pointer right in front of you if you want to use the pointer.
What I recall is,
It's right to the, yeah.
I recall basically, my memory is kind of like almost coming down here and like taking a turn right here, stopping right in front of the house.
So when you say you stopped in front of the house, I showed you State's Exhibit 49. Can you show us on State's 49 using your words, where did you recall the car stopping?
Kind of in the middle of the street, in front of the mailbox area.
In front of the mailbox for 43 Laurel Glen or
Yes.
across the street? Somewhere around
43
there?
Glen, yeah.
So direct reflect.
again, new placement of the car.
Somewhere in front of the driveway near the mailbox, in the middle of the.
All right, record will reflect that information.
And when you got there, was there anybody outside?
There's a couple of kids hanging up in the back like yard, but no one like really outside yet.
At some point in time, did kids come outside?
Yes.
Why did anybody? Was the group chat still going on at this point?
Yeah, it was.
And what, if anything, did you say in the group chat about your presence at 43 Laurel Glen?
I didn't say anything.
He said he was feeling warm, so he clearly he could feel he had been drinking and he had beer muscle. I never had beer muscle, but I have had Dutch courage. So apparently, Helen, when you have courage, it's because
But I'm pretty sure someone from our car told him that we were there.
And when that happened, did people start coming out of the house?
Yes.
Do you recall where they came out of the house?
Almost looked like from the backyard.
And when they came from the backyard, how did they make their way towards the car?
Running.
And did they come down the front lawn? Did they come down the driveway? How did they come out? Both. And when they, how many people would you say came out of the house at that point?
On 35, 40 people.
And when they came out of the house, did you have a conversation with any of these people?
Like a semi one.
Tell me about that.
So the car was surrounded quickly by a ton of people. The kid on my right, I started saying like, what happened? One of our boys saying you jumped him. And I was like, I kind of lied to him, said, no, we didn't. What do you mean? And then the kid that actually won the fight earlier that night came over to my side and started screaming at me, fuck you, fuck you. So I started screaming back. And this is when it kind of almost got a little chaotic and the car started rocking a little bit. You could feel it getting kicked.
Did the defendant say anything at this point in time?
Yeah, he did.
What did he say?
He was screaming out the window too, like, fuck you guys are pussies.
Now, when the kicking and punching of the car happened, how long did that go on for, would you say?
I would say around 15 seconds.
And after 15 seconds, what happened?
Lito actually said drive to Jack. Jack started like almost like inching and people started to get out of the way and then he drove.
And where did he drive? Using State's Exhibit 1, can you show us where he drove?
That's me. We were like right here and he drove up this road. Up here.
And it's did you recall if Jack drove up and down the road at all?
What I recall is he drove up here, he turned around while everyone was in the car and drove back down, and then turned around quickly again and drove back up where people started to get out.
Now, when you were in the car, where were you seated at this point in time?
Passenger seat.
From passenger seat? Do you recall if anything was thrown at the car when when Jack was driving up and down the street?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall if anything was thrown from the car when you guys were driving up and down the street?
Well, the state needed someone to testify against him, so they had to cut some deals, right?
Now, at some point in time, you indicate that you stopped in the area just prior to 36 Laurel Glen, or Farmhouse Road, excuse me.
Yes.
And can you please describe when you get to that area, to the best of your recollection, what do you remember happening when does the car stop at that point? What
The
happened?
car stops. Kenzie's actually screaming, let me out, let me out. She's crying. We all get out. Jack stays in the car. We all else get out. I start looking at the car, the damages. There's dents, there's a shattered windshield right in front of me. The car is very beat up. The defendant gets out as well, and he's looking at it too.
I'm gonna stop you there for a second. I want to show you a video first. Just with regards to getting out of the car, do you remember who initially got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
Did anybody else get out of the car? That's your recollection?
That's my reaction. No.
But this person getting out of the car, right there in the front seat, who's that?
That's me.
That's you. I'm gonna point again. This person right here, do you know who that is outside the car?
I'm not.
If you see a person, look on your mind, you see a person in between these two posts here,
Yes.
do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kenzie.
That's Mackenzie? And Mackenzie, who's it, Mackenzie?
At the track.
How do you know her?
Last year.
School there?
Class.
So is this the point, are you describing in your testimony, this is the point where you remember getting out down the street near Farmhouse Lane?
Yes.
Now, when you get out down the street near Farmhouse Lane, do you recall if anybody from the other party comes down, talks to you guys, or comes at you guys?
I do not recall.
Okay. It's about 11:41 at night.
Yeah.
State's 44. This is a different angle of that same video. From a ring camera in front of the house. Do you recall this happening with that on May 14th, 2022?
No.
Well, you're clearly standing on the side of the road here, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall them coming down. So to the best of recollection, do you recall any physical altercation happening at around this time down near Farmhouse Lane in Laurel Glen? No. Do you recall anybody with any weapons on them at this point in time? No. Okay. So at some point in time, actually, can you play the rest of it?
No, we haven't heard from the girl. She's probably going to be called as well today,
Somebody threw something at Jack's car?
giving us the 20th different description. I was hoping they were going to rest yesterday. Well, the day before. I'm getting annoyed with all of these different explanations.
So you said you got out of the car, you were looking at the car, you were looking at the damage of the car. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that. What were you guys doing with what you recall about looking at the damage to Jack's car?
Yeah. Basically, what I recall of that is when I got out and I was looking at the car, I kind of saw it all, and especially with the cracked windshield, I already knew it was everything in front of me. And going around, seeing the bumpers kicked in, dents everywhere. I was pretty like how the fuck can they do this? And this is like going to be very expensive for Jack himself, right? And then the defendant was with me while looking at it, and his demeanor was more, "Fuck these kids! Like, you really gonna let them do you like this?" And not to say, yes, I was upset as well, but I just like basically came to a conclusion with Jack. I asked him, "Yo, bring me back down there, let me go talk."
Now, when you said that the defendant was saying, you're gonna let them do you like that, how was his demeanor? How was he acting?
Angry?
Was he more angry than anybody else?
I was sad.
And now you indicated that you wanted to go back down there.
Yes.
Why did you want to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
My cousins and their family know the Riches themselves. They actually are over by them on that street, not that street, but street over. So I knew the Riches. I knew Tyler Rich. I also know a lot of Shelton kids too. So I thought I could talk to them. I didn't think I had a problem with them.
So when you were down at the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road, did anybody else besides you, the defendant, and Jack get out of the car? Do you recall?
I think everyone else got out.
So Will, Dimitri, Keenan, and Mackenzie. Do you recall at that point in time, you said Mackenzie was upset?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not anybody wanted to get a ride out of there at that point?
Not that I knew.
Do you know whether, well, let me ask you this. At that point in time, could you have left the area and gone home? Could you have called the police at that point about the damage to Jack's car?
Could have.
But you did.
Did
At that point in time, if Jack didn't want to drive you home, could you have called somebody for a ride?
Yes.
When you were down there and the defendant was acting aggressively and indicating, Jack, you're going to let them do you like this, tell me, did anything else happen during that interaction with you, Jack, and the defendant?
Outside of the car, it was more exactly what you said. It was aggressive anger from the defendant. Not to say, yes, I was upset as well, and so was Jack. When I mentioned to Jack, let me go down and talk to him. I know these kids better than any of you guys. We began to get back into the car.
And when you got back into the car, who was getting into the car?
Lito got into the front passenger seat before me, and I was going around the car to get into the back.
And when you were getting into the car, what, if anything, was said when you were getting into the car?
I heard the defendant say, Jack, give me the knife.
And did you see a knife that night?
I did not.
Did you see Jack hand the defendant the knife?
I did not.
And when you were getting back into the car, did you have a knife on you?
I did not.
And do you know whether or not the defendant knows anybody at the Rich household?
I did not.
Do you know why the defendant was getting in the car at that point in time?
Not really.
And at some point, did you drive back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
Did, yeah.
Tell me about that. Where did you, what happened when you were driving down?
So we drove straight back down. Like right when we get in that car, and I explained that point where I heard the defendant ask for a knife. That was very synced to me getting in and us driving down. And when we drove down, I got out of the car and walked straight up.
Where did you get out of the car? Can you show me the states where
I got out right here. I got out right in front of the mailbox almost.
Okay, so,
Oh, so he was the other kid who got pummeled.
Jack pulled the car up somewhere in this area in front of the mailbox?
I know it's Friday, and Brad and I are going to have our Friday beer later, but you don't have to give me vertigo before we drink.
Facing Adams?
Yes.
You got out of the car and you walked up to where?
I walked up like right a little past the grass, but then onto the pavement.
Not to where?
Pavement. Driveway.
State 5? Maybe up this area here?
Yes. Like
When you got out of the car, did you notice anybody with you?
so when I got out of the car, I thought it was just going to be me. And then I noticed Lito was on my right hand side of it.
And when you saw Lito on your right-hand side, what did you think to yourself at that point?
I just kind of thought, what is he doing? Like there's no one he knows here. It's not a smart idea for him to be coming up.
Why wouldn't it be a smart idea?
It's 'cause no one knows him, right? Me being me and knowing people, I thought maybe I could talk to Tyler Rich and it wouldn't be a big thing. But seeing him coming up to the right side and having both of us being walking up just would not be something that would be smart.
And why wouldn't it be smart?
He was really angry before. I don't think he was looking to talk peacefully like I was to talk to Tyler Rich about the damages. He didn't know Tyler Rich, so what is he going to talk about?
And with regards to going back there, and
The young woman who was in the car, maybe, but and now this guy this is like all the kids who were in the house. Yeah, I was just playing Gandhi. I was trying to disarm the entire situation. We were just going up there to talk about the damages to the car. No, you effing weren't. I hope the jury remembers when they were 16 and got into fights, because this is so stupid.
defendant getting out, did you think that it was going to end well?
No.
Why?
Like I said, like he was upset. He was angry. He was showing it way more. He wasn't looking. I feel like he wasn't looking for anything peaceful.
Did you, at that point in time when you got out of the car, did you notice if the defendant had any weapons on him?
I did not.
What was the lighting out like that night?
It was dark.
Could you see in front of you though?
Yes.
It was pitch black. Was there some ambient light coming from the house?
Yes.
Jack's lights were on in his car. That light kind of helped out. Was there anybody outside at that point in time when you started walking up initially?
Not really.
And when you were walking up the house, what if anything happened as you were walking up?
When I was walking up, no one was really around. And then someone said, "They're back." I screamed it out almost. And I was greeted by a large individual straight into my face in the first 3 seconds. Who got really close up to me, started screaming, yelling at me, "The fuck you doing back? What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Yo, I'm trying to talk to Tyler Rich." And then while that was going on, Tyler Rich came to the right side of me. And I was like, "Yo, Tyler." And then he just screamed at me, "Get the fuck off my property before I fuck you up."
So you were walking up, Tyler Rich was somewhere to your right, and he was telling you to get off his property. And when that was happening, where was the defendant at this point? Do you remember?
8 feet to the right of me.
So from maybe here at me to maybe the wood banister there, or the jury set
Farther, but yeah.
further?
Oh yeah, when the debate club showed up without their t-shirts on just to have a talk. Yeah, that was a great case, by the way. Good thing he was found not guilty. That was justified.
Okay. And could you see what the defendant was doing at that point in time?
He had a group of kids almost like kind of surrounding him as well, and he was screaming back at them.
He was screaming at them. What kinds of things was he screaming?
I couldn't hear.
Did it look like he was acting peacefully?
No.
Did it look like he was trying to calm the situation?
No.
Did it look like he was acting aggressively?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, tell me what happens next.
So right when Tyler Rich came to my face and screamed that into me, I knew this is not going to go the way I thought it was going to go. More kids kept funneling out, got louder, more chaotic. They started screaming at me. I started screaming back. And I'm looking over at Lito because he had a lot of people around him. And I see him get punched. And I almost like took a step forward and I got hit from the back of my head and almost fell forwards into a group like of people. And before I knew it, I was on the ground. And
Now, are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I grew up playing lacrosse against him.
And I'll show you State 7. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's Jimmy.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy during this initial part? Was he in the?
No.
Now, you say that you got hit and you fell?
Yeah.
And when you fell, do you recall what was going on when you fell?
It was so chaotic that it was almost like I just felt stuff coming from all different sides of me, getting like kicked, punched. Kind of was just face down, so I don't really recall what was going on around me.
How long would you say the fight lasted for? Do you recall?
I would say like 10, 15 seconds.
And when the fight started, do you recall seeing where the defendant went?
Say again?
Did you see, once the defendant got hit, did you see what happened to him?
No.
Now, you said you didn't see Jimmy during the initial part of the fight. Did you see him involved in the fight, in the initial part of the fight? Now, at some point in time when you're on the ground, you said 10 to 15 seconds. What happens next that you remember?
What I remember is being on the ground, kind of like getting kicked, getting punched, whatever. Then almost getting pushed, like, so my body would get like almost let go, and like I glide into like the street. Yeah, I get out of it.
So we're looking at State's Exhibit 4. Can you tell us in State 4 where you recall getting pushed out to the street?
I remember like being over by that first far red bush, like that's over there. I believe where I was getting beat up, and then I come out straight out in front of it.
So for the record, we're looking at the red bush to the left, which appears to be next to the blue pickup truck, and then the witnesses indicated that he was pushed out towards the street where the curb is.
Or to allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And when you you said you got pushed out into the street.
Well, it almost felt like they let go of me.
Okay. So, and when you are out into the street, what, if anything, do you recall doing at that point?
I like stumble out into the street, and I turn around, and there's just a big wall of kids screaming, like very chaotic.
Were the wall of kids that were screaming, were they coming after you at that point?
No.
Were you going after them at that point?
No.
Did you have a weapon on you at that point?
No.
Did you were screaming back at them?
I was, yeah.
They were screaming at you?
Yes.
Was the fight over at that point?
My knowledge, yes.
And how long would you say the fight was over? How long did that screaming go on?
Like five seconds.
And after that 5 seconds, what do you remember doing?
After that 5 seconds while I was screaming at them, it was like a screaming match. I looked to my left and I saw the car Jack Schneider was driving, almost driving away.
I'm going to play the video. Do you recall watching the video in connection to this case?
Yes.
This is State's 6.
Let's go. Yes, sir. For the culture.
Yeah, you recall seeing that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you state 62. You know who that is in state 62?
I do.
What was that?
Defendant.
State 63. You know who this individual is on the ground with the shirt pulled up?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy McGrath during this part of the fight?
I do not.
State 68. This person that's here with the jeans on with the shirt kind of pulled up going towards, looks like they're going towards the street. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
And this individual to your left, do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
Defendant.
And lastly, state 69.
There is no more video. We have seen all the video.
Do you know who this individual is at the street?
That's me.
You recall seeing Jimmy McGrath at all during this time?
No.
You recall seeing him involved in any of the fights during this time?
I do not.
Now, you indicated that you look to your left and you see the car driving away.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I mean, I'm screaming at these kids are screaming at me. Nothing's really occurring, but I don't know what's going to happen next. I turn to my left and my ride, Jack Schneider, is driving away. I almost went to like that flight mode of like, what the fuck? And I just right away just ran at the car, screaming, stop.
And did you get in the car?
Did.
Where did you get in the car?
The back seat
The back seat on the passenger side or the driver's side? And was the defendant in the car?
was.
Where was he seated?
You see it in the right passenger seat front.
And when you got in the car, what, if anything, did you say to Jack or the defendant when you got in the car?
I was angry. I just started screaming at them.
What kind of thing were you saying?
I was like, fuck you guys. Just let me get my ass beat. Like, no one's going to help me out. You're also about to just leave me, drive away.
At some point, and now when you're saying this, are you just seated in the car or are you?
I'm like kind of head down, like in distraught. Like my head was booming. The adrenaline was rushing through my body. Like I wasn't.
At some point in time, tell us about where the car goes, if you can recall.
Yeah, so what I recall is, I mean, the car is going fast. We take this left turn, and we're going fast through. And the defendant goes, stop, stop, stop. And Jack slams on the brakes where I almost like, because my head was down, I almost smashed into the front seat with my head. And I'm like still screaming. I'm not thinking anything of like, stop, stop, stop. And I'm still screaming. I like look up and I see the defendant entering back into the car.
And did you know why the defendant got out of the car?
I did not.
And when the defendant got back into the car, what if anything, did you hear him say next?
He said, go, go, go.
And do you recall the path the car took after the defendant said, go, go, go?
Yeah, it was almost like we were on like a roundabout. So like it was like a right and a straight, and then another right where we went straight back up.
Do you recall if you went past, did you pass the house again? Do you recall?
Yeah, we did.
So if we can use states one, did you recall the path of travel to the best of your recollection?
My recollection, like I said, when I got in, short left, and this is where I believe he stopped. We came back out and moved back up here.
And when you flew back down the street, where did you go?
We were going back up the street right around here. The defendant said, stop, stop, stop again. And he got out the car. He just looked at me and Jack and said, love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie. And I got out and got back into the front passenger seat.
And when you got back in the front passenger seat, do you recall where you guys went next?
Me and Jack just drove straight. We drove straight.
Yeah, it was just
Straight
stupid
is where
kids.
We eventually hit another dead end.
Let me show you Defense Exhibit A. This is a very large overhead shot of the entire area. It's Defense A. Are you talking about hitting the dead end all the way to the end of Laurel Glen? Yes. Okay. When you got to the end of Laurel Glen, what did you guys do next?
We kind of like, where are we right now? We had no idea. So I grabbed my phone and I put in my address in Milford. And we let that go. We finally got it up. Once we got it up, we began.
And on the way home, how long was the ride to your house in Milford from Shelton? And during that 20-minute ride, did you have a conversation with Jack about what had happened?
I did.
Now, without telling us what Jack said, what kind of things were you saying to him?
I was upset. I kind of was continuing old demeanor of like, why did you let me get my ass beat and just sit in the car? And then also, why were you going to drive off without me? And I felt like an anger towards him. Started adrenaline running through my body, and I was just like mad at him.
And during the ride home, did you also talk about what had just happened at the house?
Not in the beginning, but yes, mid-drive, it got brought up.
Then tell us about that. Not what Jack said, but tell me what kinds of things were you saying?
So I actually called my cousin, told him about what happened to me. And this is the cousin that knows Tyler Rich. Told him Tyler Rich just jumped me with a bunch of kids. He said, "Hold up, like I'll call him." Oh, sorry. And he called.
Very easily, a kid is dead, another kid is not dead. He must be guilty. Sadly, that's how jury sees it in most cases.
Called me back, and that's when I learned that someone's been stabbed, or multiple people have been stabbed.
And when you had learned that multiple people had been stabbed, did you understand
It's not illegal to have a knife in your car. I don't know how the pew-pew rules are in Connecticut, but he could have a pew-pew if he wanted that. He might have been fishing. He might use it to cut an apple. It's not illegal to have a knife in your car. So I don't know what that would have anything to do with anything.
gravity of the situation?
Not really. I didn't know the severity of it. He didn't know the severity of it. I didn't learn it. I knew that can't be good. It's crazy because I had no idea what the hell happened. I just got my ass beat. I didn't know someone was stabbing people. So I didn't know the severity of it. And it basically just led me to ask. I did hear it. I asked Jack, "Yo, did you give Lito a knife?"
And based on that conversation, not what Jack said, but what was your reply to what Jack said?
So Lito killed those kids, or stabbed those kids.
And at some point in time, did you get back to your house at Seaview?
Yeah.
In Milford. And did you have a conversation with anybody when you got back to the house?
Yeah, my cousin followed us.
Who's your cousin?
Owen.
And at that point in time, did you understand the severity of the situation?
This is where I learned more of the severity. I learned that with a kid that might not make it.
And prior to learning the severity of the situation, did you and Jack, when you were talking, did you have, what was your conversation like with regards to, did you want payback?
Yes.
Once you learned the severity of the situation, tell us about what you did during those hours after you learned what had happened.
Once I learned what happened, Jack went home. Told him I loved him. Said just go home. He went home. I went upstairs with my cousin. I sat down. He kind of asked me more of what happened, dude. They're like, this is not no normal fight. I kind of just told him everything that I knew. And I didn't know what actually happened, the severity of it. He ate a little something and he left. I went up to my room, and I'll say 30 minutes later, I called the defendant.
Did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yeah, I basically confronted him and said, "Yo, did you stab those kids?"
And what was his response?
I fucked up, bro. Sorry.
And is that all he said?
Yeah.
Now, since that night, have you had any other communication with the defendant?
No, other than later that night, I did get a phone call from him, but it was just silence.
Now, at some point during the night or early morning hours of May 15th of 22, do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department came to your house to discuss the matter with you?
Yeah, I do.
And did you in fact discuss the matter with them? Why not?
My attorney said not to, and they called my dad.
And after that, the next morning, what did you do the next morning?
We left with advice of my counsel, and we drove up to Vermont, where we further stopped at a hospital halfway there.
Why did you stop at the hospital?
I was beginning to feel like I was going to throw up. My head was pounding, and I knew something wasn't right, especially after what happened to me last night. Especially my mom, being the mom she is, she was like, "Let's just go get you checked out."
And when you got checked out, what was your diagnosis? Well,
I had concussion, multiple contusions all over my head and body, bruised ribs, bruises all over my body.
Yes.
The hospital basically said, what the fuck happened to you? I said I just got on a basic.
No, all of the last few, all the ones with immunity deals are Raul's friends. All the first kids didn't know him, but these people are the ones who knew him.
Fight, and they said this is no basic fight.
and with regards to what kind of treatment did they say you had to go through?
It's fucked up.
Take any medicine?
They gave me Advil for my bruised ribs and all the contusions, the inflammation, but for concussion they just said rest.
No electronics.
And just
Now, as far as you're concerned with regards to May 14th of 2022, when you got out of the car that night at Tyler Rich's house, did Jack get out of the car?
No.
So to the best of your recollection, who is the only people that got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
And when you got out of the car, did you have a weapon on you at that point?
I did not.
Did you have a weapon on you the entire time during that fight?
No.
And to the best of your recollection, you, through your lawyer, decided to come and tell us your story to the state of Connecticut in December of 22. That was the first time we heard that story.
Yes.
Has that story changed at all between the time you told that story to Shelton Police Department and today?
No.
Looking back on it, did you have to go back to the house on 43 Laurel Glen that night, May 14th to 22?
No.
Could have left?
Should have left.
No further questions.
And for those who say it's the private school kids who, both groups were from pretty decent schools. It's not like one of them is inner city schools and the other one is a straight road to Harvard. Both of them are pretty decent schools.
Good morning, Mr. De Silva. We've never met before. So we've never discussed this case before.
No, we have not.
You don't have any agreement that you've signed with me about testifying here today?
No.
You do have one in place with the state, right?
Yep.
And you didn't talk to anybody or give them this version of the story until you got that in place, correct?
Correct.
You wanted immunity from anything that you had done that night, right?
Correct.
Before you would tell anybody what you say happened that night.
Correct.
And that immunity covers criminal activity or investigation of a homicide, right?
Correct.
You understand that to be murder, correct? And that includes the assaults of Thomas Connery, correct?
Correct.
Ryan Hines, correct?
Correct.
Faison Teal, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that you have exposure if you were going to be prosecuted and convicted of those crimes, right?
Yes.
Sorry, you just have to say yes or no when I ask a question because the court reporter has to get it, okay? It's also loud, as you probably noticed, so we got to compete with that a little bit. So you can keep your voice up and just make sure you answer
Sure.
audibly. And you understand that if you were tried and convicted for crimes of accessory to murder, conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit assault, that those crimes carry in excess of 100 years in jail, right?
Yes, I understand that, but with my age, I would have had that ability for parole.
Oh, you know about your ability for parole?
Something about it.
What do you know about it?
So I was told that since I was underage, there's ability for parole.
Ability for parole. Were you told you would get parole?
No.
What's 60% of 120?
Not good at math.
No. What would 50% of 120 be?
Objection as to relevance.
60 years.
How long?
60. So 60% of 120 would be more than 60, right? A lot of time, right?
Yeah.
A lifetime, right?
I would say.
In jail.
Yes.
In fact, for you at the time, you were only 17 years old.
That's correct.
Even 60 years would be more than 3 lifetimes to you at that point, right?
That's correct.
It sounds like forever to you, doesn't it?
It does.
You don't want to spend forever in jail, do you?
Honestly, no.
No, you want immunity, right?
Right.
Without it, you're not telling us anything, right?
And for those of you who weren't following it along at home, 60% would be 72 years. Just. Hey, Tom Gillis, did you find out which of your live streams you wanted to start yesterday? Because you had 2 going at the same time. So I'm sure both of them were great, but I checked when I was going on as a guest with Lacey, and I thought, Tom is doing 2 live streams at one. That's fancy.
That was a pretty big incentive for you.
What's that?
Too late.
And once you got it, and you came in and you told
So Brandon came to pick up the driver. I heard he likes that.
the state what you claim happened that night, right?
From the truth.
Well, you understand that it is your obligation under that immunity agreement that you wanted, that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Sir,
And who determines whether or not you testify truthfully?
I would say myself. It's my knowledge.
Sorry. I actually saw it, but I was just getting a message from a person I have been waiting for a reply from. So Thank you, Holly Mac, for 5 gifted memberships to Annette Imhoff. It's easier when you have your real name. Kiana Shaw. I butcher that. Miku's Headphones. Tangle Charlotte. Vlad Harris here. YouTube, fix it because I can't read these. But thank you, Holly Mac. Yeah, I have been waiting for a reply. As I mentioned in the beginning, I had reached out to someone to do another one of my They Lost Their Minds shows. And the person returned and said, I don't care because it might bring some extra heat that they don't want. So I'm glad that I got the go ahead so I can yell at stupid people. And hey, Valhalla, how are you doing?
And then to determine if I'm telling the truth, would be the state of Connecticut.
That's right. The people sitting at this table, right?
So yeah,
Watching you testify here, right?
correct.
And you did give a statement in this case, correct?
Did.
And prior to coming in here and testify, were you allowed to review that statement?
I was.
So you know what's expected of you to come in here and testify truthfully, right?
Yes.
And you said any deviation would equal prosecution, right?
That's correct.
So even if you wanted to, even if you had a change of heart and said, you know, some of that stuff I told him wasn't true, if you said that on this stand, do you think that this immunity agreement would still protect you?
They won it.
Feeling a lot of pressure today, I bet.
Just nervous.
That's not the same as feeling pressure.
I would say could be, but it depends.
So that evening started off at a party that you'd been invited to over at Five Leesbrook, right?
That's correct.
And that was a St. Joe's party, right?
Correct.
You didn't expect to see anybody there but St. Joe's kids. Is that fair to say?
Usually how it goes, yeah.
And when you got there, you said there were as many as 40 people there, right?
Yeah.
Did you see Austin Lifer there?
I did.
And what was he doing?
Drinking, very, very intoxicated.
In fact, so intoxicated he was throwing up?
Yeah.
Did you see Madigan Lifer there?
I did.
And in fact, she told you this party's getting a little out of hand. Can you keep people from coming in that aren't supposed to be here?
She did.
She asked you to bounce people effectively, right?
Not directly, but along those lines.
Keep people out. And some folks showed up that you didn't know, right?
Mhm.
You never met Ryan Hines before in your life. Never met Griffin Marcinzik before in your life. And you guys,
Yeah, he's only doing good with them because they look shady. He was really bad with the first 25 witnesses.
you approached them, or Jack approached them, or Raul approached them.
My recollection, we kind of found them waiting in the garage area.
Waiting in the garage area? What were they doing?
They're going to come in.
Okay. And then you approach these kids, or Jack approaches these kids?
I don't recall who went up first, but eventually it was all three of us approaching them.
Okay. And at some point, Jack grabs one of the kids' case of beer, right?
That's correct.
And at that point, at least, would you agree that it became more of a dispute between Jack and that kid directly?
Yes.
Everybody else is kind of watching to see what's going to happen. Is that fair to say?
There's that.
Were you screaming anything at that kid at that point? Did you reach over and try and help Jack take the beer from the kid?
No.
How far away from Jack were you at that point?
5, 6 feet.
Were you worried that this kid was going to do something to Jack?
I wouldn't say worried, but I was expecting a fight.
You were expecting a fight at that point. Everybody was expecting a fight between Jack and that kid, right?
Yes.
And that kid had come with another kid, right?
He did.
And where was that kid?
Just standing off in the distance.
And you told us before that you had brought 2 bottles of, is it Kinky? Like Kinky? Okay. And you got that from a liquor store?
I did.
You had a fake ID?
I did not.
How'd you get that at the liquor store? You stole it?
I talk well with people.
You talk well with people. Talked your way into getting 2 bottles of liquor
Yes.
without having to show an ID.
Yes.
Pretty slick. You'd agree?
How lucky.
Got lucky. Had you done that before?
I have not.
First and only time you'd ever talked your way into some liquor?
Yeah.
Not the first and only time you'd ever talked your way into something you weren't supposed to have?
No.
You told us that you drank some of that in the car, correct?
Yes.
And that was on the way to go pick up Mr. Valle
Was.
from his house.
Yeah.
He didn't come out with any liquor, right?
did not.
He didn't come out with any weapons, did he?
No.
He came out with his girlfriend, Mackenzie Trafficante.
Correct.
They hopped in the car with you guys and you went over to 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Correct.
No talk in the car of anything violent, fighting going on, anything like that?
No, just,
Basketball, I'm sorry.
just socializing.
Just basketball group chat hadn't started yet, right?
No.
And then you described
What the hell are these kids drinking? Kinky Aloha, Kinky Fruit Punch, Kinky Green Liquor, Kinky Liquor Mango and Orange, Kinky Peach Mango. Buddy, you're the football team. Either you get some Fireball or you don't mention that you got alcohol. I know women who would be ashamed ever being seen with a bottle like this. Jeepers. Kids.
you've called it the usual high school party happening at 5 Lazy Brook.
Correct.
And we saw the photograph. That was you, or that was Jack and Raul at that party, correct?
Yeah.
And did you see he had something around his neck, a pillow of some sort?
Yeah, it's
Pillow?
pretty
What was that
cheap.
about?
I don't know. He's trying to be funny.
Was that fairly consistent with who Mr. Valle was, trying to be funny?
Yeah.
And there was beer pong going on,
Correct.
but it was actually water pong. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, usually nowadays, the way beer pong works is they fill up the cups with water, you have to refill them with beer, and you just take sips of your beer while you're there.
You need to have the beer and drink it with the disgusting ping pong ball in it. It's good for your immune system. That's why kids are so weak these days. Oh, we fancy. We don't want to drink spoiled beer. If you haven't had a beer where someone had put out at least one cigarette in at some point in your life, you never lived.
Well, that's not to waste beer.
Yeah, that and I mean, so you're not chugging half a cup of beer every time you get a cup.
Then why play the game?
Evolution of the beer pong game.
I would say.
And you said that there were words exchanged in an argument between Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines, right?
What?
They squared off, right? Your recollection was that Mr. Snyder was the one who threw the first punch, right?
That's what I remembered. Yeah.
But then you watch the video and you say you can see that Mr. Valle throws what you described as a sucker punch, right?
Yes.
Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, you would agree, they were sort of squaring off and moving around, trying to get position on one another.
They were. Yes.
People in that crowd that were watching, which you were one of, you didn't know which way they were going to go, right? Eventually, you saw Mr. Hines tackle Mr. Snyder, right?
Yes.
They go to the ground and sort of go off the screen, what looks like behind a minivan of some sort. You join the fray.
Yes.
Mr. Valle joins the fray.
I once swallowed 4 coins playing quarter. That's dedication. It hurts like hell getting them out again.
Who else joins the fray at that point?
Only 3 people I remember is us 3.
You would agree, however, after watching the video, there were more people that joined the fray, right? Some girls come over.
Yes.
Yes. Some other people come over, it appears.
What it looks like.
Did somebody pull you off or did you stand up on your own?
I standed up on my own.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle take that motorcycle helmet off?
No.
Did you see him swing it at anybody? People were struggling to get people off in that video, right?
That was a simple fight.
Kind of a quick fight.
Most yes.
He said folks got up, separated, right? The 2 kids who had come that you were trying to keep out, they left.
They did leave. Yeah.
And you said then the party went on for another 30 to 45 minutes?
They did. Yes.
What was going on during that 30 to 45 minutes? Just more of the same typical party?
Seeing, socializing.
No talk about let's go
See
get into a
you,
fight, anything like that?
Shell.
And then he said Mama Lifer came and shut it down, right?
He did.
Told everybody to get out of there.
Yeah.
You left Lazy Brook Road trying to figure out what to do with that. Is that fair to say?
I'm trying to look for another party.
Were you trying to look for these kids that had just come that you just kicked out of the fight? Was Jack, who had just sort of been getting the worst of that into the fight, was he angry and wanted to go find those kids? And at that point, you described you'd already gotten into the car when this group chat began, right? And you claimed that you were added to the group chat, right?
Correct.
When you say that you were added to the group chat, how could you tell that this group chat pre-existed your being added to it?
Yeah, I couldn't really tell that was pre-existed. I just got added to it, and then they were chatting. So I just thought this was already going on.
Okay. You didn't create it.
I did not create it.
Mr. Valle didn't create it.
I did not.
Mr. Snyder didn't create it.
I did not.
And yet the three of you simultaneously got added to it?
I don't know the points of when we got added.
Okay. And at that point, you started, what you described was the group chat tone was aggressive and violent, right?
Yes.
And somehow you found your way over to Trumbull High School, right?
Did.
You yourself didn't go to Trumbull High School?
I was in the car.
But I'm saying you didn't attend Trumbull High School.
No, I did not.
Nobody in your vehicle attended Trumbull High School, right?
I did.
How far was it from Lazy Brook Road to Trumbull High School?
They'll take my word on it. Probably 7 minutes, 10 minutes.
You weren't going to Trumbull High School looking for the kids.
So that's
from
your
5 Lazy
force
Brook
is
Road.
having an early Friday
time.
talking about her deck box.
How many people were on that group
But
chat
it's good it's not leaking.
other than yourself, Mr. Valle, and Mr. Snyder?
I don't know the number, but there had to be a lot of people.
And most of the aggressiveness and violence, was that towards your group of three, or was that from your group of three towards whatever this larger group was?
I would say it was coming from both sides.
Okay.
There was more St. Joe's kids in the group chat that were being probably the most aggressive
Okay.
with those Shelton kids than us three.
So there were other St. Joe's kids on there in addition to the three of you.
Yes,
And you're saying that those other St. Joe's kids were being more aggressive than the three of you?
I would say.
Had those other St. Joe's kids been involved at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
And at some point, you were being told to come and fight. Is that fair to say?
Yes, correct.
An address got sent to you, right?
Correct.
And at that point, you hadn't seen any knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
There was no mention of knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
And no drinking on the way when you started to go towards this address?
I still had one of the kinky bottles, but my recollection, I believe we weren't drinking.
And at Trumbull High School, there were 2 other cars there, right?
Oh, yeah.
One car of girls and a white BMW with 2 guys in it, right?
Yes,
And those 2 guys attended Trumbull High School, you told us, and they were friends of Keenan Frisk's.
they were. Yeah,
You didn't know them.
I did not.
And that address that got texted to you, that was not an address you were familiar with, was it?
It's not.
You didn't say, oh, 43 Laurel Glen Drive, I know who lives there.
I did not.
At that point, it didn't register to you that that was Tyler Rich's house. But you told us that you were friends with Tyler Rich's cousins. Is that what you told us?
No, with my cousins were friends with.
We haven't heard
How did you
anything.
know that?
How did I know that?
Yes.
Because my cousins lived in Misty Lane, which is a couple streets over, and they always would talk about Tyler Rich.
Okay. But you yourself had never met Tyler Rich before?
I've met him in the past, yes, before.
But you'd never been to his home before?
No.
That you can recall?
That I could recall. No, I have not.
And you said that there was a conversation about going to 43 Laurel Glen Drive with Mr. Valle, and you told us, he said, yeah, let's go. We fucked them up once already. Do you remember telling us that?
Yeah.
You never told the cops that when you spoke to them before, did you?
I believe not.
No, that's the first time any of us are ever hearing that, right?
Yeah.
That's a deviation from what you said before. Are you worried about telling the state something different?
No, because it's my truth and my memory.
No, and in fact,
There's no my truth. There's the truth. I don't know. Are they millennials or whatever these kids are called these days? There's no my truth. There's the truth. There's the truth and what you observed. There's no my truth. And it's not just in this case. I hate it when I see it in media as well. Well, it's my truth. No, it's not your truth. It's your opinion. Well, I believe that. No, shut the F up. I remember when we got punched in the face once or twice too, when we said some dumb stuff. And it kind of helped us figure out not to say dumb stuff.
it's worse than anything you told them before, right?
I wouldn't say so.
Well, you never before told them that Mr. Valle told you, yeah, let's go. We fucked him up once already. Would you agree that that is worse than what you told them before?
I guess so. Yeah. Is it like that?
Now, you told us when you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive that the car parked in front of the mailbox by the driveway, right?
Yes.
Not across the street from the house?
No, we were like almost in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road the first time that you stopped there, or in the middle of the road when the car came back before the fight? And then you said you think someone from the car texted that you were there. Is it possible that Mr. Snyder honked the horn?
Sort of, yeah.
But somehow, what went from what you claim was nobody being outside in the yard at first, right? People came running from the house, right?
Correct.
And you told us 35 to 40 people, right?
Yeah.
Spilling down the driveway, right? Right? Sorry, they just can't pick up a head nod. Coming down through the yard as well, right? Pouring out of the house. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And they were coming straight at the car, right?
Right.
There's 7 of you in the car.
Correct.
There's 35 to 40 of them coming at you.
Correct.
What were you thinking at that point?
Oh shit.
You were scared. This was a dumb idea. Yes?
Yes.
Did Mackenzie Trafficante indicate to you in any way that she thought going over to 43 LGD, Laurel Glen Drive, that she was expecting to get into a fight?
Objection as to what Mackenzie says.
The question was, did she indicate by any way? I'll just be clear and instruct the witness, and don't tell us what Mackenzie said, if anything. So I'll allow you to answer. Over.
Not that I-
There was no parents at the party. It was kids at a party. I don't understand why everyone is asking that and wants to keep the parents responsible. I have been to a ton of parties without any parents present. Because when you're over 15, you're legally responsible of the shit you do. So no parents there, no parents getting trapped in anything, no legal matter taken against any parents. Don't have to ask about it. It's Raul pointing at, and so is it. And again, I don't understand why someone wants the parents to take the blame of someone who is above the criminal age. They did the crime, they do the time. I think it's a weird thing.
I recall.
Did Demetrius Arfanos indicate in any way through his demeanor that he thought he was going over being taken to 43?
Well, if you're above 15 years old in Denmark and you had done something like this, you're criminal liable. Your parents are not criminal. They can, you can be removed from your home, but and they can, of course, if you trash something, might be because you are on their insurance, they would have to pay for it. But we don't indict parents if kids rob a store or if kids sell drugs, because they didn't do it.
Through Laurel Glen Drive to get into a fight?
Yes.
He did.
Yes. I believe Dimitri and Keenan and Will were coming with us.
I would rather they drank at the house instead of drinking at the local football field.
Keenan Frasick,
Yes, I believe so.
smaller guy with kind of a mustache. Demetrius Arfanos?
Yeah.
Quiet kind of guy. Was going over to get into a fight.
Yeah.
You said that you thought maybe kids were hanging outside in the backyard?
Yeah.
Could you see the backyard?
No, just that's where they came out of.
Okay. And these kids were running at the car,
I would say so.
and they surrounded the car quickly.
Very quickly.
Kids on the driver's side,
All sides.
kids on the passenger side too.
Mhm.
Kids in front of the car, right?
Correct.
Kids behind the car, right?
Correct.
You could feel the car rocking and shaking, right?
Correct.
You could hear people kicking the car, pounding on the car, right?
Correct.
Some folks are outside screaming at the car, you said. One of them said, "You jumped our boys."
Correct.
You lied and said, "No, I didn't," right?
No.
You lied because you were scared, right?
Probably.
You were terrified, right?
I wouldn't say terrified, but I would say scared.
What's the difference between scared and terrified?
Objection as to relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to claim it, I'll hear it outside the jury.
You were scared but not terrified.
Correct.
Had you ever been surrounded in a car before like that?
I'm not.
You weren't driving the vehicle, right?
I was not.
You didn't have any way to make that vehicle move, did you?
Not.
Well, but you could have gotten out of the car, right?
Not getting out of the car.
Well, why not?
Just 40 kids surrounding it.
You were terrified of getting out of the car.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Were you scared of getting out of the car?
Yeah.
Did you see Mr. Snyder reach into the console and pull out a knife and put it in his lap?
I did not.
Were you paying attention to what Mr. Snyder was doing at that point?
I wasn't.
You were focused on what was going on outside the car, right?
More to like the right side of my window where all the kids were.
And then you heard a windshield smash, right?
Yes.
Somebody threw something at it
I don't know how I got smashed, but smashed right in front of me.
right in front of you. At that point, you were
Which is absolutely stupid because all of those 4 kids participated in a fight willingly. So if the parents are getting sued, or their kid, they are suing the house owners. Gee, this is why America is built on lawyers. Kids who actively accepted a fight and then got injured are suing the people of the parents who held the party, even though none of them provided the alcohol or provided the knife. This is the cultural difference I don't understand.
terrified, right?
So you got a little more scared.
A little more. You were worried somebody was going to smash the window, right?
Yeah.
Reach in and try to pull you out of the car, right?
I would object based on speculation.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection. You want to rephrase the question?
You were scared that somebody could break that window, were you not?
After seeing what happened to the windshield, I would say yes.
And if somebody broke that window, you were scared that they might try and attack you, right?
The way they were acting, yes.
That car was starting to feel very small, wasn't it?
Yes.
You didn't feel like you had any way out of that situation that you found yourself in, did you?
Yeah.
You were worried that you might come to some great bodily harm, were you not?
Felt a little more protected since we were in the car, you know? But what you're saying, yes.
You felt protected like this is a safe situation right now. I've got this in hand.
No.
You couldn't make Jack drive that car anywhere, could you?
No.
In fact, if he tried to drive the car forward, there were people blocking the way, right?
Right.
If he tried to back up, there was somebody bouncing on the rear bumper, right?
Right.
Had you ever been in that situation before?
No.
Have you ever attacked a vehicle yourself?
No.
None of these kids with the immunity deals did. The kids at the party did. They tried to seal his chest.
And people in the car, their demeanor led you to believe that they were scared as well, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Everybody in that car was terrified at that moment, were they not?
Yes.
And you told us here today that Mr. Valle was screaming at people, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
You never said that to the cops before, did you?
I believe I did.
When you talked to him on December 6th, that's what you told him?
I believe I did.
And you told us you thought that lasted.
At what age I can leave a kid at home alone in Denmark? You don't come check on my kid unless I if I want to go to the store and go shopping, I could leave baby Baker alone at home if I wanted to. If he's sleeping and I'll make sure no one can get to him, yeah, I can leave him. It's my kid. That's legally leave a kid alone at home. I have never ever heard anyone get indicted with, "Oh, your kid was too young to be alone while you got a pack of cigarettes." Never. I know I live in a communist state, but we don't have laws for that one. Of course, negligence, if you leave them at home and they get injured, you can get in trouble. But saying, "Hey, 5-year-old, watch Blinko or whatever kids watch these days on the TV. Mom is going to get a liter of milk and a pack of cigarettes. Hasta la taco." Ain't no problem in that. It's that's the thing where the cultural differences really hits me. It's the way how you are the freest society on some points, and on the other one you have all of these absolutely invasive privacy rules that and you just accept them. It's the same. We have kids sleeping outside all the time, and a Danish lady got put in prison for doing that in New York because you can't do that. That's illegal. That made more headlines in Denmark than any of the crimes I have been covering, because we just don't understand how you are the freest country on earth, but you can't do anything in your own home. I'm just saying, maybe one less lawyer and one less power to the state could not hurt anyone. And at the same time, the state is perfectly fine giving Harmony Montgomery to her drug addicted dad and stepmother. But oh my God, if you leave 5-year-old Johnny home for 10 minutes while walking to Costco and getting a liter of milk, oh my God, are you cray-cray? I'm just saying, it's not everything that's perfect in America.
For 15 seconds?
Yeah.
Did it feel like it only lasted 15 seconds when it was going on?
I walked to school alone from I was 5 years old. We spent our entire school breaks. There's a big wood close to my house. We were playing. We call it playing war, because you couldn't play cowboys and Indians anymore. That was racial and insensitive. So we played war for days. My parents didn't know anything other than who I was with, and they would just yell when they needed us home. So weird.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Felt longer just because of the chaos, because of what's going on. So if you're looking for a number of it,
I have been in more unsupervised drunken mobs than probably most of you. And I've never, ever sat one day in prison. And I've been in fights. I've been beaten. We just took that as part of the experience. It's not the government who should decide stuff like that. It's the parents. And yeah, there's shitty parents, they're good parents. But the more power you take away from the family, the less the family's going to care about it. And the more the laissez-faire attitude and say, well, my kid would never do that, gets in there.
say yeah, if I felt 20, 25 seconds.
20 or 25 seconds was all.
I started in school when I was 5 years old. I think the first 2 weeks, my brother, because he went to the same school, would walk with me. After that, I just walked alone to school. I didn't have that long. It took me like 5 minutes to go to school. Never had a problem. When I was 9 years old and my sister was 8, we shared a paper route where we drove our bikes around giving out papers. Never had a problem. My kids, when they were probably a little older, 6, 7, 8 years old, I'll send them to the stores to get stuff. There's nothing wrong in that. That's how the world should be. Well, there's creeps out there. Yeah. But we're getting overprotective, and instead we should just feed the creeps to Lord Chippy and then make it normal that kids can walk outside again. Why isn't it normal? Why are kids being driven to school? Why do you have to protect your kids? In our lifetime, we've gone from, yeah, we were outside playing all the time, to, I better drive my kid to go get a hamburger because, oh my God. Whew.
Yeah, if you phrase it in that certain way.
No, but we allowed it to not be the same. We should take that power back. We should make it the same again. Kids should be able to go free. Kids should be able to do stupid stuff. Scars build character. But the problem is we are way too lax on the ones who do the crime, and then we say, oh, let's hamper our kids and lock them up because someone could do something to them. That's what we did wrong in the 80s. We changed it so the bad guys were the ones that was allowed to do it, and we shouldn't let the kids get out there.
Fair to say you didn't know while it was going on when or if it was going to come to an end, right?
Fair to say that, yeah.
So when it was happening, it felt like an eternity, did it not?
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, I bought tobacco for my dad when I was like 7 or 8 years old. No problem.
And then you said, Mr. Valle was saying drive, right?
You say drive, yeah.
He wanted to get out of there, right?
Yeah, no one ever
And Jack
got in
somehow
trouble
pulls
from
the car
falling from a tree.
out and gets it down the street,
Slowly started to almost driving people.
spread out of the way. Saw an opening, car splits through, goes down to the end of the street. Drives up and down, back and forth a few times, right?
He did.
Throwing things out the windows.
Not that I remember.
And we watched a video here, State's Exhibit number 44, from in front of that house where you said later folks got out of the car. We didn't see the car going back and forth, up and down, right?
Not that I know of.
But what we did see was some people getting out of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And then the vehicle pulls ahead and moves on.
Yes.
You identified those 3 people that got out of the vehicle as Mackenzie Trafficante, correct?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
And Mr. Valle, right?
Correct.
And then you didn't remember what we saw on the video, and you would agree that the vehicle was chased by kids coming from the Shelton party, right?
Yes, correct.
You didn't remember this, you told us, but you saw on the video that those people were throwing things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you heard people screaming things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you saw those people running at what you've told us now is yourself and Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw in that video, the vehicle pulls ahead and leaves you there with those kids from Shelton High, right?
Correct.
And where did the vehicle go when it pulled off and left you there?
I don't know.
You had no idea where that vehicle went, right? Do you remember being scared at that point?
I do not remember being scared at that point.
But you do remember that Mackenzie was screaming, "Let me out," right?
I do.
And at some point after leaving you there, you say Mr. Snyder came back and parked the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And at that point, everybody else in the car got out, right?
Yes.
And did some folks go over and sit away from the vehicle?
Remember, it's not leading until someone objects to it being leading, and the judge says she agrees. So it's not leading because the state doesn't object to it.
And who was that?
I don't really recall, but pretty sure it was Mackenzie Traff, Dimitri, and Keenan, and Will. I think everyone else kind of just went and sat down.
And that left just the 3 of you, Mr. Snyder, Mr. Valle, and yourself, around the vehicle.
Yes.
Any of the Shelton High kids there at that point?
Not that I recall.
Do you know an Enrico Fiola?
I do.
And you recall Mr. Fiola coming down and talking to you while you're at the car, right?
I actually don't.
And you recall Tyler Rich coming down and talking to you while you're at the car, right?
Not.
You don't recall any of those Shelton High kids coming down while the 3 of you were at the car inspecting it for damage, right?
Not.
Because it never happened, right?
Objection.
And so you're inspecting the car, you said, and you see that it's damaged, right?
I do.
So now you're looking at the vehicle and seeing what happened to it while moments before you were trapped inside that car, right?
Correct.
And you can see that the windshield has in fact been smashed, right?
Correct.
You told us there was damage to the car all over it, right?
Yes.
And your thought was, this is a lot of damage. This is going to cost a lot of money for Jack Snyder, right?
Agreed.
Because it was Jack Snyder's car, right?
Was.
Not your car. Not Mr. Valle's car.
Nope.
But you said that Mr. Valle was the angriest of anybody,
Seemed like it through his demeanor and his words.
and he was angrier than Jack Snyder about the car.
I mean, Jack was angry. I was angry, but it was like almost like he was more angry, at least more vocal about it than us.
You didn't see a weapon at that point?
Not.
No knife anywhere? Did you see, though, Mr. Valle, when you went scrambling through the glove box looking for the knife?
Did not.
Okay. Well, then you saw him when he went scrambling through the console, right, to get the knife out?
No.
And you heard him say, "Jack, where's the knife? Give me the knife!"
I heard him say, "Jack, give me the knife."
Just like that?
Yes.
Like you just said it?
The way he said it, I don't really recall.
Because you told us you weren't there right beside
We
him,
have
right?
no
You
witness
were going
list.
around the car or something like that,
Correct.
but you overheard what you think was him saying, "Where's the knife?"
Correct.
And you got back in the car, got into the back passenger seat,
Yes.
and Mr. Valle got into the front of the car.
Correct.
And you told us before that you've known Mr. Valle from growing up in Milford, right?
Correct.
How old were you when you first met Mr. Valle?
I don't remember the age. I was young, but it was about 3rd grade football.
3rd grade football? You guys have been close ever since, right?
We got close around 5th grade.
So a year and a half later, you got close with Mr. Valle. And since 5th grade, you'd been fast friends, right?
Correct.
Hung out almost every weekend.
Correct.
slept at his house?
Many times.
He'd slept at your house?
Many times.
You felt like he had your back?
Objection as to what you felt the defendant thought.
Sustained.
And you told Mr. Snyder, take me back there. I know these kids, right?
Correct.
Were you still angry at that point?
I was upset for Jack's car, but me being angry didn't do anything.
Okay. And you said, take me back. I want to make peace. I know these kids.
I said, take me back. Yes. Let me talk to Tyler Rich.
Are we going to take the morning break? I just looked.
We are. This is a good place
I
to
think this might be a good spot.
All right, thank you. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and give you your recess. So the time is 11:25. We'll be back in 15 minutes on the record. Thank you. Question, answers?
All rise. Recess.
Did they take lunch break or morning break? 15 minutes. All right. Okay. I thought I was a little early for morning break. Well, another kid with another immunity deal who absolutely heard him say, "Give me the knife." Never saw the knife, never saw anything. He was the UN. He was just sent out there on a peaceful mission to try and fix everything. He was absolutely going there to fight, but then he didn't want to fight anymore, even though he got out of the car with 30 people because he just wanted to talk to them. Bullshit. This case is ridiculous. This kid is going to go away for, I believe, involuntary manslaughter, which probably is okay because he did stabulate someone without it seeming like there was much of a self-defense component to it, unless the defense proves it so far. But all the rest of these broccoli-headed a-holes were willing participants, and now they're sitting here singing a song about how they were just peacemakers. Yeah, we talk smack, but we didn't really mean it. Yeah, we went to the party with people we have been in a fight with, but who could have known another fight would break out? We just came over there to give them a pamphlet from our Sunday school special where we were going to sing Praise the Lord in 4 different languages, and we needed some bass section. It's ridiculous. This is how you run cases. You give immunity deals so you can get your testimony. Again, if you want to call it a red rum and you don't have the evidence, don't call it a red rum. That's why you have manslaughter. Because this is ridiculous. I have to say it. Well, it's a weird hairstyle. It looks like a broccoli. The only thing that was worse was the guy with the weird mullet mohawk. Well, so would I. If I was about to get in trouble and potentially get 120 years in prison, oh my God, I would point the finger at you faster than anything else and say, yep, Show life. Yes. Oh, yeah. She was on the way over there said, I'm gonna stab somebody because I'm mad. I'm gonna stabulate the whole party. I heard her say it 100% true. Yeah. She was constantly saying, you know, I got the motion down. I'm gonna unalive people today. Whoop. I'm not going to prison. If I can send you to prison, come on now. Daddy be a snitch. Valhalla has fallen. Baker probably feels up boys till they are mad. If I feel up boys, they are glad. I guess this is random. Yeah, of the 3 guys who went back to get in a fight, 2 of them have an immunity deal and said, no, we didn't do anything. Well, I would sell out Jamie. This is the pamphlet from the Church of Religious Consciousness. Would you like to make a donation? Every immunity witness from the state. Yeah. Oh, we were just about to ship off with the Peace Corps, so we wanted to go up there and say, hey, fellas, do you know about the Congo? We are going there to spread the word of the Lord. We could use some more people. No, Valhalla didn't get his wrench, and he thinks that we scared her. I think she liked us. For those of you who don't know what it is about, yesterday I was on with Lacey, and she laughed that I couldn't remember her name, but I thought kind of like my channel is The Broken Baker. So I was looking for her name, and she just used her own name. And apparently there's a ton of people with that name. But I told her that she had to mod Valhalla or else she will cry all weekend. And she tried to, but couldn't really figure it out. And talk about what she did. Jamie, you're going to be happy. Did you watch my show yesterday on my guest spot yesterday? No, it was after 7. I was sleeping.
I was trying to mess with something. I'm having a lawnmower issue again, but I missed
Yeah,
it. So
that's
what?
called no petrol in the tank.
No, it has gas this time, I swear.
But I got you a sweet hookup, Jamie.
What?
Lacey, I was on with yesterday, is an alumni of your university, and she can get you a lot of merch.
Of what university?
Your university.
Of what?
The university.
Well, respectfully, she can keep it. But thank you.
She was really happy that there was a fellow, the
Oh,
Ohio State.
stop it.
You can ask the people who were there. I promoted your love for the Ohio State a lot.
Ugh.
And she was really happy to find another one who loves the Ohio State as much as she does.
Why do you hate me so much?
Mind the stairs and tie your shoelaces. Yeah, Jamie's here. People go falling.
Yeah. It's not my problem if you're clumsy.
They don't need to call every person in the pilot. It's ridiculous. The more witnesses they call, the stronger the defense case becomes because every story is different. I think they have called way too many. They needed like 2 or 3 of the guys from the house. Then they could just have called these 2 kids and then let's get it over.
So I was in a meeting, I missed it. So what do we got from this guy? He's just the same old same. He's just throwing.
He was trying to spread world peace and sing Kumbaya, and then people got a little rowdy, and Raul said, "I'm gonna slice a bitch."
So is
Yeah,
he
has an immunity deal, and he was looking at 120 years in prison.
I am also going to ask you if you could say that.
But is he saying the same thing about the knife? Like that?
Some of the
He
people-
never saw it. He heard him ask for it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's why I say manslaughter would be appropriate, because he should have known it could go bad. Brandon is a nice guy.
These handle names are throwing me off.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
Because I'm like, oh, who's who anymore?
Good morning. This is the Lally type of running a case. Let's put 25,000 people in front of you so you think we have something.
Please stipulate to return of our jurors.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
We may continue with the process.
You were, when we left for the breaks, you were telling us about getting back into the vehicle.
No,
to
it's
go back
Friday.
to
He got
43
up late
Rosewood
because
Drive.
he was
Remember
drunk
that?
yesterday.
Correct.
And you told us that you had been looking at the damage and you knew that it was going to be very expensive for Jack Snyder, right?
I assumed, yes, correct.
And you said that Mr. Valle said, "Fuck these kids. You're going to let them do you like that?"
Correct.
Remember that? And that he was more angry than anyone else, correct? And that because you knew Tyler Rich and the Riches through your cousin and lots of other Shelton High kids, right?
Correct.
That you thought it would be a good idea to go back down there and talk to them, right?
The little liquid courage, I thought it would be a good idea.
A little liquid courage. You thought it would be a good idea. Well, you told us I didn't think I had a problem with them, right?
Didn't.
You've been involved in the fight at 5 Lazy Brook earlier that night.
It's such a stupid take. I was going to go up there and get money to fix his car. No, you're going to call the next morning and say, hey, you remember when you were a drunk asshole yesterday and you dinged my car? We need to figure this one out. Oh, fuck you. Okay, can I talk to your dad? That's how you fix someone's car after someone kicked it or did something. You don't walk into a group of 15 to 30 guys and says, hey, the collection plate is here. We need to replace that bumper.
Right.
No, you are looking for a fight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking a bio break, Jamie. You have the thought.
I was.
You just pulled up and been swarmed by 30 to 40 kids, right?
Correct.
Pounding on the car, right?
Correct.
Smashed the windshield, right?
Correct.
Chased you, as you saw in that video, down towards the end of the road even after you'd left, right?
Correct.
You thought you didn't have a problem with them?
Just thought they wouldn't just jump me. Like, I thought I would be able to talk to Tyler Rich.
Okay.
No. Sorry,
And
guy. Not the chosen one.
if you were going to be, if you were in a troubling or unsafe situation, you would expect Mr. Snyder to help you, right? That would be your expectation?
It's an expectation. I'll allow it overruled.
I would expect, yes.
If you were in a dangerous situation, you would expect Mr. Valle to help you, right?
Yes.
It didn't surprise you when Mr. Valle got into the car with you, did it?
Not fully.
No, not at all, right? It didn't surprise you at all that somebody you'd known since 5th grade, spent nights at their homes with, saw every weekend, got into the vehicle when you were heading back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. It did not surprise you, did it, sir?
That did not surprise me.
No, it didn't surprise you at all. You didn't say, whoa, Mr. Valle, you seem angrier than anybody else here. Don't get in this car with me, did you?
Did not say that.
And you
She
weren't
didn't.
scared that if you went back there, these 30 to 40 people might swarm you again?
Like I said, knowing Tyler Rich and knowing the Shelton kids, no, I wasn't.
Well, Tyler Rich and the Shelton kids were the same ones that had just swarmed you only minutes before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now for some reason you thought that they wouldn't do that again?
Well, I thought because, I mean, that's all of us in a car, me coming up alone, trying to talk to them would be a different situation.
Well, again, you weren't expecting to go back there alone. You got into the car, so you knew that Mr. Snyder was going to be in there with you, right?
I knew Mr. Schneider. I knew Schneider. I knew Valle was going to be in the car, but I knew myself was going to get out. I did not know Lito was going to get out.
You didn't expect if you were going to get out and go face 30 or 40 people that had just swarmed you, that Mr. Valle would get out of the car to be there with you.
I did not expect it.
I'll allow it.
I did not expect that.
But you told us you would expect him to help you if you were in a dangerous situation.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Why didn't you just walk back to the house?
Asked Jack to drive me.
I understand what you did. I asked, why didn't you just walk back to the house?
I don't know. I don't have a clear answer for that.
Well, you just told us that you were expecting to go up there and talk to them by yourself.
Yeah.
But you got into the car
I did.
that Mr. Valle and Mr. Snyder were already in, according to you.
Correct.
And you told Mr. Snyder, take me back there.
I did.
When you got back to the house, or at some point before you got back to the house, you say you heard Mr. Valle say, Jack, give me the knife.
Correct.
But you didn't see him give him the knife.
Did not.
And you didn't see the knife anytime thereafter.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with the knife in his hand opening the blade.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valle take the blade and flash it out the window.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything with the knife at any time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And you get out of the car once you got back there, right?
Correct.
And you start walking into the yard.
Correct.
It's your recollection that there was nobody in the yard when you pulled up?
Yes.
And you got out and you walked straight up into the yard, right?
Correct.
You said right in front of the mailbox?
Yes. I walked almost like a straight shoot up.
And you were just a little past the grass and onto the driveway?
Correct.
Where were you heading?
I was heading to talk to someone. So I was greeted.
You were going to go knock on the front door?
Yeah.
Were you by the cars that were parked in the driveway?
Not that I could recall.
Do you remember any vehicles being along the sides of the road?
Not that I can recall.
And then at some point you realized that Mr. Valle was also out of the car with you, right?
Correct.
And you turned to him and you said, Mr. Valle, go get back in the car, right?
No, I actually did not say that.
Well, you didn't say, what are you doing? Get out of here. You're going to cause a problem.
I said, what are you doing?
Oh, you did. You said, what are you doing?
Yes.
Did you tell that to the cops when you spoke to them?
I did.
What was his reaction when you said, what are you doing?
He just didn't say anything back.
They didn't pull the knife out and say, well, I'm here to kill somebody.
He did not.
An object based on that call.
I'll allow it.
You didn't turn around and get back in the car because now your plan that you told us about had changed, because now it wasn't just you out of the car.
Correct.
Why didn't you just go get back in the car at that point? Your plan had changed.
In the moment, I didn't think of it. Kept walking. My plan was to talk to Tyler Rich.
Because it didn't surprise you that Mr. Valle was out of the car with you when you were going to do this, right?
It did, but I didn't think anything too heavy about it.
You knew this was a dangerous situation that you were walking into, right?
At the time, the way I felt, I didn't think it was going to be dangerous just because I thought it was just me walking up, talking to kids that I know and they know me and my
I
family.
would never.
You thought those
It was
30 or
happy.
40 kids that had surrounded the vehicle and knew you and your family and were jumping on it and smashed the windshield were now going to be happy to see you.
I wouldn't say happy.
That way, he thinks those 30 kids will be fine.
understand.
Your expectation was that you would be greeted peacefully.
Yeah.
You knew some of the kids there at that party, correct?
Yeah.
How many?
I don't know.
And by your own account, Mr. Valle didn't know any of those kids, right?
My knowledge, no.
And you said seeing him coming up was not smart,
No, I don't think so.
but you walking up, that was smart.
My head, yes, it was.
And you described
AJ is alternate juror, a great channel who right now restreams an older case about a lady who offed her husband, and everyone should go follow her channel. She is really funny. Sadly, she has a co-host called Gabby who is always trying to turn it sexual. It's horrible. Gabby is a weirdo.
Mr. Valle is being upset and angry.
Gabby is a weirdo.
I did.
Yeah. This is AJ.
Correct.
And that was based on his face?
It was based on before we went down his words with the car.
Okay. So when you got out of the car and he was following you up, how close to you was he?
Get some sleep, Inspire.
7 to 8 feet to my right.
To your right and behind you?
I would say a little bit behind.
You were leading the way.
I was, but he was 6 to 7 feet to the right and maybe a little bit behind.
And watching your back.
You could say that.
At that point, he wasn't doing anything like squaring up with anybody.
No.
He wasn't flashing a knife at anybody.
Nope.
Didn't have his hands in his pockets.
Nope.
Didn't have his shirt pulled up over his head.
Nope.
And you heard somebody yell, "They're back."
Correct.
And you told us you thought you were going to go talk to Tyler Rich about the damages to Mr. Snyder's car.
Basically, yeah, about the whole situation.
And you thought Mr. Rich was going to want to talk about the damages to the vehicle.
Oh, he would hear me out.
You expected him to want to have a conversation about the damages to your car.
What do you expect? Is that called speculation?
You know, it's what he expected, his reason for going. I'll allow that.
Say the question again.
Sure. You expected Mr. Rich was going to want to talk to you about the damages to the vehicle.
I did at the time.
And after you heard their back, you told us you were confronted by a large individual that was screaming at you, right?
Correct.
Was that Tyler Rich?
No.
Did you know who it was?
I did not.
He was not alone, though, was he?
No.
Shortly thereafter, the 30 to 40 people swarmed out again, right?
Correct.
Looked like the whole house was pouring out from that backside, right?
Correct.
You were scared at that point, weren't you?
I was.
Not because of anything Mr. Valle was doing at that point, was it?
Correct.
Because of what you had just walked into, fair to say?
Correct.
At that point, were you terrified?
Correct.
You didn't know if any of those people had weapons, did you?
I did not.
You saw somebody throw things at you while you were down there at the end of 40, easy for me to say, 36 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Objection.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, but you saw it on the video, right?
I'm sustaining the objection. I'm motioning, I'm going to instruct the jury to strike the defendant. me the witness's answer. And
Your left
when
cheek
there's
is
an
56
objection
kilos.
pending, let's please pause. Thank you.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle get sprayed in the face with WD-40 or PB blaster?
I did not.
At the point when the large individual is screaming at you, 30 to 40 people come out and they start to surround you and Mr. Valle, correct? You notice people on all sides of you, right?
Correct.
In fact, how many people were in front of you?
I don't know the exact head count, but I would say around 10.
And were those 10 all just in front of you talking peacefully?
No one was talking peacefully.
And they weren't just in front of you, right? They were surrounding you,
Correct.
cutting off your exit.
Objection.
You could say that.
You felt like you were being enclosed.
You could say that.
Didn't have a car around you now, did you?
I did not.
Did you think you were going to get beaten up?
Yeah.
Did it cross your mind that you might die?
No.
That would have been a really good yes to get, because then he could say self-defense of others.
You still hesitated
How about
enough for me to be like, come on, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you think you might get beaten up?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How badly did you think you might get beaten up?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
Well-
What he was thinking.
Yeah, it's his thoughts.
I mean, when shit hits the fan like that so quickly, there's only a certain amount of time to think. I could say, yeah, I was like, I'm going to get my ass beat.
You didn't know if you're going to live through that, right?
Objection, ask an answer.
Sustained.
And pretty soon you had confirmation that your idea that Tyler Rich might want to peacefully talk with you was wrong, right?
Yes, correct.
Tyler Rich was screaming to you, get the fuck off my property or I will fuck you up.
Correct.
He had 9 other people that you could see supporting him, right?
Correct.
And you turned around and you ran back to the car, right?
No.
Why not?
Wasn't how it's going to work. There's people behind me, people in front of me.
How dare you? I suggest you put in a serious guess, since you are going to have to drink the 2 beers if nobody gets it right, Uncle Baker. Well, my guess is and you had garlic bread this morning. 78 kilos.
How do you make me do math? 78. 171 pounds?
Yeah. Which is still way below what a man should weigh, because no man weighs
Really?
less than 220 pounds. That's preteen weight. But Brandon, yeah, probably 170 pounds.
I'll say 205. Wait,
You
how
heard it.
tall is Brandon?
Brandon,
I guess I should
5'2".
Keep that. I should keep that into account.
Yeah, he's 5'2", so 220 is probably around his weight.
Well, at 5'2", that's crazy, but
Well, he had that. He called it the freshman 50.
5'11". I'll
Yeah,
still say 205.
yeah, and I'm 12 inches.
It was chaotic. He's screaming that. I'm screaming at him to just let me talk to him. And then it all happened so fast before you knew it. Lito gets punched to the right of me. I get hit from the back of my head.
You were screaming at him, just let me talk to you.
On those lines.
You were pleading with him. Just let me talk to you. Just let me talk to you.
On those lines.
Our families know each other. I know your cousins.
On those lines.
You're trying to talk your way out of that situation, right?
Along those lines, yeah.
Trying to use your words to save your life.
Objection as to the characterization.
Sustained.
Did you think you might die at that point?
Objection asked and answered.
Oh, stop it, State. You're just trying to keep it out.
What was your state of mind at that point?
Well, Brandon is still actively pursuing his junior year in college.
Fight or fight.
To save your life?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Sir, at any point did it cross your mind that your life was in danger?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Yeah,
Your Honor, may we approach?
Certainly.
you can't approach and get that overturned because you've asked 3 times. So that's a correct objection.
Calm the situation, right?
Not even close.
And then Mr. Valle got punched in the face, right?
Correct.
Chaos ensues.
Correct.
You're down on the ground, face first in the dirt, right?
That's what I remembered.
Getting punched and kicked by you don't know who.
No idea.
At that point, did you think you might die?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't know, to be honest.
You didn't know if you were going to live.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I just didn't know what was going to happen. If I was going to get out of that or I was going to get knocked out and God knows what else.
God knows what else. You didn't, right?
No.
Had you ever been in a situation like that before?
Never.
Never in your 17 years to that point.
Never.
Before Mr. Valle got punched, how far away from you was he?
Yes, this is the guy who got kicked.
6, 7 feet, 8 feet.
Close enough that you could reach out and touch him?
No. I've been in a few fights. I've never felt I was about to die. I've been sober really quick when something went wrong. I think the closest I ever been was a guy had me in a headlock and then he started punching me in the face, but he kept hitting my forehead, which is a good place to be hit because it doesn't really do anything. I don't have a brain, so but he was choking me and I just side slammed him into a table filled with glass. So I won that one. But hey, that's it. You don't think I'm about to die when you go into a fight. It's not. Yeah. Oh, and
No.
someone asked how high I am. According to the back stretching machine in my gym, I'm 5'8". According to Valhalla, I'm 6 foot.
You're not
Are you
5'8".
worried about
I'm
what was
almost 5'8", and you were taller than me.
According to the back stretcher, I'm 5'8".
Happened to Mr. Valle?
That's
Little bit.
crazy.
How many people were facing Mr. Valle?
Don't know the head count, but probably another 10
At least
at least, yeah.
surrounding him as well?
Correct.
You didn't see Mr. Valle take a swing at anybody?
I did not, because when I saw him get punched, before I knew it, I got punched from the back of the head.
You saw him punched. Crowd swarmed him, did they not?
Kinda, yeah.
He went down to the ground.
No, because you're out riding on adrenaline. That'll keep you away from that. It's again, I've never ever, and I wasn't a good kid. I've never feared for my life in a fight. I've done it when I was deployed and people had ranged hole punches in their hands, but never in a fight.
Not that I saw.
Because you were down on the ground,
Correct.
face in the dirt,
Correct.
No,
couldn't tell who was punching
his
you.
truth.
Objection, this is asked and answered.
Sustained.
He is the one who got beaten up.
You got punched in the back of your head.
Correct.
How many times?
I have no idea.
Did you lose consciousness?
No.
And you told us that you were familiar with Mr. McGrath because you grew up playing lacrosse with him,
Correct.
but you didn't see him there that night.
I did not.
You weren't watching to see what he was doing that evening. Is that fair to say?
It's fair.
You did see him in the video that was played for you.
I did see him.
You told us after you fell, it was so chaotic and you were getting kicked and punched on all different sides. Remember that?
Correct.
And you told us you thought maybe that went on for 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking now, right?
Correct.
At the time, didn't feel like that, did it?
Probably not.
Felt like an eternity, right?
You could say that.
You didn't know if that was going to end at all, did you?
Yeah.
You didn't hear, okay, just a few more and then we're going to let you up.
No, I did not.
You couldn't see Mr. Valle.
Did not.
YouTube.
You told us you remember being on the ground and then getting shoved into the street, right?
Almost like people backed off of me. I stumbled into the street. Yes.
People backed off of you.
Felt like a release, because before it was like I couldn't even get up if I wanted to.
Did you watch that video and see yourself getting shoved into the street by Jacob Villalobos?
Did see that. Yes.
Didn't look like he was just letting you up, did it?
No.
Did you know Jacob Villalobos?
I did not.
Shelton High, did they ever play St. Joe's in football?
I did not.
Did you know that any of these kids were members of the Shelton High football team?
I did not.
And then you said you turned around and it was just a big wall of kids.
Correct.
Could you see Mr. Valle at that point?
Couldn't.
A wall was blocking you from seeing Mr. Valle.
You say that. Yeah.
Farrell just did it, Brandon. Randomly deleted them.
And you turned around and you were screaming at them, you said?
I was. Yes.
Did you see yourself screaming at them in that video?
Now Brandon deleted one of her
After you
messages.
got shoved into the street?
Yes.
You said you looked to your left and you saw Jack Snyder's car pulling away.
Correct.
Were you scared at that point?
I was.
Thought you were going to be left there with those kids, right?
Correct.
And you were terrified that you were being abandoned by Mr. Snyder.
Correct.
And ultimately, you said you ran to the car and got into the car, correct?
Correct.
You said Mr. Valle was already in the car before you?
Was.
Did you see him run past you?
Did not.
Which side did you get in?
I remember is I got in the left back side, back seats.
Behind the driver?
Yes.
That's what the poll is for.
And Mr. Snyder was still driving the car when you got in?
I know
Was.
Recovery Addict has the same problem.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with a knife at that point?
I did not.
You said Mr. Valle takes off, he makes a left
Oh,
turn,
Brandon is in chat.
slams on the brakes, and you almost hit your head.
Correct.
on the glove box or the dash in front of you?
Seat in front of me.
The seat in front of you. Okay, right, because you're no longer in the front passenger side. Now you're behind the driver.
Correct.
And that you looked up after that quick stop, and you saw Mr. Valle getting back into the car.
Correct.
How long did that take?
1-2 seconds.
Were the windows up or down in the car?
I have no idea.
But you remember Mr. Valle saying, go, go, go.
Correct.
You go past the house back to where everybody had been left.
Correct.
And that's when you saw Mr. Valle get out of the vehicle.
Yes, he said stop, stop, stop. Exited the vehicle and turned back around to me and Jack. Said, love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie.
And at that point, you did get out of the car and got to the front passenger seat.
Got back into his seat, yes.
Then there must have been a sense of relief on your part.
Not really.
No, because you still didn't know where you were, right?
Did not.
It was dark outside.
Correct.
You just had this terrifying experience.
Correct.
You told us that you were injured.
Correct.
You're in pain.
I wouldn't say too much just because of how much adrenaline that was running through my body.
And car takes off and drives. You got to a dead end.
That's correct.
And at that point, again, you didn't know where you were, right?
Correct.
Were you worried that these kids might come and find you?
Not that I remember.
Your reaction at that point was, where are we? You said, right?
Correct.
So you were scared about being lost in a place that you had no idea where to get out.
All of that chaos, yes.
Why didn't you just get out of the car at that point and say, Jack, I'm done with this?
Why you want me to just sit there in the road by myself?
What might happen if you did?
I don't know.
I'll see you the witnesses, excuse my last name.
You were yelling at Jack from the moment you got into that car about why did he abandon you, right?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to go down to that house alone. You didn't want him to abandon you there, right?
No, Jack, this has been asked.
Sustained.
You said you were angry and mad, correct? Yes.
Correct.
At that point,
Correct. Yeah.
as mad as you claim Mr. Valle had been before he got into that vehicle, but
I wouldn't say so.
not that mad?
No.
You were calm, cool, and collected.
No.
Just not as mad as Mr. Valle.
Yeah.
Move
Along
on.
the way, you decided to call your cousin Owen, right?
Correct.
And you say at that point you learned that this was more serious than you thought it had been, correct?
Correct.
You still wanted payback though, right?
Correct.
So you were angry, right?
Correct.
Just not as angry as you claim Mr. Valle was.
Correct.
So when you want payback, you're only kind of angry?
Sustained.
At that point, you told Jack Snyder to go home, right?
I got back to my house, yes.
And you ate and you went to your room, right?
Correct.
And you claimed that you called Mr. Valle and you confronted him and you asked him, did you stab these kids?
Correct.
And all he said to you was, I fucked up, bro, sorry.
I fucked up. Sorry.
And then he hung up?
Or
Or you
you
hung up?
remember? Yes.
Did he say it like that? Just, I fucked up, bro, sorry.
My memory. I mean, I fucked up, bro. Sorry was more. How do you say it? Meaningful. Sorry. It wasn't like a no emotion. Sorry.
What?
What did he say?
It was a more meaningful
So you
story.
didn't say, yeah, that's right. I stabbed those 4 kids.
Did not say that.
Sustained.
I thought the defense was
And then you
starting
called the
out
cops,
good,
right?
but now he just do the
Actually,
lally
later that
thing and
night
ask the
after I
same
found out
question.
through my brother who called me when I learned the severity of how someone had passed away, I woke up my parents, called the cops,
You called the cops?
called my attorney.
Call who?
My attorney.
Why didn't you call the cops?
Or advice of people around me.
You were scared to call the cops.
Since I knowing me and I was involved, just the advice of people around me told me to contact Florida.
You weren't going to talk to the cops until you got them to agree not to prosecute you, right?
No objection.
Sustained.
You didn't call. You didn't talk to the cops until December 6th of 2022,
Correct.
almost 7 months after this went down.
Correct.
After you'd gotten your immunity agreement,
Correct.
not once before.
No.
In fact, you didn't call the cops. You went to Vermont, right?
That's correct.
And then on the way home, you were feeling ill, right?
It's the way up.
On the way up,
Correct.
and you were feeling ill
Very
from the injuries that you had gotten during the fight.
correct.
And you went in and you sought some medical treatment.
That's correct.
And you told us that you had a concussion, multiple contusions, and bruises all over your body.
I actually think I said that AJ should move on as well. No, I wasn't there when AJ was asking McCabe because no, I was there. Yeah, I said he should move on. I hate it when lawyers keep asking the same question. It doesn't change just because you put the inference at different place in the sentence.
Right. The doctor looked at you and said, "What is going on here?" And you said, "Oh, I got into a fight." Right. And that doctor told you,
Objection is what the doctor said.
Your Honor, he testified to this on direct.
If you want to explore the actual statement, you can explore the actual statement. Please make sure you don't mischaracterize the statement that was made. Thank you.
You told us, the doctor told you, this is no basic fight.
Correct.
From roughly May 15th until, well, on roughly May 15th, you learned that somebody had died in this fight that you've been involved with.
Correct.
And you waited 7 months before you talked about it
No advice of my attorney. Yes.
because you were worried you might get arrested and prosecuted for this.
I'll say that.
And your expectation is that by coming in here and testifying to us today, that you're not going to get prosecuted for anything, right?
Correct.
Have you talked with Jack Snyder since this happened?
We have, yeah. We're friends.
You and Jack remain friends, right?
Correct.
In fact, you've talked about this very incident together, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever gone back to the scene?
No.
Prior to coming in here and testifying today, how many times have you watched those videos that you watched with us today?
About two times, 2 to 3 times.
That's it?
I want to say, yeah.
How many times have you reviewed the police reports of your statements?
Are you saying the interview video?
Well, okay, tell me about that. You watched your own interview video?
I have.
How many times you watched that?
3 times.
3 times? 3 times you watched a video of yourself giving a statement on December 6th?
Correct.
Why'd you have to watch it 3 times?
YouTube.
Because we're 3 years now from that moment, and I still live my life, do my things, and I've been trying to put this in the past. So I have to watch that video and remember what my statement was.
Well, you don't want to come in and deviate from that at all, do you?
Let the witness answer the question.
Or the witness to ask the question. Thank you.
Saying, like, I have to watch it. I remember stuff, but I might forget little, like, key couple stuffs. I just have to, memorize my memory of. People don't always remember things 3 years later.
Hard to tell the same story twice.
I would say that.
Not if you watch a video of yourself doing it 3 times.
It's always not going to be perfect, but everything will be around the same, as long as you're telling the truth.
When was the last time you watched that video?
Today is Friday.
Today is Friday.
Tuesday.
3 days ago, you watched the video of yourself giving your statement?
Correct.
From beginning to end?
Correct.
Did you pause it?
Yes.
Go back over it a few times in certain spots?
Not really.
Didn't want to deviate from it, did you?
I just really wanted to watch it and revamp my memory.
Well, that original statement was what you recalled at the time 3 years ago, right?
Correct.
And so now you've watched it 3 times as recently as Tuesday in order to come in today and testify under this immunity agreement.
No objection. Pass the answer.
Sustained.
Nothing further. Thank you.
State rest. State rest. State rest. State rest.
Any
State.
visual?
Tyler, counsel just asked you about the moments at the end of the fight when you get pushed out into the road. And I think you said during your testimony it was about 5, 6, 7 seconds at that time. What are you doing at that moment when you're pushed out into the road?
I'm looking back at a big crowd of people in chaos screaming towards my way.
Are they advancing towards you? Are you advancing towards them? Is the fight over at that point?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the fight was over then?
Yeah, the fight was over.
And counsel asked you a little bit about at some point.
Don't you put that bad mojo out there.
Towards the end of that video, fair enough to say? This is what you're talking about?
Correct.
Shortly after the end of this video, a few seconds go by and you look to your left. The car's moving, right? So when you get in the car, shortly after this video ends, when you get in the car, counsel indicated you got in the back driver's side?
Yeah.
Who's in the car when you get back in the car?
Defendant and Dash Schneider.
So the defendant was already in the car when you got back?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything on that limited cross? To redirect, excuse me.
You just told the state's attorney that at that point the fight was over, right? Because that big crowd of people said,
boy.
fight's over.
Sustained.
In that picture, sir, what are you doing with your hands?
Holding them up like that.
Hitching up your pants, right? Hitching up your pants because you're not sure what's going to happen with that crowd of people, right?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
You could say that.
Your expectation at that point was these folks might still be coming at me, right?
Correct.
You couldn't see Mr. Valle at that point?
No.
Because the people were still surrounding Mr. Valle, right?
I've seen.
Not that you saw. Did those people just disappear?
They were there, but I didn't see any fighting going on.
But you're hitching up because you don't know what's going to happen,
Objection,
right?
pass the answer.
Sustained.
But the fight was over.
My opinion, yes, it was.
Did you feel safe right there?
After what just happened, no.
Thank you, nothing.
Nothing further.
Please watch this one. So that's it. So here to call the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls McKenzie Shop Conscience stand, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be,
This is the young woman who was with them in the car. She doesn't have an immunity deal. Now we have had almost everyone who was in the car, everyone who was on the front lawn, everyone have had a different story. This case should have taken 3 days. They could have called the two guys that they gave an immunity deal, the one guy who got stabulated. Why did we waste so much time in this case? And why are we going to listen to her now say, if she's going to say, I didn't hear anything about the knife, then the last two witnesses must have been lying.
Hi, Mackenzie. How you doing today?
I'm okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna have you take a couple deep breaths, okay? If you want a drink of water, do that before we start. It's really difficult to hear in this courtroom, so I'm gonna have you just speak as loud as you can. Keep your voice as much as you can, okay? And that microphone does amplify slightly, so if you can speak closer to that, that'd be great, okay?
Okay.
So Mackenzie, how are you feeling today?
Anxious a little bit, just being in the room, obviously. A little emotional, but I know I'll be okay.
It's a little bit nervous.
Yes.
If you need to stop at any point, just let us know, okay? Mackenzie, I'm gonna direct your attention to May 14th, 2022. Do you remember that day and why?
That was an awful day. One of my good friends' younger brothers died that day.
Previous to today, do you recall meeting with me, Mackenzie?
Yes.
Okay, and why do we meet?
We met to prep me for the trial as a witness.
And are you prepared to testify today?
Yes.
How old are you, Mackenzie?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you have a nickname? Do people call you something other than Mackenzie?
Not really. Mainly by my full name, Mackenzie.
And
Brandon, what do you think?
do you go to school?
Yes, I go to Fairfield University.
And what year are you?
I'm a rising senior.
And what is your major?
Finance and accounting.
You're home for the summer. What are you doing for the summertime?
Working.
In your area, your field?
Yes.
And other than when you're in school, you indicated that you live in Shelton.
Yes.
And who do you live in Shelton with?
I live with my family, my 4 older sisters, and my mom and dad.
Did you attend Shelton School?
5 daughters.
Yes.
All schools, including high school? Or did you attend a different high school than a Shelton High School?
So up until
Mackenzie Traficante. What is a rising senior? Jamie, what's a rising senior?
What is a rising senior? I don't know. Good question. Google it.
Yeah, I want to pull that one up, but I don't want to pull that one up.
high school, and then I attended St. Joseph High School in Trumbull.
And you indicated St. Joe's located in Trumbull, Connecticut?
Yes.
And what year did you graduate St. Joe's?
2022.
Did you play any sports at St. Joe's or do any activities?
I was a cheerleader and a lacrosse player.
I'm going to direct your attention to the year of 2022.
She kind of looks like Mia Sulvini from American Pie. She was a cheerleader as well.
Were you a student at St. Joseph High School at that time?
Yes.
And what year were you?
I was a senior.
Whoops.
In May of 2022, were you dating anyone?
Yes.
And who were you dating?
So she's a junior. She's not a rising senior. She's a junior. Stop making stupid names for stupid stuff. Jamie, I'm going to come to America and I'm going to be the new king of America, and there's going to be change.
You're going to be the king of America.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
me
I will
too.
be crowned king on one thing. Shut up with all this stupid name calling. Go back to the normal stuff. It's the same in Denmark. You're not a bin man anymore. You are a renovation worker. No, you're not. You collect bins.
Lito Valle.
Does Lito go by a different name?
Raul.
You would refer to him as Lito?
Yes.
How long did you and Lito date?
3 months at the end of the year.
And what year was
She's
Lito
a
in school
junior.
when you were
Only 3 months?
Junior.
Serious
Mackenzie,
relationship.
do you happen to see Lito here today in the courthouse?
Yes.
She was
Think you should
17.
point him out and
That's a
describe
long
him, right?
commitment.
He's wearing a black suit.
Let the record reflect on the witness that identified the defendant in court.
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle. Thank you.
Mackenzie, was it really difficult for you to just do that?
Yes.
This is the first time you've seen Lito since the date of incident.
Mhm.
Now, Mackenzie, I'm going to refer to Lito as the defendant moving forward, or Lito. I'm going to be going back and forth just so you're aware, okay? but I'm talking about the same person. How did you and the defendant meet?
We went to the same high school. I met him that year, my senior year.
And were you in the same friend group as Lito?
He was a grade below me, but mutual friends, I guess. Yeah.
And I'm going to direct your attention back to May of 2022. What occurred on May 13th of 2022?
I had my senior prom.
And did you attend the prom?
Yes.
And who did you go with?
Yeah.
And after the prom, did you do anything with your friends?
The night of the prom, there was a arcade thing that we went to. The next day, a bunch of my friends went up to a prom house, which they rented a house in either New York or Vermont. I wanted to go, but my parents didn't want me to go because they didn't think it was safe. So they kept me home that next night.
So it's fair to say you did not attend that prom house in upstate New York with your friends?
Yes.
You stayed in the area of Shelton?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next day, May 14th of 2022. What, if anything, did you and the defendant do during the daytime hours?
We went to the beach.
And approximately how long were you at the beach on May 14th of 2022?
Maybe a couple hours. Sorry.
At some
Is it something they rent and then they have a massive party after the prom? I could see that. When I went to prom, we just went to the gym and played ball and swam. It was kind of dull. Well, we also had a dance. No beers. Kind of weird. Then we went home to someone and hung out till like 4 a.m. Kind of boring. I thought it would be a big, cool party, and it was really not that special.
It's not what you see in the movies.
No, I have seen it in the movies. At least second base is guaranteed. And I went
I know.
with a girl who got a basketball scholarship. I had boob vision when we were dancing.
You did. I
point
still
later on in
remember
that
you telling me
evening, did you go back to the defendant's house?
Yeah, briefly.
And did you do something later on that evening with the defendant?
There was a party going on at a friend of mine's house. Her name is Madigan Liver. And I guess she was having a party, so we planned to go there.
And you indicated you were friends with Madigan Lifer?
Yes.
How were you friends with her?
She grew up with me. She was from Shelton. We went to school together. She went to my high school. My dad coached her in lacrosse as well.
Was she on the lacrosse team as well with you?
Yes.
Now, were you personally invited to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
I had just heard through other people, so I've been there a ton of times. So,
Brendan, you forget that she gets that Dominican special instructor, and if you ruin that, I don't think it's worth the hassle.
I knew that I was welcome.
Do you know what kind of a party was the occasion for the party?
I think it was mainly juniors who attended the party because her brother was a junior, Austin Leifer. I think he invited his football friends, some girls in their grade, and I think Maddie also had a couple girls in her grade who came.
Now you say Maddie, is that Madigan Lifer, Maddie short for Madigan?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what was the address of the house of Madigan Lifer?
I know she lives on Lazy Brook. I don't know what the actual number is.
Now, prior to leaving to go to the party, do you recall what clothes the defendant put on before he left?
I remember he was wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt. It was blue.
Dark blue, light blue?
Yeah, light blue.
And how did you get to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
That night, Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva picked us up and drove us to the party.
And when you say Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva, who came to pick you up? Who drove?
Jack Snyder picked us up in his car and drove us.
And to your knowledge, what type of car did Jack Snyder drive? Or what type of car did he pick you up in that night?
I don't know the car type. It looked a little bit bigger. It wasn't like a tiny vehicle, but I'm not sure what type of car.
Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's been admitted to evidence, stage 30. Does this look like the vehicle that Jack Snyder picked you up in that night? You can recall?
Yes.
Now, Mackenzie, when Jack came to pick you up, who else was in the vehicle at that point?
Tyler De Silva.
And had you been in this Honda Pilot prior to you getting into it that night?
No.
Now, are you familiar with either Jack Snyder or Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
They also went to my high school. They were on the football team, and I was a cheerleader.
So is it fair to say you, on occasion, hung out with them?
On occasion, they were in the grade below me, so if there was maybe a combined get-together or party that they would be at, that would probably be the main time I would see them.
And to your knowledge, were the defendant Tyler and Jack friends with the lifers?
Yes, they were friends with the younger brother, Austin, who was on their football team.
To your knowledge, do you know if Jack, Tyler, and the defendant were invited to the lifers' party?
I believe so, yeah.
Prior to arriving at Lazy Brook, Madigan Lifers, and Austin Lifers' house, did Jack drive anywhere else?
I remember stopping to get alcohol somewhere. I didn't get out of the car, and it was dark, so I'm not sure where we had stopped, but it was brief.
Now, when you say stopping somewhere, was that at a liquor store? Were you able, do you have a recollection of it being a store? You can explain.
Either a store or a gas
She's in accounting and finance.
station, maybe.
And you indicated you did not get out of the car. Who got out of the car to get that alcohol?
I don't remember who exactly, but someone must have.
And to your knowledge, what type of alcohol was purchased?
Not sure.
Do you recall seeing the alcohol when the person who went to the store or the establishment to get it came back out?
I don't remember like any specific type or seeing it. They got it, but I don't remember.
She's with her boyfriend. She's girlfriend to Raul.
You don't recall the color of the alcohol either then?
No.
Now, after getting the alcohol, where did Jack drive to?
We drove to Lazy Brook.
The Lifers' house?
Yes.
And either on the way to the party or even prior to the party, getting to the party, had you been drinking any alcohol?
I might have had a sip or two in the car, but not really.
So if you had a sip or two in the car, do you recall what you were drinking?
No, maybe a seltzer or something around those lines.
Do you recall seeing
Don't
if
drink
anyone
my
else in the vehicle
seltzers.
was drinking? Either you, either the defendant, or Jack, or Silva?
No, I don't recall.
And once you got to Lazy Brook, where did you go? How did you get into the house? How did you get into the party?
Happy birthday to granddaughter AJ. Remember to spoil her rotten so her parents will get mad at you. That's what it is to be a grandparent. And have a wonderful weekend. And tell Gabby, knock it off.
We went through the basement door. Madigan had parties in the past. I've been to her house a ton of times. So normally we would just go through the basement door. The garage door, and then we'd be in the basement.
So the party was in the basement?
Yes.
And when you got to the party, approximately how many people did you see down in the basement?
I would say 40. That's a good number, I guess. 40, 50.
Did you recognize most of the individuals down in the basement?
Yes.
Would you say most, if not all of them, were St. Joe students?
Yes.
And when you got there, who did you hang out with?
So since there was a ton of underclassmen at the party, who I wasn't, super, super friendly with everybody, I just knew them, knew their faces. There was one girl that I was hanging out with majority of the party who was a senior. She was friends with Madigan.
Do you recall her name?
Sydney.
And did you hang out with Lito at all?
Throughout the party, I didn't see him at all, really.
Hey, Jamie, for a Baker beer, how many proms in Game of Game of Thrones original, maybe? I don't know. Jamie's not talking. Sorry, Brandon. She
Hey, I am talking.
yeah, then unmute.
I am unmuted.
Oh, how many proms did Brandon go to? And let me just say, Brandon was known as the prom bicycle.
Oh, I didn't think so.
How many proms did Brandon go to is the question.
I know. I said, I think 0. Because maybe he's not a prom guy.
You're saying he's a friendless guy who couldn't pick up a lady
No,
to the prom.
no, going to the prom has nothing to do with anything. Sometimes people don't like to
Brandon,
go to
I believe you almost went to one and your mom was sad that you couldn't get her in the door because they had an age limit.
To your recollection, do you know who the defendant was hanging out with?
I think majority of the party, he was with some of the football guys and some of his closer friends.
And did you observe people drinking at the party?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were drinking?
A mixture of probably vodka and beer, maybe.
you recall anyone playing games at the party?
I don't recall, no.
Now, you indicated that you had, hold on, you indicated in the car ride you might have had some alcohol. At the party, did you drink anything?
I had vodka at the party. I think someone had provided me with. I'm not sure who.
And do you recall if it was it a sip of vodka? Was it a cup of vodka? Was it vodka mixed with something else? How many drinks would you say you had?
I probably took a couple shots that night. Nothing crazy.
When you say nothing crazy, nothing to the point where you felt intoxicated, where you couldn't stand, or you were vomiting, or you couldn't recall.
Yeah, none of that.
To your knowledge, was Lito drinking at the party?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
I just remember seeing many people at the party drinking. I think he was one of them.
Because at some point, to your knowledge, did individuals show up at the party who were not St. Joe students?
At the time, I wasn't aware of it. I think after that incident had happened, it was running around the party. There was like a rumor around the party that people had shown up.
So is it fair to say that you didn't see these individuals, you were not aware who these individuals were, and you didn't know what school they went to?
No, I didn't see any of them.
Did you learn at some point that something happened between these individuals that came to the party that were either uninvited and who weren't from St. Joe's?
When they had left, we had found out that someone had shown up because whoever was outside in the garage at that time. So I was in the basement. People were in the garage. They had come back in and kind of announced to the party that boys had shown up. And I think that maybe there was some type of connection between them. I wasn't sure what.
So is it fair to say you stayed in the basement for the majority of the party?
Yes.
You never witnessed any fight that occurred between the defendant, Tyler De Silva, or Jack Snyder with these individuals that came from a different high school?
Yeah, I didn't see any of that.
And at some point after you learned about this fight, did you observe the defendant and his friends?
I remember when some of the boys had rolled back into the house, they just seemed kind of drunk. And I did see them, yes, when they had come back in.
Kenzie, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 53.
Mackenzie, looking at this picture right now, do you regret that you were dating Raul?
Well, they only had a 3-month relationship. It wasn't that serious.
Jamie, that was 3 months is a long time when you're 17.
It's true, though. I don't even know anymore.
You know, that was they were writing in each other's yearbooks, and it's gonna be us forever. And I'm gonna go into financing, and I'm gonna start a rock band, and we're gonna live the dream. We're never gonna settle down, and we'll stay up to 2 a.m. every morning, like everyone else who was 17.
I take that back. It is true because I'm like, geez, I had like maybe the longest relationship in my teens was like a month, and that was like seemed like forever.
Yeah. Why are they molesting a teddy bear? I have been asking that question since day one.
Yes. We don't know.
Mackenzie, did you find it weird that Brendan had a furry addiction? Yeah, kinda. Bubble, bubble.
Do you recognize who is in State 53?
I recognize both of those boys, yes.
Okay. And the individual who's in the light blue Ole Miss shirt, wearing the helmet and the pillow, who is that?
Lito.
And the individual who's wearing the red hoodie, who appears to be holding up a cell phone, who is that?
Jack Snyder.
Do you have a clear recollection of seeing these two boys that night appearing as such?
I remember them walking inside and looking like that, yes.
Do you know when that photograph was taken?
I believe this was after boys had shown up outside, because I think when they came back in, that's when word got around the party that people had shown up.
So it's your understanding this photograph was taken after the fight occurred?
Yes.
Do you recall the defendant putting on this helmet and this pillow at any point at the party?
I don't remember. I think I just saw him wearing it.
Did you wonder why he was wearing it?
No, I thought maybe he was drunk. He just kind of looked stupid.
And that blue bottle that he has in his hand, do you recall seeing that either in the car on the way to the party? Do you recall taking a sip from that bottle? Do you recall seeing that bottle at all?
Maybe through the picture, but I don't remember specifically that he was drinking that, no.
Now, Mackenzie, did you stay at Madigan Leifer's house the remainder of the night?
We did not.
And why not?
Basically, I think the party might have been getting too big. And at one point, Madigan's parents, or at least her mom, came downstairs and started telling everybody to leave. So I guess the whole party started just moving towards the driveway. People were trying to figure out rides home. People were getting into random cars. So yeah,
So at some point you left the Leifer's house.
yes.
And when you left the Leifer's house, did you have a ride anywhere? Did you know where you were going to go?
Yeah, I was under the impression that Jack Snyder was going to bring me home.
So at some point, did you get into Jack Snyder's car again?
Yes.
And in addition to yourself, who else got into Jack Snyder's car?
I don't recall everybody. I can definitely say, I think Lito, Tyler De Silva, Keenan, Frizik, Dimitri. There might have been a couple other people, and those people I don't recall.
Now, you mentioned, okay, I'll ask this final question. You mentioned the names Keenan, Frizik, Demetrius, I don't know if you said Will.
Will, yes, as well.
Are you familiar with those people?
I knew they went to my school. They were a grade below me. I wasn't super close with them, but I knew them, yeah.
But you have a direct recollection of them getting into the vehicle,
Yes.
Jack Snyder's vehicle?
Yeah.
When you got into the vehicle, do you recall where everyone was sitting?
Tyler De Silva was sitting in the passenger seat. Jack Snyder was driving. And then 4 of us were squeezed into the back seat, and there was maybe one person in the trunk. I just don't know which one was in the trunk.
Do you recall sitting on the defendant's lap at any point?
I think I was lapped up in the back, yeah.
So we are going to move into our lunch recess at this time. In the recess room, office will be back at 2. Your lunch. Continue to everything. So conduct, please keep your notepad on the seat, and we'll be back. Thank you. Court stands in this.
That was a weird place to cut it off. She was in the middle of answering a question.
Yeah, I know.
Well, this judge has kept it at the same time every day, so at least there's that. This is the first witness I kind of believe.
Yeah, I mean, she's not saying anything that's off the wall, so.
It's she doesn't want to be there. She's not trying to pick up anything. That's what the young kids say, Jamie. She seems to, so far, seems to be honest. If it's gonna last, when we're gonna go on with the defense, I don't know, but so far, I like her. Didn't know what was going on. Didn't know. Thought they were going home. Didn't know they were going to a fight, which is weird because the guy who just testified said, "Yeah, everyone in the car was yelling about beating people up." But I trust her more than I trust him because she doesn't have an immunity deal.
No.
So I think that's just her attitude. My school, my team, my dad. I think she's a little. She's probably one of those girls in high school, and Jamie knows that because Jamie used to be one of those. The movie Mean Girls is actually based on Jamie's years at the Ohio State University.
Oh, please. Get out.
Well, it's true, Jamie. The Rachel
In your
McAdams.
head.
The Rachel McAdams character is, as you can see with the lashes she has, is based on Jamie.
Oh my goodness. I love Regina George, so.
Never watched that movie, so I don't know.
Well, that's her name, by the way.
Exactly. That's why she honed her slip and you fall down the stairs technique. That was a lot of people on the cheer team when Jamie was a freshman that all of a sudden had injuries, and Jamie became head cheerleader.
Oh yeah. Little do you know about me. I played sports. I wasn't a cheerleader.
What did you play? Lacrosse?
Softball and volleyball.
I was pretty good at volleyball.
I love volleyball. I was
I
a
actually,
beast
I
at
think
volleyball.
we were city champs one year.
That's fun.
Yeah, I had a good serve. So
Me too. I had a really good underserve. I got like it was like a torpedo.
you played softball and made it out straight. In Denmark, it's normally if a girl plays football that
I know that's the thing around here is softball girls. But no,
yeah,
yeah, I'm not.
handball and football girls in Denmark more football than handball. But no, I like playing. I wasn't a great jumper in volleyball, but I was pretty good at placing it, and I had a pretty decent serve, and I could place it, so I had power and precision.
Mhm.
But don't put me at the net because my fat ass couldn't jump.
I know that was my problem too.
MG, this is a good Christian channel.
No. I my school was a bunch of hillbillies, so the football team and stuff, they thought they were so cool, and I just couldn't stand any of them.
Yeah, I cheerleading was a thing. Like in the 90s, football clubs would start having cheerleaders, but it didn't. I think it lasted for maybe 3 or 4 years, and then it died out because it's just not a natural thing to have in a football match, because we don't need all these ad breaks, because we have real athletes, not the, oh, I ran for a second, I have to go and get some oxygen. Pay me 40 million a year. We have the best male handball team right now. We are 3 or 4-time world champions. Yep, we're great.
They're funny.
But Jamie, I was actually hoping that we got half a day again today, because this is dragging on and on and on
Well, they need to
and
stop
on.
killing everybody under the sun.
Yeah, and they're asking so many questions.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's the same thing over and over again. This is, in my opinion, this is a sign of you don't really have a great case, because I feel like they call everyone because they want everyone. They just feel like if they call more people to be like, I don't know, to just talk about nonsense, and they're just gonna bury this kid. But to me, it looks bad because you should be able to call the select group of people, the main people, and then be done in 3 days.
Our female handball team isn't that good anymore. They used to be really great in the 90s. They won 2 Olympic medals and can't remember how many world championships, but we had Anja Andersen back then. She was really great, but they're not that good anymore. I could do one-handed and two-handed. I was popular.
Oh my God.
I played handball. I only played it when I was younger. I tried to start again when I was older, and I just didn't have it in me. Played a lot of football. Did play some ping pong as well, but mostly just for fun. I didn't like to go to tournaments on weekends and stuff like that. No, I could see why. Well, in Denmark, you would probably have been playing handball or football. That's normally the teams they choose.
What is handball?
I've shown you, Jamie, what handball is.
I forgot already.
Yeah, Norway's women are great at handball right now. Anyway, I don't think that's a good thing. I haven't been on,
Ridiculous.
I haven't been on a pair of skates since probably the 90s, so I wouldn't play hockey. Oh, I hope she'll have a fast recovery and she will do great. That's horrible.
Oh my
Well, we were better in the 90s. Well, it was always Norway and Denmark and South Korea that was fighting to get the medals. I don't play. I can't skate. I thought we had a deal that we were going golfing, you, me, and Tom, and I would be driving the car and talking to the bottle ladies, and you would be running around in the rough looking for your ball.
Oh my god. I can't. All right, I'm gonna jump off so I can charge my headphones. I will be back. What time? Wait,
Yeah.
time do they say they're gonna be back?
2.
2. Okay. All right, I'll be back. Bye, guys.
You need a good eye coordination for ball sports. Well, not football. I was just I was a defender. I was slow as fuck, but I hit hard when they came near me. So that's how I survived. But I never played on any level that was anyway acceptable. I was in the lower leagues because I ain't built for speed, and I'm not that good playing football. I was a left back, and then I had one good year because I stopped drinking and got really, really fast. But I also weighed less at 19 than I did when I left 10th grade at 16. So probably that's why I got fast. That was my greatest year. I scored as a left back. I think I scored 12 goals that year. Yeah. Are you right-footed left back as well? Because that's always a problem. But I think 12 goals in 1 year. Yeah, I have no technical skills. I was just good at hitting people and if they tried to get past me and then move it up. I became a goaltender later. Yeah, I could do a pretty sweet cross with my left foot, but that was the only thing I could do with my left foot. No, it's football because football in America is hand egg. Because Americans are wrong about everything. You know that. But everyone will be back in roughly 3/4 of an hour to hopefully end this pain and torture that we have been going through for the last 7 days. So we can get on to the defense case and find out if he is factually going to claim that he was self-defending himself. Do you know the Melissa Lucio case? Happened in 1990s and Texas was facing DP, but the innocence problem stopped. And recently, it's an interesting read. Whenever you have time by yourself later. I don't have any time. But if it comes up, it could be interesting. But if not, if you're going away to get something to eat, follow on Discord, follow on the Twitch chat, where I'll notify when we are back after lunch. Hang out, play the game. If you're on Rumble, you need to use the QR code. Make sure Sue isn't winning because that's the few pleasures we have in life. Seems like that was perfect timing. You just ended your game, and it looks like they started moving things around again. So is that it? You've been playing for an hour. People are always complaining. Oh, I wanted to play more. But no, I hope you all had fun. I hope you beat Sue. And I hope you had some dinner because we need the energy to get through this case. I don't understand why it's taking so long. But finally, we have a witness that's kind of okay on the stand. Let's see how she does on defense, if she will be just like the rest of them and turn absolutely, I don't have any knowledge of anything and I don't know what you're talking about. I hope not, because that would be really annoying. We heard the court reporter one day say that they were calling her as the last one, but again, that's 2 days ago. So I don't know if she will be the last one. Ended with the emotional talk, her not having seen him since the day, her losing one of her best friend's brothers. Could be a good way to hit the jury in the fifis. And if you plan it right and the defense takes a little too long, you can end with that and send the jury home to think about this girl and what happened to her for the weekend, which could probably be a good strategy. That is correct. If you don't play, you don't win. And if you don't win, Sue will laugh at you while she's floating around in her pool saying, "Mwah, ha, 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 mwah, ha, ha, ha. I am the word master." I've heard her say that several times. It should be a full day today. We haven't heard anything else, but again, if, let's say this, they must be about done with the state, maybe like 15, 20 minutes more. And if he goes up and does his normal hour of recross, I wouldn't cross her too much. Then we'll be at 3 o'clock. And if the state are resting after her, we don't know that. I'm just hoping, because I feel they have taken way too long. The judge would probably send people home before the defense starts, unless if the defense don't pull him on the stand, I don't know who they could put up there, because we have had almost all the kids from the car. So the only play I could see is putting him on the stand, and I don't know if they're going to do it. Taking the stand is always dangerous, especially in a case like this, where a painting of you being an aggressive guy who just attacked people out of the blue, you have to be really well prepared to do the cross-examination. I think it's necessary in almost every self-defense case, but I also think that more people have talked their way into prison than out of prison. I don't have Jen McCabe tattooed. I have my daughter's tattooed, and then I have a big old mean elephant to take care of any trouble that could happen to my daughters. That's a good tactic. But I don't know, because they can't really combat the medical. We have heard from all the doctors. We have heard from the medical examiner. The only play is to put him on the stand. And that's a dangerous play, especially he's a young man. He could get rattled. He could say stuff that might not be to his benefit. So it's really one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situations that the defense is in right now. We always say, well, you should go up and testify, but there's always, we said the same with the Karen Reed case. There's also a cross-examination that you have to get through, and that can really bury you. Even though you might say the right thing, it can get twisted. No, she looks more like a horse. I don't have a tramp stamp. I did get the bad tribals in the 90s, but I never got a tramp stamp because I'm not a woman. That was more female that had the bad tribal. I did have the around the arm the tribal. Cost a lot of money to cover that up. At this point in time, there's so much confusion that him taking the stand would not make it better for him. Yeah, I would hope for a good closing argument from my defense lawyer. He starts well with these people who have had I didn't like him at all with the rest of the kids, but the two who had the immunity deals, he started good, but he tries to make them say certain words and he can't force it out of them, and then he keeps on trying, and I feel every time he goes like 30 minutes too long because he just asks the same question, then he'll go away from it, try to go back to it, and the state is just objection. So he doesn't get the punches he needs to get because he had the punches in the beginning, and then he actually ruins it for himself. All I'm thinking now is a tattoo with arrow that has words insert here. Can you imagine? I actually was at the gym once, and there was another guy in the shower. But that gym had like showers on each side of a wall. And when I turned around to walk out, I saw he had Carpe Diem as a tramp stamp. And I was like, seize the day?
Mano.
Yeah, but you still have to get to cross-examination. You wanted that fight. You went there because you wanted to get into a fight. And when you saw all these people, you brought out the stabulator.
Thank you, Your Honor. Kenzie, welcome back. I believe we left off where you were talking about at the end of the party at the Lifers house. At some point, you got into Jack Snyder's car along with some other people. And what was your intention? What was the, where did you think you were going?
We were supposed to be going to, well, we did go to Trumbull High School.
When you got into Jack's car, did you have, what's wrong? Did you indicate to him that you wanted to go home?
Yes. At one point, I knew that he was driving me home.
So when you got into the car, you indicated Will Sindrell was in that vehicle?
Yes.
Who else was in that vehicle?
Tyler De Silva, Lito, Jack Snyder, Keenan, Dimitri, Will, and maybe somebody else who was trying to catch a ride to Trumbull High School.
Was there about 7 of you in there, is it fair to say?
Yes.
And when you got into the vehicle, did Jack take you home at that point?
No.
And where did you go?
A bunch of people from the party were meeting up at Trumbull High School, kind of relocating to hang out and maybe continue the party a little bit.
Were you familiar with Trumbull High School?
I've been there before. I guess we were just a bunch of people were going to park their cars there in the parking lot.
And did Jack indeed go to Trumbull High School?
Yes.
When you arrived at Trumbull High School, where did Jack park?
I don't recall. In the same parking lot as all the other cars that were headed over from Maddie's house.
When you arrived there, did you indeed see other vehicles there?
Yes.
And do you remember interacting with anyone else, either from the party or otherwise?
When we got there, I was a captain on the cheerleading team, and I saw the freshman girls. They were surrounding a car, so I went over there and I hung out with them.
Were they at the Lifers party as well?
No.
So you went over and spoke to some of the freshman girls from the cheer team.
Yes.
Do you recall what the defendant and Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva were doing?
No.
Do you recall what Keenan or Demetrios or Will Sinchwell were doing?
No.
How long would you say you stayed at in the parking lot of Trumbull High School?
Maybe 25 minutes.
And do you recall, just going back, how long it took to get to Trumbull High School from the party at Lazy Brook?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And on the car ride to Trumbull High School, what was the vibe in the car, if you can recall?
The vibe was light to me. Music was playing, I think. That's about it.
Was any drinking going on in the car ride to Trumbull High School?
Probably.
Do you recall if you were drinking at all?
No.
Do you recall if the defendant was drinking?
No.
Do you recall if Jack or Tyler were drinking?
I think they were drunk, but I don't recall if they continued drinking at that point.
And
Hey, Money G.
how long would you say you stayed at Trumbull High School for?
About 25 minutes, maybe, or 30.
And at some point, did you leave the parking lot at Trumbull High School?
Yes.
I have no words tattooed on my body anymore, except, well, I have 2 letters, but that's all I have. So I used to have TCB on my right arm, taking care of business, but other than that, I never had any letters.
Did you really?
Yeah, I'm a big Elvis fan. I had the TCB and the lightning because that was my buddy has EP tattooed on his forearm, so I got that because taking care of business, what was Elvis always said, and you have the lightning because taking care of business in a flash. Jamie, you should listen more to Elvis and less to Ariana Grande.
Oh, come on.
Who got back into withdrawn? And did you get back into Jack's vehicle?
Yes.
Who else got back into Jack's vehicle to leave Trumbull High School?
The same kids as before. Should I go through them?
No, that's okay. Now, when you got back into Jack's car, where were you sitting at that point?
I was, I think, still sitting in the second row.
Were you on Lito's lap?
I don't recall.
Do you recall who was sitting in the passenger seat?
Tyler DeSilva.
And the individual sitting next to you in the back row, do you recall who those individuals were?
I can recall Will Sinchwald. I'm not sure about the other boys where they were sitting exactly.
Do you recall if anyone was in the trunk of the vehicle?
Maybe one kid.
Do you know?
I don't know which one.
Now, you got back in the vehicle. At that point, where did you think you were going?
Home.
And why did you think that?
If you live in Shelton, we were about to pass the reservoir, which is towards my house.
Did you indicate to Jack that you wanted to go home at that point?
Yes.
Now, at some point, withdrawn. Did Jack take you home at that moment?
No.
At some point while you were in the vehicle, were you made aware that some boys in the car were part of a texting chain or a texting conversation?
It was mentioned. I didn't know who was in it or what was going on in it.
Were you part of that texting chain?
No.
And how did you become aware that there was a texting chain going on?
It must have been mentioned at one point in the car. I think I just noticed that we had changed route. I think someone must have sent a text message in that group chat. And that's how I was aware.
Now, what was the atmosphere and the vibe in the car at this point? Once the texting chain had developed and you indicated that you were made aware of it, describe what the vibe was in the car.
I definitely could tell that the vibe had changed. I was close to being home, and then it seemed like in an instant, the boys were set on going to Tyler Rich's house.
Now, how did you become aware, well, withdrawn, are you familiar with Tyler Rich?
Yes,
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
I was good friends with him growing up. He was in my friend group, and I've been to his house a ton of times.
Did you attend schools with Tyler Rich
Yes.
other than high school?
Yes.
And you said you just indicated you've been to his house a ton of times?
To a bunch of his parties and hangouts.
Now, how did you become aware that you were going to Tyler Rich's house?
I just remember being close to my home, and I remember then taking a left towards Isinglass rather than going straight back. So I knew that we had changed direction.
So is it fair to say at some point you thought you were going home, you thought you were being dropped off at home? That did not occur because did you actually pass your street?
No.
But the car diverted to another direction.
Yes, and the two boys in the front had made it known that they were now going to Tyler's house.
Okay. So without obviously going into what they said, you became aware that that's where you were going.
Yes.
Do you recall hearing anything from Lito at that point regarding going to Tyler Rich's house or going to fight anyone, anything to that effect?
I don't remember him saying anything, but I had objected multiple times to us going, and he didn't stand up for me or say anything in that regard. I didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house.
Why didn't you want to go to Tyler Rich's house, Mackenzie?
Because I grew up in Shelton, and a bunch of people who I was friends with, I knew would probably be at that party. So it seemed as if there was some type of confrontation going on between them, and I knew I didn't want to be a part of it.
Do you recall the address of Tyler Rich's house offhand?
Laurel Glen, I'm not sure what number.
And was there anyone in particular in the vehicle that was pushing going to Tyler Rich's house more so than anyone else?
I would say that Jack Snyder and Tyler Da Silva in the front were pushing it. Jack was one driving, and I had pleaded with him multiple times.
Jamie, who were the two people who got the plea deals?
Jack and Tyler.
Yeah, they were the
Weird.
ones pushing it.
Mm-hmm.
I would have taken a plea, immunity deal also.
Yeah.
Funny thing that it's those two that were the aggressors, and they got the deal.
Mm-hmm.
That I wanted to go home, and it seemed like he was adamant about going.
On the way to Tyler Rich's house, who, if anyone, did you have contact with on your phone?
To go pull up.
As soon as I was made aware that they were now headed to Tyler Rich's house, I had texted my sister, and I had asked her to pick me up from Tyler Rich's house.
And why did you do that?
I knew I didn't want to be at Tyler Rich's house. I didn't want to be anywhere near his house. A lot of the people there were my friends, so I didn't want to get involved.
Based on the conversation you heard in the car, as well as just your overall gut feeling, did you know something something bad was going to happen in going to that house?
I assumed it wasn't going to be friendly. I assumed it was going to be some type of confrontation.
Now, at some point, did you arrive at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Now, Mackenzie, if you can look, if I just may approach the witness, Your Honor. In this exhibit, are you able to show the jury, and there is a pointer there, where Jack Snyder parked his vehicle when he's arriving at Tyler Rich's house? If you can't, this exhibit, I can show you another exhibit.
Assuming that this is his driveway, I think we were parked facing that way, right there.
So the buttons are talking about witnesses using a pointer to point to the bottom half of state 52.
A new place again.
I do not care about where he was parked at this
That'll
point.
be reflected on the record, thank you.
So
I'm
annoying.
going to show you another exhibit. This is exhibit 49. You can look on your screen there. So this is a more pulled back picture of stage 52. If you could describe in stage 49 where Jack Snyder pulled up to Tyler Rich's house on that day. You can just use your words to describe it. You can't point on the screen, it doesn't show up on them.
I remember he had pulled up probably near the driveway.
Okay, so I'm going to use this pen here. You're indicating that Jack Snyder pulled his vehicle up around this area.
Yes.
Okay, was it directly in front of the driveway, or was it more to the right-hand side? Was it back more? You can stop me with my pen.
I would say closer to the driveway.
So maybe around this area.
Yes.
Okay, let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the state is pointing to the middle to bottom portion of the exhibit towards the driveway of stage 49.
Court will reflect the information on the record. Thank you.
Now, when you arrived, Mackenzie, can you explain to the members of the jury what you saw initially? And what I mean by that is, did you see anyone out on the road? Did you see anyone out on the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen? What did you observe?
Before we had pulled up to the house, I had climbed over the back seat and hidden in the trunk. I didn't want to be seen. I didn't want to be there. So I don't remember seeing who or anyone in the crowd. I would say I maybe remember one or two people coming up towards the back, and someone even said hi to me.
When you got into the trunk of Jack's car, who, if anyone, was in the trunk with you?
Either Keenan or Dimitri. I'm not sure which one.
Back of the trunk, was there windows in the trunk of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall sitting on items in the back of the trunk? Were there other items in the trunk that you were sitting on because there wasn't enough room?
I think there was probably some items around that I just was sitting over.
Were you able to see out the back of the trunk area? Meaning, was there a window out the back of the trunk?
I don't remember looking out the back of the trunk, so.
So you indicated you were able to see a few people. When Jack pulled up, did you initially see anyone, or was there a moment in time that passed before people started coming out of the house and approaching the car?
It seems like there had been a group that formed outside, maybe. The one or two people that I saw was because I think they came up to the back window in the second row and then looked back, and I was kind of in the trunk.
Now, do you know if anyone from your vehicle alerted on the texting chat that you had arrived?
I have no idea.
Now, when you saw these one or two individuals that you just indicated come up to the car, did you recognize them?
Yes.
And who did you recognize them as?
I remember, at the least, I remember Faison coming up to me.
Did you have interaction with Faison?
Yes, it seemed friendly.
Okay. And were any windows rolled down in the Honda Pilot that you were in? The driver one and the one that Faison came in and said hi to me. The one that Faison came in to say hi to you, was that the one that Lito was sitting closest to, or either Keenan or
No, she's
Will,
in the
which you
trunk.
indicated were sitting closer to?
I'm not sure.
When he came over to you, and without telling anyone what he said, were you able to hear him through the open window?
When he acknowledged me, I heard him, yeah.
And when he acknowledged you, did you respond back to him?
Yeah.
And what did you say?
I think I just said hi back.
How do you know Faison?
I didn't know him too well, but he went to my schools, so I knew him through, middle school and maybe intermediate school.
Do you know his last name?
No.
Now, if you can explain to the members of the jury from what you can remember, did any additional people come out of Tyler Rich's house and approach the vehicle?
It seemed like at one point, somebody from the outside had approached the driver's seat window, so Jack Snyder, and it seemed like there was maybe some type of confrontation going on there.
When you say that, what did you hear? What did you observe as far as you terming it a confrontation?
I didn't hear anything specific that stood out. It just seemed that maybe they were arguing back and forth through the window.
At some point, no, which one. Did you see anyone throwing anything at the vehicle that you were in? Was anything thrown from the vehicle that you were in back out onto the lawn or at individuals from Tyler Rich's house? Do you remember any of that?
I don't remember seeing anyone outside throwing anything just because I was kind of hidden a little bit, but I do remember hearing a bunch of noises coming, maybe banging on the car or something like that.
Do you recall the car being rocked at all? Do you recall anyone standing on the bumper of the car and moving the car at all?
I don't recall.
When you were in the trunk, Mackenzie, you just indicated that you were kind of hiding. Were you almost laying down in the back of the trunk?
I think so, yeah.
Did you hear Lito saying anything to anyone during that interaction at all?
No.
Do you recall how long that interaction occurred between the kids from Tyler Rich's house and the individuals in your vehicle?
No more than a couple minutes.
And what, if anything, happened next that you can recall?
I remember it seemed like things were being thrown at the car. So there was a little chaos there. And then we just immediately started driving down the street.
Do you remember anyone telling Jack to drive off?
No.
Now, when you say went down the street, I'm going to direct your attention to states. May I first witness, Your Honor? State 1, Mackenzie, you can use that pointer again. So this is the area, Lower Glen, Farmhouse Lane, Salt Adams Drive. This little red dot here in front of state 1 is 43 Lower Glen. Can you indicate to members of the jury where you indicate Jack Snyder drove the car down? We were first right here, and he drove this way. Down Laurel Glen Drive, towards Farmhouse Lane. It's your pointer is now. Are you indicating where the car? At some point, did Jack Snyder stop the vehicle down Laurel Glen Drive? So he had originally stopped there right here. Okay. Did he only go down Laurel Glen Drive once and stop, or did he drive back and forth several times? I don't remember doing that. So it's your recollection that he drove down once and stopped on Laurel Glen? Yes. Your Honor, the record reflects that this is 22. The area on Laurel Glen Drive, say, reports down the street on Laurel Glen, like 436.
All right, that'll be reflected on the record. Thank you.
Now, Mackenzie, you had indicated just now that Jack had stopped his vehicle about 3/4 down the road on Laurel Glen Drive. Why did he stop his vehicle? Do you recall?
Jamie, can I ask you a question?
What?
Do you think that she didn't want to go there to the party and be seen with the kids she grew up with? It wasn't so much because she was afraid there was a fight breaking out, more that she didn't, maybe the company she was keeping, that she didn't want to be seen in that company.
That's what it sounds like to me. Like she was embarrassed the way they were acting, and she knew
Yeah.
these people. And she didn't want to be part of it.
Yeah, she didn't
Right.
believe a fight, but she believed that that wouldn't be good for her. So she was head cheerleader, Jamie. Did you know?
Yeah, wasn't good for her reputation.
Yeah, sitting in a car with 7 guys, that could start a rumor.
No, like, yeah, she seemed like she was very embarrassed by how they were acting and didn't want to be seen at the party with everybody and watching her boyfriend and these people get in a fight with kids
Yeah.
she knew.
Yeah, she probably knew that something bad was going to happen, and she was trying to get out of it, but she was also really embarrassed. Again, her boyfriend was wearing a neck pillow earlier that night.
And a helmet, yeah.
I think she was probably thinking, college next year, yeah, I'll have a fun summer, and then I'll find something else.
Exactly.
Saying something to him to make him stop his vehicle?
She called her
To your
sister.
knowledge, why did he stop
She
his
did. She called
vehicle?
her sister to get out of there.
I
They
believe
didn't go to this party to
me
begin.
at least.
I think you didn't hear what she said. She said they were at the high school for a couple of minutes. Then she believed she was going to be driven home, but they drove to the other address, and she didn't want to go there. So she thought she was going home, but the driver took them down there. The driver, who now has immunity for everything.
Wanted to get out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you tell him to stop his vehicle?
I'm not sure. I must have said something for, yeah.
Did you tell him you wanted to get out? What was your demeanor at that point? Were you crying? Were you yelling? Were you screaming? Explain to the members of the jury.
I was very upset that we had gone there in the first place. I guess I was angry that we were there.
Do you recall crying at all?
No.
Who were you angry with?
Mainly, I was angry that Lito hadn't, stood up and said, let's not go there, because I was objecting a lot in the car. And then I was also angry with Jack Snyder and Tyler because they also knew that I didn't want to go.
You just wanted to go home?
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier to the members of the jury you were in the trunk of the vehicle. At some point, did you get out of Jack Snyder's car?
Yes.
And how did you describe how you got out? Did you pop open the trunk? Did you jump over seats? How did you get out of the vehicle?
When the car came to a stop, I crawled over the seat and I got out of the side door, and I immediately walked to the end of the road and sat on the curb.
At some point, did other people also get out of the vehicle?
I think after, yeah, I think they did.
Do you know who got out?
I'm not sure exactly who at that point in time got out.
I'm going to be showing you State's Exhibit, State's 44. You can view this on the screen. I'm just going to play this through, okay? Mackenzie, did you see yourself getting out of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and what, can you indicate to the members of the jury what you saw yourself doing in State 44?
I got out of the car and my arms were crossed, I think because I was mad, and I just walked to the end of the street and sat down. I was facing the opposite way.
Can I have that pointer, Mackenzie? Mackenzie, in pointing to States 44, I'm going to direct your attention. You can look on this big screen here. Pointing here, is that you sitting on the curb there?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall at this point if anyone else in States 44 in this vehicle here, this is Jack Snyder's vehicle, if anyone else got out at that point?
At that moment, I was alone at the end of the road. So maybe they got out.
Now, from your recollection that night, you don't recall anyone else getting out because you just indicated you were sitting on the curb. What were you doing when you were sitting on the curb? Demonstrate to members of the jury what you were doing physically.
I had gotten to the curb and I called my sister Madison, and I was just making sure that she was on her way to pick me up and just asking her her ETA.
Were you looking around? Did you have your head in your hand, your head in your hands? Were you slumped over at all? Explain to members of the jury what you were doing.
Yeah, I was slumped over, kind of just on my phone in a little bubble, calling her, texting her.
I'm going to direct your attention again to States 44. If you can look at the rest of the video, you can see. Mackenzie, pointing to States 44, you see these two individuals here? I don't know if you can see. So this individual here, as well as this individual here, do you know who those two individuals are that just got out of the vehicle?
Can you replay it one more time, please?
Sure.
She must be the last one, right? One is already down here. This looks like a female, doesn't it?
Kind of. But I
Yeah.
can't, I don't really see her.
No, because the headlights blows up, but there's another person standing down here, but that it looks like it's a taller person. This looks like more like a female.
So referring to States 44, those two individuals that just got out of the vehicle, you're walking.
Who is this one? There's someone down here as well.
I remember one of the boys said he went down there with her. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, but if we try and get it from the start. There's one here. The one I think is her here. And then the front passenger door opens. That was that the silver guy, right? Or the Tyler?
Tyler was, Jack was the driver, Tyler was the passenger.
Yeah, so that must be Tyler. No, they closed the door. No, they opened the door. Yeah, he gets out now.
So referring to states 44, those two individuals that just got out of the vehicle, you're walking down towards the curb, you sit down. Do you know who those two individuals are?
So it is her.
I believe the one coming
she
out of
sits down
the
there.
driver's seat is Tyler.
I don't know if anyone noticed it, but she is sitting on the curb over here.
Okay, now I see her.
Yeah, I'll try and go back. She was the first one out of the car, and I thought this is. She's illuminated here, so it's just a white blob, but you can follow her walk down and sit down over here.
Referring to states 44, those two individuals that just got out of the vehicle, you're walking down towards the curb, you sit down. Do you know who those two individuals are?
I believe the one coming out of the driver's seat is Tyler Da Silva, and the other one, maybe Lito.
Now, Mackenzie, you see here in states 44 that you're sitting on the curb here, right? At some point, do you leave that curb area? Can you recall if you left that curb area and went to a different curb or a different area of the street?
I don't recall. I remember being on a curb.
Is it possible you left that curb area and went somewhere else?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
I'll withdraw
speculation.
it. Now, Mackenzie, at some point when you were sitting in that curb area or a different curb area, did you see anyone from Shelton High School approach?
I didn't see anyone come up and approach me.
And when I say Shelton High School, I mean the individuals from 43 Laurel Glen from Tyler's party. Do you recall anyone approaching you or approaching that area?
No, not me. I did recall maybe some noise coming from behind me. I hadn't looked over and I was on my phone, so I don't remember who.
So you had indicated earlier before we played States 44 that you
It was the front. That's why the white lights were on the front.
were on your phone and you were contacting who again?
My sister.
And what were you saying to your sister at that point?
I had already texted her before we even arrived to Tyler's house. As soon as the direction changed, I had texted her saying that I was going to need a ride from Tyler's house. So when I had called her, when I got out of the car, I was just making sure that she was on her way there.
Now, Mackenzie, you saw yourself get out of Jack's vehicle. At some point, either simultaneously to when you were getting out of the vehicle or prior to, did you hear anything about a knife being talked about?
I don't remember in the car. I don't think that was the case. I remember at one point, maybe when I was getting out and leaving the area, I heard someone say something about a knife.
Do you know who that was?
I'm not sure.
And did it alarm you when you heard this information about a knife?
I didn't really even, I overlooked it completely. I just didn't think anything of it. I didn't think anything would have happened with a knife.
So you heard talk of a knife. You don't know if it was the defendant who said it or anyone else in the vehicle.
Yes.
Do you know how close you were to that conversation you heard about a knife? Do you know if it was when you were getting out of the vehicle? Do you know it was when you were standing by the vehicle? Do you have any recollection of when you heard it?
I believe it was I think it was when I was walking away. I don't remember the conversation being had. I don't remember what they had been talking about.
At any point when you were sitting on that curb, did you see Lito?
At one point, the boys that were in the car had walked down to the end of the street where I was sitting. I had offered all of them rides home. and including Lito, I offered him a ride home. So I saw him at that moment.
So when you say all the boys, Lito walked down there, Jack Snyder walked down there. Oh, withdrawn. Did Jack Snyder walk down there as well?
I don't know.
Okay. Tyler De Silva walked down there. Keenan Frasick walked down there. Will Sinjwal walked down there. And Demetrios Arfanis walked down there.
Yes.
And what did you offer them?
I told them that my sister would be there in a couple minutes, and anybody who wanted to leave could get into my car and I would drive them home.
And you told all of them that? Every single person that I just indicated?
Yes, I told all of them. 3 of them accepted the offer. Will, Keenan, and Dimitri. They sat down on the curb with me, and then I also offered to the other 2 boys, and they were adamant about not coming with me.
So they did not want to go with you and your sister and leave the area?
Yes.
When you say adamant, how were they acting?
They seemed like they were getting like hyped up a little bit. I felt like I was begging at one point for them to just not go back down there. My sister's going to be here in 2 minutes. Please come back with me.
Why were you begging them?
I could tell that there was 50 guys that are about to, they're
50.
50 guys.
She's in financing. I am not having her as an accountant. Well, yeah. But if she,
Not just 5 guys, 50 guys.
well, there's 15 to 30 guys, but she probably also thinks this is 6 inches.
having confrontation. It was scary. It was not a good scene, and I knew that nothing good could come out of it. So I was just kind of begging them to, leave the area. Let's go back home. Let me drop you guys off.
At some point, when you were sitting on the curb area, what was drawn? Did Will, Keenan, and Dimitri come and sit down with you and join you on the curb?
Yes.
When Tyler and Lito, as you indicated, denied or objected to going home with your sister, where do you recall them going?
I just remember I offered them the ride multiple times, and they declined, and it seemed like they had just disappeared. They ran off.
At some point, well, withdrawn. Was Jack's car still in the area at that point?
It may have been. I don't remember exactly where, but definitely somewhere down the road.
Do you have a recollection of Tyler and Lito getting back into Jack's car and going back towards Tyler Rich's house?
I just remember them leaving. I don't remember if they walked down there or drove their car down there.
When they left the area, who was left where you were?
It was me, Keenan, Dimitri, and Will.
When you were sitting there waiting for your sister to show up, did you hear anything at all from down the street near Tyler Rich's house?
I heard noise, but I had been hearing noise and, loud talking or shouting all night. So I just assumed that it was the same thing.
From your vantage point and sitting on the curb area down Laurel Glen, if you were to withdraw, did you look down Laurel Glen towards Tyler Rich's house? Did you see anything going on? Were you able to see anything from your vantage point?
I didn't see anything. I also wear glasses or contacts, so I just don't think we were really looking at in that direction. Me, Keenan, Dimitri, and Will were maybe a little bit in conversation.
And at some point, did your sister come pick you up?
Yes.
And your sister's name?
Madison.
And when Madison came to pick you up, did anyone?
Are we going to hear from Madison as well?
I hope not. Oh,
Yeah, I was driving the car. My sister called me. Yeah.
yeah. Who freaking cares?
Jamie. I thought this case would have been over a week ago.
Me too.
They're going to call in the guy who chaperoned the prom.
If they do, I swear to God, we're out.
So she pulled up at the end of the road. I got into the passenger seat. Keenan and Dimitri got into the back, and we were waiting to see if Will needed a ride home. He was on the phone with his girlfriend, trying to get in contact with her to see if she would pick him up instead.
So Will did not enter your sister's car.
No, he was waiting near the passenger door next to me.
Did your sister wait before his girlfriend came to pick him up, or did you leave the area before that occurred?
She was waiting to see what he was going to do.
And indicate again where you got into your sister's car and where Keenan and Dimitri got into your sister's car.
I got into the passenger seat, and they got into the second row in the back of me.
Case 44. This is a video taken. You can describe to members of the jury, well, indicate if you recognize your sister's car at all, and if you recognize or if you see Jack Snyder's car at all. I'm going to play it through once, okay?
I believe that's Jack Snyder's car passing from the one in the front, and then going up. Yeah,
And that car that just stopped right there, whose car is that?
that's my sister.
Is that when you and Dimitri and Keenan got into your sister's vehicle?
Yes.
Do you recall this happening?
Yeah, we had gotten into the vehicle. As I said, I was waiting to see if Will needed a ride home, and we were connecting to the Bluetooth.
Now, Mackenzie, at some point, did anyone else get into your vehicle at that moment or that shortly after that moment?
Yes.
Okay. And, excuse me, who else got into that vehicle?
At one point, Lito maybe came from behind the car, and he kind of came up to the window, the passenger seat window, and he asked quickly to my sister, he said, "Hey, Maddie, can I get a ride home?"
Was that before or after Jack's car drove off as you see it?
I think after.
Now, he came up to your passenger side window or Madison's passenger side window?
To my window.
And he asked your sister through your window if he can get a ride home?
Yes.
When you were withdrawn, how was the lighting at that point? Were you able to observe Lito? Did you observe any injuries on him? Did he look like he had just been in a fight? If you can explain.
He quickly came up to the window, and I didn't observe anything. I didn't observe him looking like there was any like marks or anything on him. And then he just quickly got into the back seat.
When he got into the back seat, did he sit directly behind you?
Yes.
And at some point, did your sister Madison drive off from out of the area to take the individuals in her car home and also bring you home with her?
Yes, we were facing away from Tyler's house, and we drove, continued to drive that way.
So down Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Withdrawn. Well, down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse, or did you turn around and go back towards Adams, towards Tyler Rich's house?
We did not go back towards his house. We continued going, I guess, towards Farmhouse. Yeah.
Now, on the car ride back to everyone's designated houses, explain or describe the atmosphere in the car. Was there music playing? Were people talking?
So we had the music playing pretty loudly. There was no talking in the back, or none that I heard. I didn't hear anyone talking in the back. I was already kind of in a bad mood, so I was just kind of sitting in the front.
When you say the music was playing loudly, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Was it so loud that you couldn't even hear your sister talk? Explain the loudness.
It was pretty loud, I would say. We normally play the music pretty loud in the car, and yeah.
Did you recall hearing Lito say anything in the car?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Lito?
No.
And why not?
I was very angry this night because I didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house. Once again, I had a lot of friends that were there, so I just didn't want to get involved during the middle of it. So I think I was just very upset that we had been there. So there was no conversations really going on.
I believe that
Yeah.
I have dated 16, 17-year-old girls when I was that age, and I
I'm glad
don't.
you clarified you were that age. So
Yeah. I should probably make sure to clarify at the same age. And
okay.
no one can turn into the frozen tundra of Siberia more than a girl that age that got annoyed.
Mhm.
They know how to give you the cold treatment.
And who did your sister drop off
For
first?
sure.
If you can recall.
Keenan and Dimitri, they were staying together at one of their houses.
And then at some point after your sister dropped off Keenan and Dimitri, it was you and Lito and your sister left in the vehicle.
Yes.
And was there conversation? And with John, where does Keenan and Dimitri live? Whoever's house you went to, do you recall where they live? What town?
I think Trumbull.
Now, going from Trumbull back to where Lito lived, do you recall what town Lito lives in?
Milford.
Going back from Trumbull back to Milford, where Lito lived, was there conversation in the vehicle between you and him?
Isn't there a lot of the same names in Massachusetts?
Pretty much.
You Yanks really run out on names fast.
And your sister?
No.
It was silent.
Yes.
Do you recall how long it took your sister to go from Trumbull, from Keenan's house, to Lito's house?
I would say 15 minutes max.
And what happened with John? Did your sister indeed get to Lito's house?
Yes.
And what happened when you got to Lito's house?
He then asked me if I could step outside with him.
Out of the car?
Yes.
And did you indeed step out of the car?
No.
And why not?
I didn't want to talk to him.
And when you refused to get out of the vehicle, what happened next?
He just left.
And your sister left?
Yes.
Mackenzie, while you're in the car ride from
Bro, you weren't
Laurel
getting a
Glen to
handy.
drop
Her
off the
sister was
kids in your
sitting right
car,
next to
did you
you.
receive any FaceTime calls or any Snapchat messages from friends of yours?
So on my way back home to my house, I got a text message from a group chat with girls that I went to high school with.
Now, without telling us what they said, just tell us the vibe of what it was.
It seems like someone had heard that there was a fight. So there was maybe rumors going around. Someone said, sorry, there was talk about a stabbing, that someone had been stabbed.
Were these friends of yours that were local, or were these friends of yours that were in upstate New York at the prom house, as you indicated earlier in your testimony?
They were at the prom house.
Prom house. These were girls that were in upstate New York that had heard about what had happened at 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And did you receive any other messages from anyone else?
So initially, after that message, we had a little group FaceTime call, and I guess everybody was just confused. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't believe that anything had happened. We were like, there's no way that something like that could have happened. So I even was like, I just dropped him off. I don't believe that could have happened. What then started to make me nervous was I received a Snapchat from Rosie McGrath and Peyton Keeman. And when I went to go look to see what they had said, it seemed like there was some.
Anime, if you can give me a timeline, I want a timeline. But I don't know who was in what car at what time, and I believe that didn't the Russians named Kid say that there wasn't enough room in the sister's car?
I thought so. I'm so confused too. Yeah. What's the
I
timeline,
have
Jimmy?
no idea other than there was a party, maybe two.
I think Anime should go back and watch the whole trial from the beginning.
Yeah.
Take notes.
And then Sunday he will deliver me a timeline where every witness's timeline is, and he'll make a graphic representation. So when I get home from Baby Baker, I can show you. So we are all 100% sure where all the 45,000 witnesses have said the car was placed, who was in what car, where were they sitting in that car, and how, if any, how many chicken nuggets was promised.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, as the youngest mod, congratulations. You are now timeline director.
Foul language, and that definitely made me. I was nervous. I didn't know what was going on, and I was confused why they were reaching out to me.
Did you respond to that Snapchat message?
No, I didn't open them.
Now, in addition to dropping Lito off, in the car ride home from Lito's house, so after you dropped Lito off, in the car ride home to Lito's house, did you engage in any text message conversations with him?
So when I received that phone call from my friends, as well as from Rosie and her friend, I immediately texted Lito and I asked him what was going on.
And why did you ask him that?
Because in the messages from my friends, they indicated that there was a rumor going around that he had been in a fight and that he had stabbed someone. And people were throwing around names to see like who had maybe been involved.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
But that's not what Dimitri. No, what Tyler said. No, Jack, the driver. He said that he was in their car and threw out the knife. I think it's just
Witness, Your Honor.
it's some people have this. Oh, I'm listening to you. I'm paying attention, so I'll bob my head. Normally, you'll do it like once in a while. If you see me interview someone, I'll do the interesting. Sometimes to say, hey, I'm still listening. I think she was told this at some point by someone that you need to do this to show that you are engaged in the conversation. And she just thought, I have to sit and look like a hen picking corn.
A hen picking corn.
Yeah, that's a
I
bird.
love your analogies.
Yes. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I think someone have told her and she just took it too far. Now she does it all the time. I think I have to get over 100,000 subscribers first.
Right, you recognize that document, and there's several pages of that document, but you recognize that.
Yes,
Okay, and what do you recognize that document to be?
these were text messages between me and Lito.
Now, do you know the defendant's number offhand as you sit here today?
No.
Okay, and at some point, did you have an opportunity when you started dating Lito to exchange phone numbers with him?
Yes.
And when you exchanged phone numbers with him, did you put a name, you got the phone number, did you put a name associated with that phone number?
Yes.
And what name did you associate his phone number with?
Lito.
And at times while you were when you were dating him, did you have opportunities to text message him, have phone conversations with him? And when you did you access this number under the name Lito in your phone?
Yes.
And these text messages you see here, when were those text messages produced?
After I had dropped him off on the way home to my house.
Now, in looking at states 97 through 101 in the text messages, is there a back and forth conversation between you and Lito at this time?
Yes.
I would ask to mark as a full exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court will accept into evidence that states full exhibits 97 through 1.
My growth has been stunted a lot, so 100,000 ain't gonna happen. So I can say it at that time.
Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's now been marked as full exhibits 97 through 101. What? I'm showing you here what's been marked as exhibits 97 through 101. In looking at 97, you see that clearly on your screen. I know it's a little blurry.
Yes.
Now, in looking at 97, you see
It's a little blurry now.
about now.
Yeah, that's good.
Autofocus. One moment. That works better. Okay, can you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the blue writing that you see there, whose handwriting or electronic? Whose text messaging is the blue?
That's mine.
And the white that you see there in stage 97, whose is that?
Lito's.
Okay. Now, Mackenzie, I'm going to ask that you read. I'm going to read your parts into the record and publish it, and you are going to read Lito's parts into the record. Okay.
Okay.
So in stage 97, you indicate, and you said you contacted Lito first.
Yes.
Okay. And you indicate, are you fucking serious? I hate you. Someone just called me and said you stabbed someone. You just ruined everything, Lito. Literally ruined everything for me. Answer the phone. IDK, what to do? Everyone is texting me. What does IDK mean?
I don't know.
And if you can read Lito's parts, please.
I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. Stop texting anyone. Stop answering.
Now I'm going to show you stage 98.
You ruined her life,
Of the text messaging.
ma'am.
You see that clearly on your end?
Yes.
I'm going to read your parts. Lito, everyone knows who you are. Everyone knows you're my boyfriend. And what does Lito said?
I know.
And you say, Lito, everyone's texting me. What does he say?
Stop answering what happened.
And you say, don't talk to me. And what does he say?
Okay, stop answering anyone.
And then you say, you fucked up, Lito. And what does he say? And
How? I wasn't there.
then you say, if my parents find out. Showing you state 99. Can you see that clearly?
Yep.
Stop saying that, you said. And then what do you say?
Okay, stop texting. Please, Kens.
And then you say, I'm not texting anyone. And then what does Lito say?
Don't text me. I'm going to Florida.
And then you say, they're texting me. When? Lito, I need you to answer me, please. And what does he say?
What, Kens?
And then you say, I'm so scared. What's going on? Showing you states 100. In the blue, you say, I'm shaking. Can you please tell me? I won't tell anyone. I swear. And what do you say?
I can't text anything.
And then you say, I'm so scared. And then what does he say?
I wasn't there.
And you say, what's happening? And then what does Lito say?
You know I wasn't there.
You say, I'm so scared, Lito. What's happening? Please answer me. And then you say,
Nothing is happening.
what John Lito says.
Nothing is happening.
And then finally, states 101.
Nothing is happening.
And then you say, can you call me, please, when I get home? And he says,
Yes.
and then you say, Lito, his sister just texted me. I'm so scared. I don't want to look. And you said,
What did she?
Lito says,
What did she say? Swipe it.
and then you say, IDK, I don't know. I'm so scared. And Lito says,
Don't answer anyone.
now, Mackenzie, prior to you text messaging Lito, did he ever mention anything about going to Florida before you went to the party at Laurel Glen or anything at all? Going to Florida on vacation or going to Florida?
In Denmark, we have something called a optimist.
Look
It
at
reminds
that
me-
little cute thing.
It reminds me of her.
Aww.
Yeah, this is for my football team.
See how cute it is.
I gave one away in my first ever giveaway. Sent that to Australia.
The next day.
No.
The first time you heard about him going to Florida was in these text messages.
Yes.
After this text message conversation with Lito, did you have any other communication with him?
As I was still in the car, I called him. He answered, and for about less than 2 minutes, I continued to ask him what was going on. I'm hearing all these things. What's happening? What's going on?
What was his response?
He said, I wasn't there. I didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
So he kept denying that he was there, kept denying that he did anything.
Yes.
And his phone call was before or after you arrived at your house?
It might have been, I was still sitting in the car in the driveway.
And for how long did it last for?
It was under 2 minutes, and I remember hearing voices in the background.
You were hearing voices in the background. Did you recognize those voices?
I hear voices in my head. They talk to me. They
Mackenzie, when was the
understand.
last time you saw Lito?
To me.
Prior to that.
That night.
Now, after the text messages with Lito and also the brief conversation you had, did you realize at that point the severity of what occurred at 43 Laurel Glen?
I was in shock, but I also didn't fully believe that something bad had happened. I now at this point was thinking to myself, there must have been a fight between boys, like a fist fight, and maybe a bunch of kids got kind of beat up or black eyes and stuff. I didn't even think that anything else could have happened.
Mackenzie, I'm going to show you a photograph which has been marked as stage 57. Mackenzie, do you recognize who this person is in the photograph?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jimmy McGrath.
And are you familiar with Jimmy?
I grew up with Jimmy.
And at what point, Mackenzie, did you learn about what happened that night to Jimmy?
When I had gotten home, I went to bed. I figured I'd wake up in the morning and it would have died down, or, you know, if there was a fight, something would have died down. And I was woken up in the middle of the night. The police wanted to come question me. So I went downstairs to my kitchen table with my sister. And I remember my parents went to the door to open it up for the police. And I just remember my mom screaming. And then at this point, I was like, what's going on? Something seriously bad must have happened. Still, I didn't know the extent to what had happened. So they sat down. They just asked me about my day, like you're doing, about my night. And
The defendant, yes.
when they had left, my parents had told me that Jimmy had passed.
And what was your reaction, Mackenzie?
That was the worst news, the worst night of my life. I fell to the floor. My entire family fell to the floor. And it was just the worst news I've ever received.
I just may have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
He has to tread very carefully because they did a great thing. They got her emotions up. If he batters her now, he will get the jury to see a crying young woman who lost a friend. He has to be very careful. Jemima, she was 16 years old. She had her boyfriend. She was going to conquer the world. That's why it's bad for her. She was the captain of the cheer team. It's like, do you know women?
I agree, Jessica. I'm saying the same thing.
Good afternoon, Ms. Trefkenty.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, when I ask a question, you just have to make sure you answer out loud so that the court reporter can catch you, okay?
Okay.
And we got to compete also with this fan up here that's going, all right?
Okay.
So you told us that in May of 2022, at that point, you'd been dating Mr. Valle for about 3 months.
Yes.
And you were a senior at that point, fixing to graduate. He was a junior about to go into his senior year, right?
Yes.
And you told us as well that you had grown up and gone to Shelton schools, right?
Yes.
And then you went to St. Joseph's High School in Trumbull after you'd gone through the Shelton school system prior to that, right?
Yes.
And that you'd grown up with Tyler Rich.
Yes.
And I'm just going to go through a list of names and see if you know these folks, okay? Did you know a Jacob Villalobos?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was in all of my classes, middle school, intermediate school. We went to elementary school together. He was my good friend.
Okay. Did you know a Michael Samperi?
I believe he was maybe a grade or two below me. I knew of him. I've probably hung out with him a couple times in group settings.
Okay. Did you know a Sal Perry?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I also grew up with him. I've been to his house many times. He was another one of my really good friends growing up.
Did you know an Alex Bernson?
I don't know who that is.
Did you know a Matthew Lokovich?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Once again, family friends. Grew up with him. I think we dated in 6th grade.
Okay. Did you know
No one really dates in 6th
Ty
grade.
Wood?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was a grade or two below me, and just from being from Shelton, he's been at parties that I've been at and stuff like that.
Did you know Ryan Hines?
No.
Did you know Thomas Connery?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was in my sister's grade and in my sister's fun group when she was also growing up.
And did you know his brother Charles Connery?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He was Tommy's younger brother. He wasn't in my grade, but I just knew his name. I've probably seen him out multiple times as well.
Did you know a person named Tanner Chernowski?
Yes.
How did you know Tanner?
He was also from Shelton. He hung out with a lot of my guy friends from Shelton
And you would consider yourself to be good friends with those people.
at the time. Yes.
And you told us that you at some point received a call from, was it Rosie McGrath?
I received a call from my high school friend group. Rosie had Snapchatted me.
Okay. And that was Jimmy McGrath's sister.
Yes.
So you knew her the same way that you knew Jim from growing up.
She was one of my good friends growing up as well. Yeah.
And do you still remain in contact with all those folks?
No.
None of them?
Mm-mm.
When was the last time you talked with Jack Snyder?
I may have seen him around slightly in the last couple of years. When we went out in New Haven, I would see his face, but we don't keep in contact now.
And you told us that you also knew Tyler Rich.
Yes.
And that was because, again, you'd grown up with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
And were your families also friends?
Our parents probably knew each other.
And you told us about starting the night off. Well, before starting the night off, you were telling the state's attorney about the night before this had been the prom, right?
Yes.
And you'd gone to that prom with Mr. Valle?
Yes.
And your parents didn't want you to go to the prom house that was in upstate New York, right?
Yes.
And so you spent the next day going to the beach with Mr. Valle, right?
Yes.
Where was that?
Welford.
And you went to the beach, you said, for a few hours, and then you went back to Mr. Valle's house, right?
Yes.
And following that, you got a ride from Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva over to 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And that was Madigan Leifer's house, right?
Yes.
She's the older sister of Austin.
Yeah.
And you knew Madigan through lacrosse, right?
Yes.
Did you say that your father was a lacrosse coach for Madigan?
He was a lacrosse coach for my entire grade. So a bunch of girls, including Rosie, was on the team.
And this was a girls' lacrosse party, correct?
The party was not a girls' lacrosse party, I don't believe.
Did you see a lot of members of the girls' lacrosse team there?
Some members who were juniors and a couple members who were seniors.
Was Madigan a junior or a senior?
A senior.
Did you know an Emily Robinson?
No.
If I asked you this already, I apologize. Did you know Ryan Hines?
No, I did not.
But you did tell us that you knew Faison Teal, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see any sort of a fight at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
I didn't know.
But you saw that picture before of what you identified as Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valle, right?
Yes.
But you don't know when that picture was taken. Is that fair to say?
I did know when it was taken.
You do know when it was taken?
Yes.
How do you know when it was taken?
I remember the boys coming back from the garage, and that's when they looked like they were dressed up like that. And I remember that picture being taken.
You remember telling us before that you weren't watching Mr. Valle throughout the night?
No, I wasn't.
But now you're telling us that you're sure that you know when that photo was taken?
Yes.
You at least know that you saw them wearing those outfits throughout the night.
His father has 5 daughters, so I think he's tired of girls.
Right?
Yes.
When did you see Mr. Valle put the neck pillow on?
I don't remember him putting it on. I just remember seeing him with it on.
Okay. When did you see Mr. Valle put the helmet on?
I don't remember when he put it on.
Okay. And at some point, Mrs. Leifer comes and breaks up the party, right?
Yes.
And tells everybody, time to go clear out, and you guys all leave the party?
Yes.
Go get into Mr. Snyder's car?
Yep.
And that was the 7 of you that you described to us, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, the plan for the night had been to go to the Leifer's house, but now it changed because that party was over, right?
Yes.
And there was no plan at that point to go anywhere specific. Is that fair?
Seemed like there was a plan to go to Trumbull High School.
Okay. At some point, you became aware that folks were planning to go there, but when the party broke up, that had not been the plan already, right?
No.
That was sort of an impromptu, what are we going to do now kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. And then you got over to Trumbull High School, and you said that there were maybe 40 or so people that had been over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
Those 40 people didn't all go to Trumbull High School, right?
Not all of them, but there was a good amount of people at Trumbull High School.
Okay. More than 2 cars?
Yes.
And you said there were tons of underclassmen at the party, right?
Yes.
You told us that
At the Lazy Brook party?
at the Lazy Brook party.
Yes.
And you told us you remembered one of them was Sydney.
Yes.
How did you know Sydney?
She was just a friend of mine. She was a senior as well.
Okay. Was that Sydney Wims?
Yes.
And once you got to Trumbull High School, you said on the way to Trumbull High School, 4 of you squeezed into the back seat of the car, right?
Yes.
And Jack was driving and Tyler was in the passenger seat in the front.
Yep.
And you told us that you had lapped up in the back, meaning you were sitting in Mr. Valle's lap.
I believe so.
And then at some point, the decision was made to leave from Trumbull High School, right?
Yes.
And you thought they were going to take you home.
Yep.
Because there was no plan at that point to go anywhere else, right?
Yes.
At that point, you guys had had the party at 5 Lazy Brook, which was really the plan for the night, and that had ended, right?
Yep.
And then you went to Trumbull High School thinking, well, maybe the party can be extended, I think you said.
Mhm.
And ultimately that fizzled out too, right? And you think it was just about 25 minutes that you spent there at Trumbull High School?
Yes.
And the vibe on the way there was light and there was music playing?
Yep.
And you described later on in the evening when you're driving in your sister's car that the music was playing loudly, right?
Yeah.
Was the music also playing loudly in the car on the way there?
Yes.
So no matter whose car you were in, it sounds like the music is being played loudly. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Not worried about your hearing.
Sorry, say that again.
At this age, you're not worried about your
No,
hearing.
I'm not.
And then while you're sitting in the second row after getting back into the car to leave Trumbull High School, it's the 4 of you squeezed in again, right?
Yes.
And you're sitting back in Raul's lap?
Yep.
And there's one person who's in the trunk area, right? And that's Demetrius?
I wasn't sure who was in the trunk out of the boys.
Okay. But somebody was back there?
Yes.
Wasn't really room for much more than one person back there, right?
Yes.
And then you realized as you passed by the reservoir that you were not going to your home. Is that fair to say?
You were headed in the direction of the reservoir. And I guess before you pass it, you have an option to turn left into Isinglass.
That's what you were expecting, is that you were going to turn there and that would keep you going in the direction towards your home?
Sorry, driving by the reservoir would have taken me more towards my home. So when we turned, I realized we were not going back to my house.
Because to that point, there had been no discussion of going anywhere else. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then you changed routes and you said that the vibe in the car had changed. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And you said it seemed like the boys were set on going to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
Did you know at that point that you were going to Tyler Rich's house?
They had made me aware, I guess. They had stated that they were headed over there.
They knew that that was Tyler Rich's house?
They must have known.
They said, we're going to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Valle know Tyler Rich?
To my,
To her knowledge, I'll allow it.
to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Valle did not go to Shelton schools and grow up with these same kids that you've described?
No.
But you yourself said you'd grown up with Tyler Rich and you'd been to his house a ton of times, right?
Yes.
Did you start to recognize that you were on your way to Tyler Rich's house while the ride was occurring?
I'm not great with back roads, but I believe we were headed in the direction of that area in town.
And you said the two boys in the front made it known that we were going to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
That was Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva, right?
Yes.
You were still sitting in Mr. Valle's lap.
Yes. And I had then after moved to the back.
But at this point, while you're going there, you're still sitting in Mr. Valle's lap.
Yes.
He didn't make it known to you that you were going to Tyler Rich's house, did he?
No.
And you said you objected multiple times that you didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
Because you knew all these kids, right?
Mhm.
You'd grown up with these kids, right?
Yeah.
You didn't want to have a confrontation with these kids.
Yes.
And you were upset that Mr. Valle didn't object or stand up for you, right?
Yes.
And you said Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva in the front were pushing for it and that Jack Snyder was adamant about going, right?
Just both of them, not one over the other, but yeah, they were adamant about going.
Both Jack Snyder and Tyler DeSilva.
Yes.
And so you contacted your sister, Madison, right?
Yes.
And you started to make plans. Hey, can you come pick me up? I don't want to be here.
Yes.
Did she acknowledge that and say, okay, I'll be right there?
She acknowledged it. Yes.
And shortly thereafter, you arrived at what you recognized at that point as being Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Because you'd been there a number of times before.
Yep.
When you got there, was there anyone in the front yard?
I think I probably saw briefly a group forming in the front yard until I ducked down in the back.
And you said you had to climb over the back seat to get into the trunk area.
Yes.
Did Demetrius make room for you back there?
Yes.
He was still back there?
If it was Demetrius who was back there, then yes, the one person who was also in the back made room for me.
Okay, so at this point, there's two of you in the back trunk area.
Now there is, yes.
You climbed back there because you were scared of what was about to happen. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because people started to pour out of the house, right?
Yes.
It wasn't just that you were embarrassed, like, oh man, I don't want these people to see me here. They know me. It wasn't that, right?
I was embarrassed. I did not want to be seen.
But it wasn't just that you were embarrassed. Is that fair to say?
I guess.
You
Yes.
started to fear what might occur. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because these people were pouring out of the house and there were more and more of them coming, right?
didn't seem like there was like more and more coming. It seemed like people were kind of outside already.
Okay. How many people did it seem like were there?
25 kids, maybe.
Okay. But they weren't 25 kids when you pulled up, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't have a good view from my back seat, so
Okay. And these 25 kids, they didn't just stay in the driveway, did they?
they were crowding around the car.
They surrounded the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Started pounding on the vehicle.
There were noises. I don't know if it was pounding, if people were throwing things at the vehicle, but
You couldn't see what was happening because you were ducked down in the back,
yes.
ducked down with your head tucked so that you weren't looking at anything out the windows.
I was in a position where if I wanted to, I could probably pop up. That's when I saw Faison and said hi to him.
And when you said hi to him, did you think, okay, everything's going to be okay now?
It seemed like a friendly encounter between the two of us.
Did it stay a friendly encounter between the vehicle and the people outside?
I really noticed that near the front of the vehicle, there was some confrontation going on between whoever was on the outside of the window and Jack Snyder.
So it didn't remain a peaceful encounter between people inside the vehicle and the people outside the vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And could you, when you would pop your head up, could you see people surrounding the car?
Yes.
Was Mr. Valle still seated in front of you now in the rear seat where he had been, where you'd previously been in his lap?
I believe so.
And was his window down?
Yes.
Was he screaming things out that window?
I don't remember.
Was Tyler De Silva screaming things in the front?
I think there was noise coming from some of the boys in the car who were in the first row and the second row. It was kind of combined noise from all of them.
When people surrounded the vehicle, did you become more scared?
Yes.
On Fridays, we do legs, because if you want a dude you know on a first name basis questioning your gayness 4 hours later, pulling beats out of Uranus, hashtag swole legs. I actually did legs today, but not because I wanted to do this. It was pure coincidence, Brandon. It's not because it's Friday and Marcus is stopping by later.
Oh my God.
Jamie, relax now.
Why?
Because I couldn't see very well, but as the only girl in this entire environment, this is not a place that I wanted to be surrounded by a bunch of football boys who are big and scary.
And could you see their faces?
No.
Did you feel the car rocking or shaking?
At one point, I just maybe whether it was rocking or things being thrown at the car, I definitely felt it felt chaotic.
Did you want to get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you want to get out of the car right there where it was?
I was planning on getting out of the car as soon as we drove away.
You're planning on getting out of the car as soon as it was safe. Is that fair?
Yes.
Didn't seem safe to you to get out of the car right there where it was. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said somebody approached Jack Snyder's window and there was some kind of a confrontation, right?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter at any point?
I heard a lot of commotion. I couldn't identify exactly what the commotion was coming from.
But you do remember banging on the car, right?
Yes.
And now you're laying down in the trunk, you told us, right?
I was crouched down. I might have been on sitting crouched. I'm not exactly sure which way I was crouched, but I definitely was crouched.
Because at this point, you're terrified about what's happening, right?
I was scared, yes.
Were you worried that someone was going to break a window out?
I was worried if we hadn't gotten out of there soon enough, it was going to escalate, and I didn't want to be in the car when that happened.
That it was going to escalate, and what would happen?
The boys would start fighting in front of me.
Were you worried you might be dragged out of the car?
No.
And you said this lasted a couple of minutes at the most?
Yes.
And you said there was a little chaos going on, right?
Yes.
It was more than a little chaos, wasn't it?
It was loud. There was a lot of people, a lot of boys. It was definitely scary.
You said these were all big football guys, right?
Yes.
And it was a little scary?
I think if I had updated the stream, because people say on other streams that started later, it's back. So yours would probably go back to your normal after. But 69 is 69.
I was scared at the moment, but I also didn't think that I was going to get hurt. I didn't think anyone was going to hurt me.
Had you ever been as scared as that in your life?
No. Sorry, I take that back. I wasn't like super scared just because I felt like I was safe in the back seat.
You felt safe in the backseat?
Yeah, for the time being, I wasn't interacting with anyone outside.
And then at some point, the car drives off, gets out of this being surrounded situation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you feel relief?
Yes.
Great relief?
Yes.
Have you ever felt relief like that in your life?
I'm not sure.
And you don't remember the car driving up and down, back and forth on Laurel Glen Drive, right?
No, I just remember immediately getting out and walking to the end of the road.
And you don't remember people in the vehicle throwing things out the window. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the car stops, and we saw that on Exhibit 44, right?
Yes.
And we saw you get out and walk down to the end of the street and sit on the curb.
Mhm.
And then you identified you identified Tyler and De Silva, that is, and Mr. Valle as also being out of the car, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember that a group of the Shelton High kids came down the street?
I didn't remember anyone specifically. I didn't remember seeing anyone's faces.
After you watched Exhibit 44, did that refresh your recollection of what occurred that night?
I remember maybe commotion around me. I was sitting on the curb on the phone, and I wasn't involved in the commotion, so I didn't see anyone specifically coming up to us. No.
Fair to say your attention was hyper-focused on trying to get your sister there as quickly as possible?
Yes.
The main thing on your mind was you wanted to get out of there as badly as possible
Yes.
because you were scared of being there any longer, right?
Yep.
And you said you were very upset and angry, right?
Yeah.
And you told the state's attorney you don't recall crying?
I don't remember for sure, but I cry a lot, so I mean, it could have happened.
And again,
Big
you were
surprise.
angry in part because you felt like Raul hadn't stood up for you when you had objected to coming here in the first place, right?
It wasn't just about him. I was just angry at everyone in the car who decided to go there.
Okay, but your anger, you told us before, as far as it was directed at Raul, was because he hadn't stood up for you when you'd objected and said, I don't want to go here. Do you
That
recall
was one of the reasons I was angry, yes.
You were also angry with Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva for having driven you over there, right?
Yes.
When you were in that car and it was surrounded by all those folks, was there any way for you to make that car go anywhere?
No.
Did it seem safe for you to stay there where that car was?
No.
To the folks on the outside of that car, did you feel like it was going to stop them, just the vehicle itself?
Say that again?
Sure. As they're attacking the car, did you think, we're safe, we're fine, these guys will stop?
No, I wanted to get out of there.
Did you see Tyler Rich at any point when the car was surrounded?
I think I might have seen his face. If I saw a couple faces, it would probably be him and Faison.
Did you have any interactions with Tyler Rich?
No.
And once that car stopped, you said you crawled over the seat, right? To get out of the trunk area, right? I'm sorry, yes.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. And that's when we saw you walking down the street.
Yes.
Sat on the curb, called your sister Madison to make sure she was on her way.
Yes.
And then, again, you said you were slumped over in a little bubble, just texting your sister, right?
Yes.
Trying as much as possible to keep things together for yourself,
What do you mean keep things together?
to keep from panicking.
I was trying to get out there as soon as possible.
Okay, was some panic starting to set in? Did you feel panicked?
Yes.
Did you feel some anxiety?
I was mainly just angry.
Mainly just angry. You said you don't remember any talk about a knife when you were in the car, right?
No.
You didn't see a knife when you were in the car.
No.
You said you weren't sure who, but you think you heard some talk about a knife.
I don't know if it was coming out of the car or when everybody had crowded around the curb. I remember hearing something about a knife.
Was it Jack Snyder's voice?
I don't recall if it was him.
You don't recall if it was Raul's voice?
It's
You don't recall
cross.
if it was Tyler De Silva's voice?
No. It was kind of a conversation that I was overhearing from. I wasn't directly like in that conversation.
When you recall this conversation happening, how far away do you think you were from where it was occurring?
Probably a couple feet. I was sitting on my own on the curb, but it could have been a couple feet away.
Do you recall seeing any of the boys from your group around the car, inspecting the car for damage?
No.
And you said when you think you heard this talk about the knife, you overlooked it and didn't think anything of it?
Yes.
You didn't hear anybody from your group making any threats about going back to the party to kill somebody?
No.
You didn't hear your party, anybody from your group making any threats at all?
No.
I thought she said she never heard anyone asking for the knife. She heard someone talk about the knife, but she don't know who.
And you offered all of these boys a ride home,
Yes.
except for Jack Snyder, right?
Yes.
Because Jack Snyder was the one driving the car, right?
Mhm.
And at some point, did you see Jack Snyder drive the vehicle off?
I bet he will be found guilty in a lesser included. Juries don't like murder cases. It's I think there's enough there to get him for manslaughter with a jury, no matter how much we just sat through the Karen Reed case. These people didn't. They don't know about the shady stuff. So I think he'll go down for manslaughter. I just hope that he won't go for murder, because I have a hard time finding murder.
And it left your field of vision?
I just from the video that I was shown, I saw that his car was driving. Maybe I don't remember his car driving off.
Carolyn Tyler was pinched. Zachariah Anderson was pinched. I can't remember his name in New Hampshire.
John
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
John something was pinched.
John Lee. I don't know.
Yeah, way better cases for the defense than this one. Juries like to convict. That's sadly how it is.
So was there a time when you were on the curb with the other people that had gotten out of the car and Jack Snyder wasn't there because he had driven off?
I wasn't sure about his whereabouts.
And you offered them a ride home with your sister?
Yes.
She wasn't there at that point, right?
No.
You couldn't see her anywhere?
No.
That would still get him to manslaughter, I think.
And you said
I
that
hope he'll get.
things were getting
If they
hyped up
find
a
him
little
guilty,
bit.
they will find him guilty in a lesser included.
So the kids that agreed to get into the car and I would give them a ride home, they were just sitting on the curb with me. I would say only Tyler and Lito seemed like they were getting hyped up.
When you say getting hyped up a little bit, what were they doing?
They were just loud. I asked them multiple times, "Hey, let me give you guys a ride home. Let's go home." And they were refusing multiple times. They just seemed adrenaline.
Okay. And where was Jack Snyder in the car at that point?
I'm not sure. Maybe behind us. I'm not sure where he was.
Could you see it anywhere?
No.
At some point, you became aware that the car had come back from wherever it had gone, that you didn't see it, right?
I honestly wasn't paying attention to his car. I don't know where his car was at that moment.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva get back into Jack Snyder's vehicle?
I don't remember. I didn't know if they were on foot or if they had driven the car back. Yeah.
So you didn't see them get back into the vehicle.
I don't remember seeing them.
And you're still sitting on the curb at that point.
Yes.
And you said you could tell there were 50 guys and it was scary and nothing good was going to happen.
Yes.
And those 50 guys, as you've described them, that would be the Shelton kids, right?
Yes.
Because
Rittenhouse, yeah, and then you can take the taser woman as well. It depends on the jury. Again, the law has nothing to do with the jury's decision.
there were only 7 of you in that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
No.
And then as you're down there on the curb with Keenan Frasick, Dimitri Arofanis, and Wilson Jwalt, you told us you heard noise from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
But you couldn't see anything, right?
No.
Because you were that far away.
Yes.
So you never saw a large crowd of people fighting in the yard of 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
No.
But while that's going on and you can't see anything, but you can hear it, you're still on the curb waiting for your sister to come.
Yes, at the other end of the street.
Are you getting panicked at that point about when is she coming? Is she coming?
No, I think I had her location, and I thought she was like a minute away, 2 minutes away.
Oh, okay. You could see on your phone where her location was.
Yeah, if I didn't have her location at that point, I had just asked her, texted her where she was.
And she was also familiar with this area from the same way that you were because families had grown up and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And when she pulled up, you still could not see Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, or Mr. Valle, right?
I didn't see them like face to face, no.
And you got into the car in the front passenger seat.
Yes.
Your sister drives or at that time drove a Volkswagen.
Yes.
And Mr. Frasick, Mr. Arfanis, they get into the back seat, right?
Yes.
You said Mr. Sinjwald, he was waiting to see if his girlfriend was going to come pick him up.
Yep.
So you guys are kind of sitting there waiting for that to resolve itself as far as Mr. Sinjwald's ride.
Yes.
When you see the pilot pull back up, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Valle got out and you said he came up to your window?
I didn't, by the way, see the pilot drive up.
Okay.
I saw Lito somehow appear next to the driver's side window, passenger side window.
Okay, so you didn't see the pilot. You just saw Mr. Valle appear there to the side.
The pilot was in front of me. I didn't see it like come back towards me or anything like that.
Okay. And he asked, Maddie, can I get a ride home?
Yes.
And then you said he got into the back seat, right?
Yes.
How quick was that interaction?
Literally just, hey, can I have a ride home? And he got right back in the backseat.
And then he was sitting in the back seat behind you.
Yes.
You were pissed off at him.
Yes.
Had you ever been that angry in your life?
I was pretty angry. I've been angry before.
Okay, fair enough. You were at least so angry that you didn't want to talk to Mr. Valle. Is that fair?
Yes.
You didn't want to look at Mr. Valle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you didn't look at Mr. Valle.
Correct.
So you didn't have anything more than this quick interaction with him at the window in order to observe him at all. Is that fair?
Yes.
So you couldn't see whether or not he was injured.
Correct.
And on the ride, you said the music was up, playing loudly.
Mhm.
Oh, to be young. And you're driving, music playing loudly, and there's no talking going on in the car. Is that right?
Yes.
You're not talking to Maddie at all in the front?
No.
But you don't hear anything that's being discussed in the seat behind you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then Maddie takes and drops off Keenan and Demetrius together in Trumbull.
Yes.
How long did that take to get there?
5 minutes.
That was close.
Yes.
And then you went to take Mr. Valle home, right?
Yes.
15 minutes max to get from Trumbull to Milford.
Mhm.
No talking.
No.
You're still angry.
Yes.
You got there, dropped him off. You still didn't want to talk to him.
Yes.
You say he asked you to step out. You just ignored that and left, right?
Correct.
Then you said texts start up, rumors are going around, talk of a stabbing in a group FaceTime call, right?
Correct.
A lot of confusion.
Yes.
And then now as you're riding home to your house from Mr. Valle's, you started to text with Mr. Valle.
Yes.
And we saw those texts in exhibits 97 through 101, right?
Yeah.
And those are coming pretty fast and furious, right?
Yes.
You're texting one after another. He starts responding back, right?
Yes.
You were scared.
Yes.
They were in a group, so again, it doesn't have to be ooh. Ooh. That's why knife fights are really, really, really dangerous, because it's easy to cut very dangerous paces very fast if you have a good stabulator.
You said something about if my parents find out.
No, she was mad because of the commotion. This is in the car the night before. She was scared when her friends texted her.
You were panicking at that point, right?
Yes.
And did it seem to you?
Well,
from
I've
the
seen
demeanor of
West Side
those
Story.
texts with
No,
Mr.
I
Valle
haven't.
that he was panicking as well?
Objection, Your Honor. How would you know?
It's asking about appeared.
Yeah, we all watched the stabulations in the Mew case. That was 30 seconds. 6 people, one of them fatal.
Yep.
People don't understand how dangerous a stabulator is. They are way more dangerous in close quarters than a pew-pew. Way more dangerous.
How it appeared, did it seem? I'll allow it. You can answer.
He was answering very weirdly. I didn't know what he was saying.
It was not the way you normally talked with him, was it?
No.
And the answers didn't make any sense to you, did they?
No.
You'd been there with him, right?
Yes.
And we talked before about whether or not you had a nickname. Do people sometimes call you Kins or Kinsey?
Yes.
And we see that in some of these, right? He's saying, please, Kins, right?
Yes.
And you're pleading with him to tell you what's going on, right?
Yes.
And this is all just on the ride back from dropping him off to your house, right?
Yes.
And that takes 15 minutes?
Yeah.
At the most?
Probably when I make a trip to Milford, I would say like 18 minutes.
And so, but this didn't start immediately once you got into the car. You didn't start immediately texting with him, right?
No, I had that group FaceTime call. I had received texts, and then that's when I had initiated the texting.
So how long do you think it took for all of those texts to go back and forth?
10 minutes, maybe, max.
Max, right?
Mhm.
Because these are going back and forth, back and forth. You're peppering him with questions. He's giving you responses that don't make any sense to you.
Yes.
And that's not the way Mr. Valle normally would text with you, was it?
No.
And you said, so scared, what's going on? I won't tell anyone, I swear, right?
Yes.
And you said that when you'd been together earlier in the day, he hadn't mentioned anything about going to Florida.
No.
Were you aware that there was a plan for the family to go to Florida?
No.
And you called him, you said, and he answered and talked to you for 2 minutes?
Yes.
And his demeanor when you were talking to him, did he seem panicked?
He kept saying, nothing's going on, nothing's happening. Stop panicking, nothing's happening.
Did that seem scared to you?
That was very weird. I didn't know what was going on.
Didn't make any sense to you, did it?
No, it didn't.
He was telling you, I wasn't there, right?
Yes.
That didn't make any sense to you, did it?
No.
You kept telling him that he was, right?
Yes.
And that was the last time that you saw Mr. Valle?
Yeah, that's the last time we saw each other.
It was a text, you didn't see each other.
He told us that was the worst night of your life, right?
Yes.
Wrap it up right now. You're doing great. She hasn't said too much damning. She's a good witness for the state. Wrap it up. Try for once in your life to end without going into, I'm going to ask 45 questions again. She can hurt you if she starts crying.
Officers came to talk to you that early that same, or like early the next morning,
Yes.
before the sun was up.
Yeah.
No, she's not, because she's not embellishing, and she's quite, the only thing she can't remember is how the trunk was.
Any redirect? No redirect.
No redirect.
All rise for the recess.
More witnesses. No, she has a lacrosse player at the university she plays right now, or she goes right now. I can't remember what she said. I don't know where you go to get an accounting degree, but she has this boyfriend, and she tells him, "Oh, I used to date this guy. He was a real bad boy. That's why I'm glad I have you, because you're safe." While she's looking out her window and hoping that she'll hear vroom, vroom, vroom. And that's how I fell for the leader of the gang. Run, 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 run. We had some stupid law that as a kid you could carry a knife if it's not longer than the width of your hand. I mean, that's practically through and through. Why even bother at that point? yeah, it's sometimes they just make these arbitrary laws that makes absolutely no sense. But if you're a Boy Scout, I still think you can have like a Boy Scout knife, but you can only use it for Boy Scouting. That's why I was thrown out of Boy Scout camp, because I just wanted to toss that knife, and apparently you can't do that in the woods because you don't know who comes walking around you. And I almost hit the tree sometimes. No, not one of those. The one that's fixed, kind of like a K-bar, something like that. Am I a big celebrity in Denmark? No, I am almost unknown in Denmark. I have 4 people from Denmark who follows me regularly. No one knows, even though I am the most live viewed Danish streamer at least a couple of times a month, if not a couple of weeks a month. I am the most live viewed Danish streamer. So, but no one knows me in Denmark. It was we had something in the summer holidays. They had, like, because we have 7 weeks of summer holiday, then we could try different things. You can try doing karate, go sailing, go to Boy Scout, and you could have a few days or a week or something like that. And I got kicked out the first day. My mom was really angry because then I just had to be home alone because she was working, my dad was working. So my grandmother had to hang out with me that time. I was just throwing knives. Stupid Boy Scouts. Yeah, but you can buy stuff like that if you have a purpose for it here in Denmark. Actually, if insulation bales, you'll need an insulation knife for those. And people have gotten in trouble because they went and said, "Oh, I forgot an insulation knife. I have to go back to the hardware store and bring it home because I brought home all the bales of insulation." And then they're stopped and they ask, "Hey, why do you have that?" "Well, I'm insulating my my attic." "Well, you can't have that knife." Back when we got it's called the knife law, that that was a mandatory 7 days in prison if you was caught with a knife. Didn't go before a judge or anything. It was mandatory, and there was so many people swept up with that they changed the law. Well, hey, I have 150 people watching me right now, and 15 over on Rumble. I am doing great. So, and it makes I don't have any trouble walking down the street because no one knows who I am. Yeah, the problem is they engaged in the second fight, and that's why I say I think the jury will at least get him manslaughter. But again, smart criminals get a plea deal for immunity. Like Brandon said earlier, if you robbed the bank and Holly Mack pew-pewed the guard that you have tied up, you better sing before Holly Mack does. For in lookbooks, that lookbooks sounds kind of like smelly pants in Danish. Yeah, we had a lot of that when people were coming home. They had like electricians who need a knife to take the insulation off cables and stuff. They would have like a box cutter, and they'll just put it in their pants and go and have a beer after work and forget they have it because it's just something you always have on you. And there was a lot of those people swept up in the knife law. I can't read that. We are in recess. Yeah, 7 days mandatory was when the knife law came in. We had, I believe it came from, we had a problem back in around 2008, 10, something like that, where the biker gangs was fighting the Muslim gangs, and there was a lot of people getting stabbed and pew-pewed. Funny enough, pew-pews are illegal in Denmark as well. But still, that happened. And then they made the knife law, and because politicians never think about the consequences, they put in a mandatory 7-day in prison, no matter what. As long as you didn't, you could use a knife for work, or you could bring it home if you had bought it at a store. But other than that, 7 days in prison, mandatory. I once forgot that I had a box cut in my purse. I had 3 actually, and I went to TSA at the airport, and they didn't even catch me. I had been in Rome for my sister's. I think it was my sister's wedding. Maybe it was the 5-year reunion for her wedding, and flown down there, no problem. Only had carry-on luggage. When I was leaving, I got stopped at the airport in Rome. I was like, what the hell? Well, it's just one of those random inspections you get. And they, in my toiletries, they found like a nail. I had like a scissor for cutting my nails. And I was like, oh, but I flew down here. They didn't pick it up in the Danish airport. And now I'm going to be in trouble. They were just like, no problem. Threw it back down in my toiletries and just off I went. How long does it take to revert the law that they created? I think it took like 3 or 5 months. Then they had to go before a judge. The TSA agent had a crush on you. No, I think he just looked at me, and I think I had my kids with me, and they had been, I think they were 8 and 10 the first time I took them to Rome. And I think they thought, yeah, he's probably not gonna do anything. Oh, yeah. Well, stupid. Well, if it's a stupid law, they will move faster. Yeah, that's illegal in Denmark. You can't have a multi-tool without having something to use it for. I once lost half my bicycle tools checking in at the airport. That was a major headache after we landed and had to start the trip. Yeah, that's annoying as hell. Yeah, but you're more of an outdoorsy people than we are, so that's probably why. And you haven't had the same gang wars we had. Yeah, of course I took my girls to Rome. I took them twice. When they were 10, the oldest was 10, and then again when she was 15, and no, 16, and they might get. I was afraid I might have been in a little bit of trouble when they were, I think 15, 16, because their aunt and her friend was like, yeah, you, because I like to just wander off and look at churches and ruins and stuff like that, and they just wanted to hang out with their aunt, and I said, yeah, cool. And when I came back, they were drinking Aperol spritz, and they technically weren't allowed to do that because they were minors, but They didn't drink to excess, so that was fine. This is for accidentally reporting one of your chatters for a violation of YouTube policies while the phone was in my pocket. At least I didn't call a cop or court. Well, I hope they don't get banned. People should get new phones that can lock in their pants. That's why I liked having a flip cover, but then I can't put it on my dashboard and use it as a GPS. But thank you. Yeah, but that's the old Nordic biker war. That's not when we got the knife law. Back then, we just got the gang package that they could make certain parts of the city into frisk zones. So if they wanted to frisk you, they could frisk you without anything other than you look like you're a bad boy. Was it Brandon? Dang. Yeah, have you ever heard anyone use that excuse? It happened in my pants. You would never do that, Brandon. But we have because we had that when the Hells Angels kind of got old, and then the new gangs from Nørrebro came in and tried to take over Christiania and get the weed market out there, and then we had a lot of stabulations and stuff like that. Yeah, right now it's been a couple of months, but we have had a lot of internal Muslim gang wars where people get pew-pewed a lot in Copenhagen. We're back. Jeff banned half of Ozzy's chat in his sleep. It happens, and now I miss Jeff. Yeah, he was a fun guy. He did some really weird things sometimes when he was on the Source. I still remember when he invited me on for one of his Friday streams. He told me the same story 3 times, and then he ended the show. I never got the punchline, but I was there. And I was supposed to have him on a week after he passed away. That was a little, that was weird. Not in a, I've thrown night. We had woods.
Council, please stipulate to the presence of our jury. All right, I'll ask this.
It's been stipulated, Your Honor. They came in a different order than usual, threw me off.
All right. So at this point, I would ask the state to please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Taylor Capella to stand, please.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Are we going to get another teenager telling another bunch of lies? At least get us a fact witness and get out of here.
Please step up into the witness box. Please remain standing or put you on jury. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
You can move this.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Taylor. How you doing today?
How are you?
I'm good. I think as I explained before, when we met previously, that this courtroom was very, very difficult to hear. There's a lot of fans going on. Just keep your voice up as much as possible. And then also, if you can sit close to the microphone, that'd be great. Okay. And if you need to take a break at any time, water, whatnot, just let us know. Now, Taylor, how are you feeling today?
Nervous,
Nervous? And why are you feeling nervous?
just because it's reliving the most chaotic, traumatic day.
Now, Taylor, how old are you?
19.
And previous to today, do you recall us meeting and speaking?
Yeah.
And why did we do that?
In this case,
Did we go over your testimony? And did I tell you to just tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Did I tell you what to say here
No.
today? Are you prepared to testify today?
Yeah.
Do you go to school? And if so, where do you go?
I go to East Carolina University in North Carolina.
And other than in school,
How can you go to East Carolina and North Carolina? Go chicken prairie dogs.
you live in Shelton, Connecticut. And who do you live there?
I couldn't imagine spending 5 minutes with a 20-year-old, and I have a 20-year-old.
It's my parents.
And what year are you in school?
I'm going into my junior year.
And what is your major?
I'm a criminal justice major.
What are you doing for the summertime? Are you out of school?
Yeah, just babysitting right now while I'm home.
And other than withdrawn, how long have you been living in Shelton for? Your whole life?
My whole life.
What high school did you attend?
Shelton High School,
And what year did you graduate Shelton High School?
2023.
Directing your attention to the year of 2022, were you a student at Shelton High School at that time?
Yes.
And what year were you?
I was a junior.
So you were a rising senior?
Yeah.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically to May 14th of 2022.
I'm losing my mind.
Do you remember that day and why?
I do.
It's way too big.
It was probably the worst day I've ever experienced. It was just a lot, and I lost a very close friend that day.
You can direct your attention to the nighttime hours of May 14th of 2022. Do you need a moment?
Sorry.
Yes, okay. Just breathe. Take a sip of water if you need to. Directing your attention to the nighttime hours of May 14th of 2022. Do you recall where you went that night?
To Tyler Rich's house.
And previous to going to Tyler Rich's house, what were you doing?
Just going in there to hang out.
Did you go anywhere before you went to Tyler Rich's house?
I was home and I was dropping my sister off somewhere, and then I went to Tyler Rich's.
And how did you know to go to Tyler Rich's house?
My boyfriend at the time called me, and I was told to go.
And who was your boyfriend at the time?
Matthew Lockovich.
Matthew Lockovich?
Mhm.
And were you familiar with Tyler Rich's house? Had you been there previously?
Yeah.
About how many times previously had you been there?
Just like a handful of times, not too many.
Did you go to school with Tyler Rich?
Yeah.
Same grade?
He was a grade above me.
And how did you get to Tyler Rich's house that night?
I drove there. It
And do you recall what car you drove?
was a BMW.
And at what time did you arrive at Tyler Rich's house on May 14th of 2022?
I'd say around 10-ish.
10 p.m.?
Yeah.
And do you recall the address that you drove to?
43 Laurel Glen.
In what town? Shelton?
Yes.
Sorry. And when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house, where did you park?
On the side of the street. I think it was on the right side.
Okay, I'm going to be showing you an exhibit. And if this exhibit does not demonstrate where you park,
She better have something pivotal. If she saw the stipulation, I can accept her. Other than that,
One moment.
I'm quitting, Jamie.
Do you recognize this area?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize in States 49 the house on the left-hand side of the exhibit as being Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
When you pulled up Tyler
Yeah, all the females have straight, flat hair, and all the boys looks like a broccoli patch. Jamie, if she has nothing other than just a rendition of what everyone else has said, I'm quitting. Then you'll have to stream for yourself.
Who is this person? I missed it.
I don't know. She's another one who went there and she knew them.
I thought it was going to be the sister picking her up and I was going to scream.
No, this one is someone, and she's studying crim law and is babysitting because she's a rising, I don't know.
God, enough.
Jamie, we need to find a case where we can just in and out, get some facts on the table and not have to listen to vapid teenagers. Why did you choose this case?
Hey.
Sorry, I can't ask questions about your decisions because you are the queen. Sorry, I forgot that one is in the contract.
Exactly. Exactly.
Tyler Ridge's house that day. And this picture is an aerial view taken several years after the date of incident. But in this exhibit, can you indicate to members of the jury where you parked when you arrived at Tyler Ridge's house?
I believe it was like right to the on the right side where these like green at the bottom where the green bushes are.
I'm going to use a pen indicating on State's Exhibit 49. Let me just verify if that's what it says. Yep, 49. You said the right to the bushes. Did you indicate? Are you indicating these bushes right
Yeah.
here to the bottom of the exhibit?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you park along the curb area of
Yes.
State 49 near the bushes, near the trees?
Mhm.
Okay. And when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house, did you go into the house?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you explain to members of the jury how you got into Tyler Rich's house.
If you go like past that in between the blue truck and the white truck, like there's and go all the way to the back, there were cellar doors right there.
Okay. So I'm going to show you States 9. Do you see the area? I can zoom in a little bit. Do you see the area where you went into how you accessed and got into Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yeah, it's like through this little opening right between that tree and the bush,
Okay, so I'm pointing to States 9. I'm directing my pen. Just tell me when to stop.
right through there.
Okay. And through this area here on States 9, you're indicating there were cellar or umbilical doors there. And when you got into the umbilical doors led into a basement area.
Yeah.
And when you got into the basement area of Tyler Rich's house, how many people did you see there?
20, 25 maybe.
And did you recognize everyone there?
Majority, some of them, yeah.
Most of them, if not all of them, attended what high school?
Shelton High School.
Was there anyone there who did not attend Shelton High School?
Not that I know of.
Can you give us some names of people that you recognized or that you saw there when you got there?
Matlock, Tyler Rich, Ricky, Fiola, Faison, Lily Lombardi, Izzy Silvis.
Did all those individuals go to Shelton High School?
Yeah.
Did you see an individual by the name of James McGrath?
I did.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States 57. Taylor, do you recognize who this is in States 57?
Yeah, that's Jimmy.
And so you refer to him as Jimmy?
Yeah.
So did Jimmy go to Shelton High School?
No, we went to Fairfield Prep.
How did you know Jimmy?
Our parents were friends when we were younger.
So-
I mean, I was friends with Rosie as well.
And Rosie's his sister?
Mm.
Did you hang out with Jimmy? Did you see him at other parties, even though he didn't go to Shelton High School? Did you see him quite often?
Yeah.
And were there times that you would go over to the McGrath household to see Rosie or anyone else? And would you see Jimmy there?
When I was younger, I would go over there. Yeah.
Now, when you got down with John, in looking at States 57, and looking at what Jimmy is wearing in this photograph, do you recognize this is the outfit that he was wearing the night of May 14th, 2022?
Yeah.
Do you know where this photograph was taken?
Yeah.
Where was this photograph taken?
Nikki DeJesus' house.
Okay, and you're familiar with Nikki DeJesus?
Yeah.
How do you know Nikki DeJesus?
I used to work for Nikki's dad, and we were family friends.
Had you had occasion to go to Nikki DeJesus' house?
Yeah.
And is that the basement of his house in that photograph depicted in 57?
Yeah.
Now, when you got down, when you were in the basement of Tyler Rich's house, did you observe any drinking going on?
Yeah, some people were drinking.
Some people were drinking.
Mhm.
Do you recall what they were drinking?
I would say it was just like beer or seltzers, not anything like crazy.
Were there any kegs there?
Not that I know of.
Did you drink at all when you were in the basement of Tyler Rich's house?
At the time I drove there, so I don't believe I did. It's possible I could have had one, but it would not have been any more than that.
Now, other than drinking and withdrawn, other than drinking, was anyone doing anything else? Was there talking? Was there music being played? Were there drinking games going on?
Yeah, there was music being played. Everyone was just talking, hanging out. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary that we don't usually do.
I think so. It's so the court reporter doesn't have to write it.
Was there a larger crowd than normal on that night, or would you say that was pretty average?
I would say it's average. I mean, there might have been a couple more people than usual, but not by much.
When you say a couple more people, did you recognize people that were in different grades than when you were in?
Yeah.
Anyone in the grade above you or anyone in the grade below you?
It was majority of the grade above me, and a couple people maybe the year below me, but
And you would say that Tyler Rich was a grade above you, so more of his friends
Right,
than
yeah.
people you associated
Yeah.
with. Now, amongst the people that you saw there in the basement, did you happen to see individuals with the name of Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines?
a little later, yeah.
Okay, explain that.
I remember I was hanging out downstairs with my friend Lily, and Matt. We were just talking, and then I remember they ended up coming to Tyler Rich's not too long after that. And I was told that there was a fight previously that they were involved in. That's why they were coming.
Okay, I'm going to take you a little bit back. How are you familiar with both Griffin and Ryan?
I went to high school with them. I would hang out with them on occasion.
Are they your year?
No, they're a year younger than I am.
And so you indicated just now that they arrived at the party a little bit later on. And you also indicated that you were made aware that they were in a fight.
Yep.
Without going into too much about what people said, how did you learn that they were involved in a fight?
I think people were just talking about it downstairs, and I had overheard a conversation that was going on.
To your knowledge, do you know how Ryan and Griffin arrived at Tyler Rich's house, how they got there?
I believe Charlie Connery picked him up.
Charlie Connery. So when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house, was Charlie there?
I believe so, yeah.
So at some point, to your knowledge, did Charlie leave to go pick up those two boys?
Yeah.
Now, you had said that you had heard they were involved in a fight. At some point at the party, were you standing close enough to Ryan and Griffin to overhear, without going into what they said, but to overhear what they were talking about regarding this fight?
No.
To your knowledge, at that point, you may know now, but at that point, did you know where that fight had occurred previously?
No.
And to your knowledge, at that time, did you know who they were fighting with at the party previously?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know if the people they were fighting with were members of Shelton High School or a different school?
I knew it was at St. Joe's kids. I didn't know who exactly.
Okay. So you gained knowledge that the people that they were fighting, Griffin and Ryan Hines were fighting, were from St. Joe's. Do you know how many individuals they were fighting with?
Not at the time. I didn't know.
You learned that later. Now, at some point, did you learn what St. Joe's kids were involved in the fight?
Yeah.
And if you can name those individuals.
Tyler Da Silva, Jack Snyder, and Raul Valle.
Now, are you familiar with Tyler Da Silva?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with Tyler Da Silva?
I think we were at a party one time together.
And Jack Snyder, how are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
I just know of him. I don't know too much about him.
And had you ever seen him at a previous party before?
Jack Snyder, no.
And Raul Valle, are you familiar with him?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with him?
I think we were at a party one time together.
Did you ever have any previous conversation with Raul Valle? Did you happen to see, well, withdrawn? Does Raul Valle go by a different name that you know of? Excuse me?
Lito?
And were you introduced to him as Lito?
Yeah, that's how I knew of him, yeah.
On a previous occasion? Do you happen to see the individual here today in court?
Yeah.
Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Over there in a black suit.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, the witness rather is identifying the defendant in court.
Record can reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle. Thank you.
Taylor, at some point while you were inside the basement, did you hear something that prompted you to go outside?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you hear?
The first time?
Yes.
So I was outside the first time because it was hot in the basement. So I had went outside, and that's when the car drove by the first time.
Okay. So just so I can understand you. So you're indicating that at some point you left the basement area and went outside because it was hot?
Yeah.
While you were standing outside, were you withdrawn? Were you outside with anyone else when you went outside?
I think I was with Matt.
Matt Lockovich?
Yeah.
Were you the only two outside at that point?
I think there were other people outside towards the front. I was still by the cellar doors at the time.
And you just indicated that you heard or saw a car drive up or drive by. Explain that.
So at that time I had heard about the fight, and we were by the cellar doors, and people were talking towards the front, and Matt had walked over there. So I had followed him a little bit towards the front of the yard, and that's when the car drove by.
So I'm going to refer you to behind you. Actually, let me see. So behind you, state 52. May I approach the Your Honor? Taylor, you can take the pointer that you have there next to you. You can just direct and point, show the members of the jury where you and Matt Lockovich were standing when you came outside and observed the vehicle. Okay. It was a little cut off, but it was like right probably by the truck. Okay. And when you say cut off, what do you mean by that? Like the truck kind of like what we were standing. And the individuals you said were closer to the street area, where were they standing in face of each other? I'd say they were like
In this oversized jacket, she looks like I can't remember her name. The one who makes parodies of the Karen Reed case. Oh, what's her name? I know this. Oh, I'm so bad with names. But she's always. I think she bought her husband's like suit jacket and puts on a tie and makes fun of Brennan. She also wrote those diary notes from Jeanan, from Brennan and Lally. She's funny.
I have no idea.
Emily, yes, Emily C. She is super funny, and she's always dressed up in these oversized shirts. When I see her, I just think of her. That's
And the vehicle that pulled up, are you able to demonstrate in this exhibit where they pulled up? I do another exhibit and you're not. It was like over here somewhere. Okay. So let the record reflect that initially the witness is pointing to the back left documents is standing, indicating the middle of the grass area where other individuals are standing, one towards the red bush, the back left red bush. And she indicated the vehicle pulled up the right-hand side of state 52, right to the left-hand side.
Art, I'll take the information on the record. Thank you.
Now, Taylor, are you able to name the other individuals that you saw in the, as you indicate on state 52, in the grassy area approaching the vehicle?
I think it was just Ricky Fiola, Tyler Rich are the only really two I remember going up there.
And do you recall what type of vehicle pulled up?
Honda Pilot.
I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as state 30. Taylor, does state 30 resemble, or is that the vehicle that pulled up in front of Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yeah.
And explain what the lighting was during that time. Were you able to see clearly? Obviously, it was nighttime, but were there any lights that were illuminating the area?
It was dark outside, but it wasn't dark to the point where you couldn't see who was in front of you. There was lights in the driveway, flashlights.
And when you say flashlights, do you mean people had their phones?
Yeah,
used
like
the
from
lights
your
on their
phone.
Now, how many individuals were withdrawn? At some point, when you saw this vehicle pull up, did you notice anyone else from inside the basement coming outside to approach the vehicle?
I think maybe a couple people might have come outside. I don't know exactly who.
From withdrawn, where you were standing, did you ever leave that area to get closer to the vehicle, or did you stay in that location?
I stayed out there for maybe a couple seconds and then went back inside after that.
So from your vantage point, were you able to see how many individuals approached the vehicle?
No.
Were you able to hear anything from what was being said from the people?
Why
that were
is
outside
she
the vehicle or
here?
anyone from inside the vehicle? Were you able to see who was inside the vehicle at this point?
Not at that point.
Like, okay, then
Because
what are the
she's
points?
probably the only one who can place the stabulator in his hand.
Oh my God.
We need to wait because I still have no idea why she's here. Another one, she looks like, if you ever watched Husavik, the song about my hometown from the Oscars a few years back, from the Will Ferrell, Rachel McAdams song. Molly Sarrain, I think her name is, a Swede, who sings the Rachel McAdams part because she can't sing as well. She also dressed a lot in these oversized shirts and then just a top under. Kind of looks like her as well.
Did you get a sense at all of what the vibe was or the atmosphere was when you witnessed the Shelton kids from the basement coming outside and approaching the car?
It didn't seem like they were like extremely mad or trying to cause a problem. It's not like they came sprinting outside and chasing after the car. They walked out of the basement casually and went up to the car, or went up to the front yard at least. Walking.
And you couldn't hear anything that was being said. And you said you stayed outside for a couple of seconds?
Yeah.
And then you went back into the basement? And why did you do that?
I didn't see a need to stay outside. Went back inside.
At some point, did you learn of who was in that Honda Pilot?
Yeah.
And from what you were made aware, who was in the Honda Pilot?
Tyler Da Silva, Jack Snyder, and Lito.
Anyone else that you know who was in that pilot?
I know for sure.
And at some point, withdrawn, you said you had gone into the basement. Did you see the vehicle leave that area at any point before you went back into the basement?
No, I don't think I saw it leave. No.
And at any point in time, did you go back outside?
I did.
Okay. And why did you go back outside?
People started going outside.
It doesn't look
Pretty
like
sure
her at
that
all.
someone said,
It looked just like her, Jamie. I know you are black and white. It looks exactly like her.
something that like caused me to go outside. I can't recall exactly. And I went outside, and that was when people started walking up the street. And I started walking up there as well.
So I'm going to take you back a little bit. So you had said you went back outside. At any point in time, did you see the Honda Pilot driving up and down the street?
No.
Okay. When you went back outside after something prompted you to go out there, you indicated that you saw people walking down the street. What people walking down the street?
It's not the sister. She was at the party already. Everyone, just wait till Sunday night when Anime have made all the timeline for every single witness, and we will figure out. I will probably have to fill my entire back room with all the threats. This girl has nothing to do with the last witness. It's not the sister. It's someone who already was at the house because she knew Rich.
Like the Shelton, the kids that were at Tyler Rich's.
Can you recall who was walking down the street?
Tyler Rich, maybe Matt, Ricky, and those are the only ones I really know for sure.
And you then indicated you started walking down the street.
Yeah.
I'm going to be showing you, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? States 1. Have your pointer still there. You can indicate to members of the jury that states here. So if the red dot here is Tyler Rich's house, walk out the driveway, how far down Laurel Glen Drive? Hold on. Did the vehicle drive down Laurel Glen to the farmhouse? Yep. How far down Laurel Glen did you go? I really got to the right. Okay. So let the record reflect here that this is pointing to a quarter way down Laurel Glen. Do you recall what was around you when you stopped? It was just like these, I remember these trees with this. I was living like here. Who was with you at that time? I was by myself. And from your vantage point, were you able to see anything up Laurel Glen or the farmhouse? You could see that there was a car parked somewhere over here. Record reflects the witness pointing about 3/4 of the way down Laurel Glen. And there were some people standing and sitting on the side of the road behind the road. Did you see any of the Shelton High School kids? Anyone from the party running after the vehicle?
No.
Then you are a pointless witness. Why are you here? Because they did.
Because she saw the stabulator. It's the only reason she could be here. She saw the stabulator.
Yeah, he threatened her, but then he got 4 other kids. So
Yeah, and they jumped in front of her
Remember,
because
you
he
what's
tried to
marked as
go
states
after
44. I'm going to ask you if you've seen this video before. Just play it in its entirety.
Oh my God, I'm so sick of this video.
I could hear someone say the puss word.
They sure did, and the MFer.
I hate this case.
I do too.
Now, Taylor, have you seen this video that's depicted in States 44 previous to today?
Yes.
Okay. And from your recollection of what you observed on that night, did you see any of that happening from your vantage point?
No, I think they might have already been up there when I started walking. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
So the kids that you saw
You
running
didn't
up
see
after
Jack.
the vehicle, you don't personally remember seeing that?
Mhm.
Okay. And did you hear in States 44 something
It is called a ring camera, right? That's how it has to be circular.
being thrown at the vehicle?
Mm.
Do you recall seeing or hearing that?
Mm.
Previous to the car leaving Laurel Glen in front of Tyler Rich's house, do you recall any things being thrown at the vehicle or things being thrown out of the vehicle from where you were standing before you went back into the basement?
Yeah. I remember things were being thrown from the car at the car. It was just like a both way thing.
And is that before the car drove down
Yeah.
Laurel Glen? Now, how long would you say you were in the area you depicted in States Lewis 52, where you indicated you walked up towards the vehicle? How long did you stay in that area for?
Like probably not even 3 seconds, and then I turned around and walked back.
Did you have any interaction with anyone other than maybe your boyfriend at the time?
No.
And when you came back, withdrawn. When you came back
Get
down
to
towards
it.
Tyler Rich's house,
Dang it.
who were you with at that point?
I went back inside, so I was with everyone who was in the basement.
Did you walk back alone, or did Matt?
I walked back with
Okay.
everyone.
And so, to your knowledge, did Matt Lockovich stay up there?
Yeah, because he wasn't in the basement when I was, but it wasn't even for sure that he was up there. I assumed he was up there because a bunch of Ricky and Tyler are his friends, so I assumed he was up there. So that's why I started walking up there. I didn't get that far, and then I turned around. He wasn't in the basement, so I was assuming that he was up there.
Why did you walk up there in the first place?
I thought he was up there.
You thought Matt was
Yeah, I
up there?
thought Matt was up there.
And were you concerned for him? Why were you going up there to were you curious?
I was just curious, concerned why he was going up there, so I walked up there.
When you came back down to go back towards Tyler Rich's house, did you encounter anyone at that point before you got back to the basement?
Not that I remember, no.
When you approached the house, was there anyone standing on the front lawn at that point?
I think there were a couple people in the front yard. I couldn't tell you who. I don't remember.
At some point, you got back into the basement. When you got back into the basement, who did you recognize in the basement at this point?
Lily was there. My friend Izzy was down there. A couple other girls that I was talking to.
When you say Lily, Lily's last name?
Lombardi.
And Izzy?
Silvis.
Anyone else that you
Are
saw
they going
down
to
there?
call them too?
There were
cares?
people older than me that Michaela Holton was down there.
I don't care about
Oh,
everybody's
Jimmy was there?
names.
Jimmy was down there, yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did you have a conversation with Jimmy?
I did.
Okay. And tell me the gist of the conversation. Without telling us what he said, what did you tell him, if anything?
We were just talking at that point about his girlfriend, and how happy he was with her. And he just was saying how he loves her, and he's been so happy recently with her. That's really part of the conversation.
At some point, after seeing what you saw when you first went out to see the car, as well as observing what you did when you went down Laurel Glen, did you think something bad was going to happen?
Yeah.
And what did you think was going to happen?
At this point, they've driven by multiple times, and everyone was talking about it. So I figured that there was going to be an altercation, maybe of some sort. I don't know, like not physically, but maybe verbally or something along the lines.
At
I'm
some
so
point,
glad
did
they
Matt
called
Lockovich
her
come
to
back
say
into this
this
area?
because we didn't know that.
Did you at any
at all.
point tell Matt Lockovich as well as Jimmy McGrath anything at that point?
Yeah, so then I started talking to both of them, and I was telling them that if an altercation were to happen, to just stay out of it, don't get involved. It's not your
good
problem.
thing she was there.
And
Good
that's what
thing.
Jimmy did. So
And why did you find the need to tell them that?
I just know it was mainly towards Matt. I know Jimmy wouldn't get involved. He wasn't that type of person. Matt, I know if his friends were in an altercation, he wouldn't just stand there and let it happen.
Now, at some point, did you go back outside and see this Honda Pilot again?
Yeah.
And when and how did you come to see this Honda Pilot again?
So then everyone started going outside, and I went outside with them, and that's when I walked out, and Lito and Tyler were on the yard fighting with everyone.
So I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as. Well, explain to members of the jury, when you walk out, when you walk back out the Bilko doors.
Yeah.
When you walk back
God,
out the Bilko
shut
doors, what area of the yard did you go to?
I hate this.
Finally.
Now,
The
Tell
front
me
yard.
you saw the
I'm
stapulator.
showing what's been marked as State 3. Is this a good representation of where you were standing when you came back outside?
Yeah, actually, basically where I was standing, yeah.
Okay. And if you can explain to members of the jury where in State 3 you were standing, and I can use the pen again if you just want to direct me to where, because I know the point on your screen, the jurors can't see it. If you see my pen,
Yeah.
can you direct me to go to the left or the right,
I go,
back?
yeah, back a little bit, and honestly, right there.
Okay. So let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness identifying with the state's assistance that She was standing.
Oh,
bottom
what are we waiting? Come on.
My record will reflect. Thank you.
Now, Taylor, you said that when you came outside, you
Even
were
the
standing in
judge
that
sounds
area
bored.
as indicated in stage
I know.
3. You indicated you saw the pilot.
Mhm.
Okay. And
Whoopity-doo.
what did you see in conjunction with seeing the pilot?
It was just parked on the street, like near the mailbox a little bit. Kind of like the mailbox would be like where the car's in the center, if that makes sense. Like the mailbox would
No.
separate half the car was in the front of it and half the car was back.
Oh my
So
God.
showing you stage
So
5,
insightful.
the daytime picture, but can you indicate on stage 5 where you observed behind a pilot pull up?
It
Who
came
cares?
from, it was like kind of, it would be more in front of this
Nope.
picture a little bit, like probably right by the basketball hoop.
Okay, so this area here?
Yeah.
No, you can't probably see. So,
This is like Lally and Did It Snow?
Yeah, I would say like right there.
I'm so
okay. So
annoyed.
you want to let this record reflect that the witness identifying that the pilot pulled up to the left-hand bottom side of stage 5 towards the, a little bit off from the curve area of stage 5.
Thank you.
So Taylor, when you saw the pilot as indicated in stage 5 where it parked, what, if anything, did you see after it parked?
That's when Lito and Tyler De Silva had gotten out of the car
And where did you observe them going when they got out of the vehicle?
onto the grass.
And at that point, did you have anything blocking your view? How was the lighting?
There was flashlights on. Again, the garage had the light on it. So I could see clearly. There wasn't a lot of people standing in front of me, so I did have a clear view, yes.
You had indicated you were familiar with both Tyler De Silva and Lito, with the defendant. Do you recall what they were wearing that night?
They were both kind of wearing the same color. I'd say it was like a lighter blue, or like the color of this, maybe a little lighter.
Were you able to clearly identify at that point with the lighting and where you were standing who was who?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you can, where was the defendant standing and where was Tyler De Silva standing? And I don't know if stage 3, if you'd rather me use stage 3, or if there's a different exhibit that you think would help you out there.
I would say Tyler De Silva was up closer to the, like on the grass near the bush. And Lito was behind him farther towards the road.
Why do we
more.
need somebody to come tell us what these people who were up there already
Say that again,
said?
please.
That Tyler De Silva was up more.
Hey, can you come in and make this bearable? Maybe swing by and just break my leg. I think that would make this more entertaining.
Like towards the bush a little bit.
Okay.
On the grass, sorry. Maybe up a little more. Yeah, like right over there. And then Lito was behind him.
Behind you, so even further over here.
Somewhere like that.
It's like a little dark. I can't really see if that's still.
Why don't you give her the exhibit and let her take a look at it over here? Perhaps she could point it out.
Yeah, why don't you?
So they ran up. So they ran up onto the grass, and then Tyler De Silva was closer to the red bush. Right, yeah, over there, like closer to that bush, and then Lito would be behind him, so closer to the road.
Okay, so more towards this area.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you came out and you observed Tyler De Silva and the defendant, what did you observe them doing?
The death penalty case, because there was so much downtime when the lawyers were just trying to get a one-word answer out. But it's just, we have heard somewhere between 50 and 100 million different witnesses now. And she could have skipped that entire intro. Just tell me you saw the stabulator. Yeah, but then we can't understand her. I have it at 125. That's the highest because she the prosecutor speaks fast.
When I came out to the point, they were fighting at that point. They were in the fight at that point.
When you say they, who's they?
Tyler De Silva and Lito were fighting the Shelton kids.
When you say the Shelton kids, can you recall from where you were standing, or were you able to observe from where you were standing, who from the Shelton kids, who from the house came out to fight?
A bunch of us were out there, kind of just standing there. Like most of us were just watching. I believe Alex Bernstein was near Tyler Da Silva, and I'm not sure who Lito was fighting with at that point.
Is it fair to say that when you came out, well, with John, is it your testimony that when you came out, the fight was already in progress? Okay. So is it fair to say that you did not have any kind of firsthand knowledge about who threw the first punch or how the fight started?
Yeah, then why are you here?
Explain as much as you can when the fight started or when you came out and saw the fight, what was going on? What was the environment?
It was just chaotic and a lot going on at that point.
She's
People
the
just
crown
standing
witness.
there, some
She's
of them
gonna say,
fighting.
I saw him, I heard him scream, I'm gonna stapulate all your biatches. And then he said, sorry, I'm gonna take off my shirt, I'm gonna put on a red bandana and play Rambo. And then she looked around and she said, man, he just turned into a demon, and he was like Tyrion Farrell from Game of Thrones doing the water dance and just stapulating everyone, stapulating 50. The reason why they only say there was 30 people there is because he just stapulated 20 of them into pieces. They disappeared.
Okay. She better.
Everyone was kind of just everywhere at that point.
Were all the Shelton kids fighting or were some observing?
No, a majority were watching. I think only a couple kids were fighting at that time.
And who were you
Been
standing around
horrible.
when this fight was occurring?
I was next to Michaela Holton.
Michaela Holton? And who's Michaela Holton to you?
She's one of my friends. She's friends with my sister. They cheered together.
Was she dating anyone who was involved in this fight or who was there?
Yeah, Andrew.
Andrew.
I don't know how to say his last name. Starts
Okay.
with an M.
Was he Mr. Litas?
Yeah.
Was he present there as well?
We don't want to
And
hear from your
Do you
sister.
recall seeing Tyler Da Silva during this fight?
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing the defendant during this fight? Yeah. And at any time during the fight, did you hear anything about a knife?
Yes.
And if you could please explain to members of the jury what you heard at that point.
I heard Charlie Connery screaming, he has a knife, he has a knife.
And are you familiar with Charlie Connery?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with his voice?
Yeah.
Were you able to tell it was him? And when you heard he has a knife, what was going through your head?
I was just like, oh my God, what's going on? I'm talking about he has a knife.
Did you know who he was referring to when you heard he has a knife?
Well, that's at the point where I saw, a couple seconds after that is when the defendant was near. Sorry.
It's okay. Take a
She's
second.
gonna see firsthand. She better.
The defendant was near Jimmy, and he was lunging towards him. And I just saw him go up to Jimmy. And Jimmy stays there for like 2 seconds. And I looked over and saw Tommy with, there was a flashlight pointing down on Tommy's leg. And he had blood all over his leg. And I looked back at Jimmy, and at that point his shorts were just all bloody. And I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
Okay, Taylor. I know this is really difficult. I'm going to have to take you through it a little bit just so you can give some more detail about what you saw, okay? So you indicated that
So finally,
heard
we have
Charlie
someone who
Connery
saw the
indicate
stabbing.
He's got a knife.
Yeah.
And at some point, you indicated you had realized that some of the Shelton kids had gotten stabbed. Is that
Yeah.
right? And who did you become aware that got stabbed?
At first, it was Tommy that I was aware of.
Okay. Who else did you become aware that got stabbed?
At that point, I didn't know anyone else. I didn't see anyone else.
At some point during the night, did you learn that other people had gotten stabbed?
Yes.
Who were those individuals?
Brian Hines, Faison Teal, Jimmy McGrath, and Tommy Connery.
And did you personally see Tommy, Ryan, or Faison get stabbed?
No.
May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
So did she see it or didn't she see it? Or did she think she saw it? To
Well,
me,
she
it,
says she just looked over and saw blood, but she didn't see like a
no,
knife.
but he was standing there in front of. He just kind of stood there, and then there was a flashlight, and she saw blood. Again, neither did we. We thought this would be like we would be done by Wednesday. There's nothing. They have had so many witnesses testify to where a car was parked, and no one agrees on it. But they all had 2 drinks. It's the most boring couple of teenagers I've ever heard about. I bet you you never went to a party when
Taylor, who did you
and only
see
had
first
2
with
drinks.
injuries?
Tommy.
And then whose injuries did you see after that?
And I looked at Jimmy.
And you realized what happened to him? And then who did you see after that?
Then it was Faison.
And then at some point, did you realize Ryan had been stabbed?
I don't think I saw Ryan at like the rest before that. I think I saw him once the ambulance got there. Then I saw Ryan.
And do you recall observing who those individuals, other than Jimmy, were fighting with? Meaning, who was Tommy fighting with? Who was Faison fighting with? Who was Ryan fighting with? Were they fighting with the defendant or were they fighting with Tyler DeSilva?
The defendant.
Defendant. And you personally observed that?
I just remember them being closer to the defendant.
And did you see Jimmy fighting with Tyler DeSilva at all?
Not at all.
And did you see Jimmy fighting with the defendant at any point?
Not at all.
Was Jimmy involved in the fight at all?
No.
What was he doing during the fight?
Standing there.
Standing there? Would you characterize as him just observing?
Yeah.
And at some point, did you see where the defendant went? So after you saw the fight break out, did you see the defendant go anywhere at that point?
So he went to the car. I remember him going to the car and coming back.
When you observed him going to the car, explain what you saw.
He got like shoved into the road and goes up to the Honda Pilot, comes back onto the grass, and that's.
I'm going to show you state 62.
Did you see the stabulator?
Does this look familiar to you? Is this what you recollect seeing the night that he went with the defendant back to the vehicle?
Yeah.
And how long would you say he was back in that vehicle for?
Not long, couple seconds maybe.
And after you saw the defendant at the vehicle,
Oh, it's him here. I haven't been able to see what the hell. I thought this was a bedroom window with pillows. I haven't made out what this picture was so far. Doesn't it look like pillows? Some of those pillows you ladies like to put on beds that you have to remove before you can sleep in it.
Yeah. It does, though.
I think they're called throw pillows because you just want to throw them against the wall and yell, "Why the hell do we have 45 pillows we don't use?"
Yeah.
explain what
You're
you
not
saw
wrong.
him do next. And if you can take it as slow as possible and describe as much as you saw, it'd be very helpful.
So at that point is when he comes back onto the grass. And I don't know if he like slipped or turned. He spins to his, I want to say it was his left. And then he takes his arm and goes like up to Jimmy.
So Taylor, I'm going to have you stand up. Your Honor, if I just may have the witness demonstrate what she observed. Okay. So Taylor, if I'm Jimmy, okay, where were you in relation to where you saw Jimmy?
Probably a little farther back, but diagonal, just like this.
So if I move back a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. And so where was the defendant positioned to where you saw Jimmy?
Like right there.
Okay. And if you can demonstrate, and Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness is pointing to her left-hand side towards members of the jury as to where the defendant was standing. She indicated that Jimmy McGrath was standing to the defendant's left-hand side and directly in front of her.
Record will reflect.
So if you can
So someone was clipped by a car and did a pirouette.
please just indicate, just show members of the jury what you observed the defendant.
Jamie, can we discuss her jacket?
What about it?
She's a pretty girl, right? doesn't it
Okay.
make her look frumpy?
Well, yeah. The kids love frumpy.
I wouldn't have worn this low-cut top to court, but that's just me. My moves doesn't look good in a halter top. But if she wore something a little more tucked in at the sides and something like that, and not these oversized sleeves, she would be a really be really pretty. But she just looks frumpy now.
Yeah,
Oh, and
it's a stupid jacket.
yeah, and she wears baby blue, which means she tries to betray the Virgin Mary. I learned that on the
my
nerve.
And do with his arms and the motion he used in doing what he did to James McGrath.
So, with his right arm, I remember he turns and just like.
I think because she's maybe a little big in what young people think that they should look like, and that's why she's a little more dressed a little more loose. But I think it would look really nice on her, which if she had something a little more shaping. She's It's so sad that they all think they has to be thin as rails. Just look at Jen McCabe. When you turn 40, you will look like a former catcher's mitt.
You look like Skeletor.
Question.
The record reflector is turning using her right hand and making an upward motion, indicating that the defendant was making an upward motion into Jimmy McGrath.
You will note that on the record. Thank you.
But that's not consistent with what the ME said. It was
Yeah.
it was between the ribs, and I don't think there was any real deviation up or down. It was just a stab into the chest, so it wasn't an upwards motion.
So Taylor, when you saw the defendant come back from the vehicle and come back around, and as you said, turned around and made that motion up into Jimmy, did you see what he was holding in his hand?
I couldn't see exactly.
Can you describe or show us what he was doing with his hand? Was it open? Was it closed?
It was in a fist, and you could tell, obviously, that there was something in his hand.
And when he came back around to use whatever was in his
see
fist
it,
to go
ma'am.
into Jimmy, what was Jimmy doing at that point?
He kind of just like he was backing up, and like his hands kind of were up, and he just like is walking backwards a little bit. He's like a step back.
When the defendant came back from the vehicle and came back around, did you observe him swinging the knife at random people, or did you observe him coming and making a beeline for Jimmy?
He came right for Jimmy.
Did he have purpose in going towards him?
It looked like it.
Did he say anything when he was lunging towards Jimmy?
Not that I remember.
And at that point, did you realize what he had just done? And if you can indicate to the members of the jury what you observed Jimmy do next after you saw the defendant stab him.
He kind of just stood there for a second, and just like falls down onto the ground. And you can see he had those white shorts on. You could just see them all covered in blood.
And after you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I didn't know what to do. I literally froze. And then everyone kind of was looking around, seeing that everyone was at this point that Faison had actually come up to me. And I saw his arm, and it was just like a chunk of Faison, like his like fat tissue was coming out of his arm. And he was like, can you tie this? And I'm not good with blood. So I was like, Faison, I'm so sorry. Like, I really can't help you. And someone else ended up helping him. And then that's when I ended up calling my mom. And then I called my dad, and he ended up coming.
At any point before you saw Jimmy get stabbed, or as you saw Jimmy get stabbed, did you hear him say anything?
No, not that I remember Jimmy saying anything.
And who were you with what was wrong? Was anyone around you? Were you tending to anyone other than, like you indicated, Faison when this was happening?
No, just face on.
Where was Michaela Holton at this point?
I think she walked back, like backwards. At that point, I think I was standing by myself. I was so focused on what just happened. I really don't remember.
After you noticed what happened to Jimmy, after you saw Faison's injuries, when did you realize Tommy had also gotten stabbed?
There was a flashlight pointing down on Tommy's leg. So I guess it was, yeah, after that I saw Tommy, and everyone was kind of trying to tie like a tourniquet, I guess you could say, onto his leg with the shirts that the guys had on.
After Jimmy was stabbed, after all the boys were stabbed, did you see where the defendant and Tyler DeSilva went?
Back into the Honda Pilot.
You saw that with your own eyes?
I don't remember who exactly running back into the Honda Pilot though.
And what did you see the Honda Pilot do?
It drove down towards Adams Drive.
And at some point you indicated you had called your parents. Did at another point, at some point too, police arrive and EMS arrive?
Yeah.
Were you outside when this was happening?
Yeah.
And did your parents come to the scene as well?
My dad ended up coming with my sister.
And did you go home right away when your dad showed up?
I think we stood there for a good amount of time, and then I ended up going home.
Did you talk to the police that night?
No, I
At
didn't.
what point did you talk to the police? Do you recall?
I want to believe it was that. I want to say the day, maybe not the day after, maybe that Monday. Yeah, maybe like 2 days after.
Was it once or more than once?
It was more than once.
And
I think they mean they use their phones, because they said flashlights a lot, but I think it's kind of like when Brennan says healthcare data because he's too dumb to know it's Apple Health.
at any time the night of May 14th of 2022, did you see Jimmy McGrath fighting with the defendant?
No.
At any time the night of that party, did you see Jimmy McGrath fighting with anyone?
We don't know.
At any time that night, did you see Jimmy McGrath with a weapon?
No.
Did you see any of the Shelton kids with weapons?
No.
Taylor, you personally observed and witnessed a friend of yours get stabbed, fatally stabbed, and witnessed the stabbing of other friends of yours. How has this affected you mentally?
Oh my God, who cares?
I've gone to therapy for it. Therapy nights, even at school, at college, that I would have like
should be able to bring
nightmares of
this
this.
stuff
I'd
in.
call my mom, like, hyperventilating.
Yeah,
It's just like and even
this
after
has
the event
nothing to do with
happened,
the case.
it just
This has nothing
replays
to
in
do
my
with
head,
anything.
and it's just hard to know that he wasn't even doing anything.
But I bet you the defense attorney will look like a objective.
I've gotten really bad. I've always had anxiety, but I think it's increased definitely after this. I don't know, it's a lot. And I've obviously, like I said, gone to therapy for it because I didn't know what else to do. Traumatic.
In a moment now?
Come on, she didn't get hurt. This isn't about her.
Yeah, that's really stupid. We're talking about a break for the day. You can't have more witnesses. You can't have more witnesses. For sake. See, Jamie, I'm having my dog shirt on.
What is it?
Further questions, Your Honor?
The dog.
Right. So at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court is prepared to adjourn for the day. We'll finish the cross-examination and the remainder of this witness's testimony on Monday, hopefully. So I just want to remind you of your obligation to
Oh my
abide by your
effing
rules
God.
of fair conduct. Usually comes from a weekend. There is a lot of media coverage. Please do your best to avoid that media coverage. People that you are going home to will also be curious to know more of what's going on, possibly talk to you. Please remember that you're not allowed to speak to anyone regarding it. Please greet each other. Have a nice weekend. We'll see you back here on Monday to continue with the evidence. Thanks. We're dismissed.
All right, so what's adjourned?
Jamie,
Yes, Baker.
can I just say, what a waste for most of the day.
was.
All of these witnesses could have been done in, well, half of them didn't have to be called. And these two ladies that we have heard from today, the amount of waste. So did you see anything? No. When you didn't see anything, what did you see? Nothing. So by saying nothing, did you mean that you saw something? Nope, I didn't see anything. So by anything, do you mean anyone? Well, anyone, anything, whatever way you want to say it. But have you ever seen something? Yeah, I'm seeing something right now. Did you do that night? No, I didn't do it. Are you sure you didn't see him running down the street with a stabulator yelling, "I'm going to unalive all you old biatches"? I'm pretty sure I didn't see that. Pretty sure. So you're not 100% sure. Yes, I am 100% sure. Could he have done it without you seeing it? No, I don't think so. So what you're claiming is he did it. You want to do this again Monday? But, Jamie, can you tell the
Please?
doggos to be quiet? Because it's Friday, and this is where Brandon and I have our beer. Brandon, I think he's not even here anymore. So, but I'm going to pour my beer. Can you entertain the troops? Like when you did your OSO tour back in Korea.
Oh, yes, of course. No, I felt like this girl, like she was so, I was getting irritated because she was so pointless. Maya Lee came out of the house. She saw an arm move towards a kid who had, yes, I get it. Like she was standing next to somebody. She looks away and then she looks back and there's blood on his shorts. But she didn't see anything. And I don't know why we have to call 55 people to say the same thing. At this point, I don't care where the car pulled up. I don't think we had the people that were actually in the fight testify. Why do we need 17 million other side people to testify? It's ridiculous. And yeah, sorry, my dogs are going crazy because we got some severe weather coming and I can hear it. The rain is hitting the screen like really hard. Well, she said she saw it, but she didn't see it. No one saw anything.
Well, he did something, Jamie.
He did something,
Yeah.
but you can't definitively say anything. That's my problem.
Holly Mac, I have another idea. I take Monday off. Marissa and Jamie do it, and Anime comes on with his timeline.
Yep. You better get that timeline done this weekend. You better cancel all your plans. Take care of that.
That's he didn't read what was in small with the wrench.
Yeah, when Baker says, "Hey,
Yeah.
you want to be a mod?"
Yeah.
It means more than just that, guys.
Yeah, Marissa thought, yeah, I can be a mod sometimes. And now she's officially head of booking of talent.
Yeah.
And yelling at interns. That's her favorite role. No. Anime, not Brandon. But good thing Brandon is here. I sent the link to Valhalla, but he's crying because he didn't get a wrench yesterday. So it'll only be you and I, Brandon. Are you ready? If something pops up for Monday, yeah, we might just do he got convicted instead. Dave, you first. Well, there's no sick days when you work for Jamie. That's why she's mean.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Come on, Brandon, say you're ready.
Brandon, hurry up. Chip, chop, chip.
But I have to go to the bottle and get some beers. I don't have any beers in the house. My wife said I couldn't have it.
Get out of chat and go get it. He says, me? Like, who else is he talking to? I say that a lot, though. That's my.
Just started. If I start, I'm done before. You're not MG. Yeah, that's yeah. You have a beer. You're ready. Everyone, sorry for this week. It has been an absolutely boring case that hasn't proved anything, but we'll finish it on a high note and have our normal Friday beer. Cheers.
Cheers.
No, I don't have any interviews coming up. Marissa has. I've been begging her to book some guests, and she said, "Don't you know I'm kind of a big deal? I streamed on your channel for a week, so you book yourself." And I thought that's weird, but I am still trying, actively working to have Plevin and Krusty Panties on for interviews.
Oh my Lord. Why do you want to hurt yourself so badly?
Well, because I am kind of an idiot.
You do
You've
like
seen me
torture.
for a long time. You know I'm stupid.
I'm not stupid.
I don't really, because you could do all the rundown. Hey, so how did you see the Karen Reed case? But I kind of feel like we've done that so much, and it's already made the rounds. So it'll just be the same show on a different channel, and I don't kind of want to do that.
So boring.
Yeah, and maybe when something new comes up again, I am looking at a case, and we're trying to figure out if it's televised or not. We'll also be trying to get a Zoom feed for the next Aiden court appearance, but the other times it's only been really bad or video or audio only. But we are looking into doing that because I covered Karen Reed. I didn't want to mix Aiden's case into it, but we are trying to get a little more into that after this. And as we've talked about, there will be a case that we are looking at. Marissa has gotten a lot of the documents. We have to look at it, and we have to figure out, because it is not a good case. So there's something new coming up. And as always, I'm always looking. If someone knows someone who could be interesting to talk to, I love to do it. I was on with Lacey last night, and I like doing interviews. I like going on shows. I'm going to go on Dave and Valhalla's Lego show on the 20th of July and do a Lego build. I can't remember what day it is. Do a few recaps of Karen Reed recaps. Those makes money. Yeah. Let's do a few more of those. No, I'll keep doing my videos making fun of the idiots. I have had permission to do the ones I was trying to do today, but I thought, I don't want to bring too much heat if people don't want it. But I got the permission, so that'll drop on the weekend. But I have Baby Baker Sunday, so there will be no live shows on Sunday, at least. Tomorrow I'll try. I have 2 recipes for a red velvet cake. I'll try and look at the ingredients, and I might do a red velvet cake making stream, just because it's a long time since we had a Saturday stream, and it's a long time since I had a baking stream. Maybe if Jamie is not frolicking too much, she will be there to talk while I am mixing. And
When do you want to do that?
Tomorrow. Sometimes you should listen when I talk.
I was reading something. Sorry. Yes. You got to just give me a heads up, and I'm usually pretty available.
Well, I only have 130 people right now, so I can't do that.
Well, hang on. Let me try something, because because I just saw some new feature on this StreamYard thing. I'm gonna see something.
Don't end the show, Jamie.
Oh, never mind. I thought it would. Because if I was in the chat on the StreamYard on my phone app, and when I click on somebody, it says show on stage, their comment. And I thought I could be like you, but I cannot.
No, I think you have to.
I think I have to
And
be like
there's not.
signed in or something.
Yeah, and I don't see what you normally see. So when I sat yesterday, it was like green room chat or background chat or something. I was like, what the hell is that? But that's just private chat, I think. Do a call show with the people who watch your show and why they watch you. Tim, the problem I have with that is, first of all, Google Phone or whatever, Google Dial or whatever the name is, isn't available in Denmark. Second of all, if I did it, it would be Danish rates that you would have to, either I or you would have to pay for. So it would probably be like $1 a minute. And trust me, you don't want to pay $1 a minute without someone saying, yeah. Oh, what I'm wearing? Oh, I'm in my underwear. I have a oversized the Ohio State t-shirt on.
Ew.
I have my edible panties, and
Ew.
I have a pair of tube socks because you know us ladies, we get cold. So that's the problem. Will be in a streamer in another part of the world than America. That call-in shows will be extremely expensive to make. I have done some where I put out the StreamYard link, and only a few people has the bolos to do it. So, yeah. What I'm baking tomorrow, I'm trying to bake a red velvet cake. Are you at all interested in the Kentucky Sheriff Mikey Stein's case? Don't know which case that is.
That one is kind of, I'm interested. But when does that even start? Is it even close to be start?
Yeah,
I'm asking Shore Life.
Yeah, but again, a lot of people are asking, could you cover a case that's 10 years old? No. I don't watch old sports games, and I don't watch old cases because we know the result. A lot of people are asking, can you cover this case? And then I look into it, and it starts in November 2027.
Yeah,
so I'm
that's
not
what I
going to
mean.
cover that.
That one I wasn't sure if it was. I know stuff's been going on. It's the one in Kentucky where the sheriff went and just shot the judge in his chambers.
Yeah, but that's not going to go till way off. And I'm not covering cases in that way unless it's coming up. It's the same with the Courtney Clenny. There's probably like 20 hearings that we could cover, but Clenny isn't going till January or February. So I just don't see any need to cover it. So when it comes on, if nothing else is there, I cover the live trial, but I'm not going to sit here and just do a 4-hour show talking about, well, he went into chambers and apparently there was something with some kitty diddling. Because too long till it happens.
Here's the thing, guys. Baker and I really like to just find something on the fly and get into it and see what happens. So a lot of times the best ones we find are the ones that no one hears about.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, that's if you found me doing Karen Reed. I'm not a Karen Reed channel. I'm a trial streaming channel. And I'm the one, when everyone goes Coburger, I go, hey, there's that weird case down in Florida. And I'll sit there and I'll have a smaller audience, but I'll watch something the other people don't watch, because the thing with YouTube is everyone tries to jump on the big ones. Jamie, your audio is really echoing. And everyone is trying to hit the big case, and then you're just like the Karen Reed stuff. You have 15 channels showing the same. I like diversity in life, so I'll try and find. I have a ton of local news stations that I follow on YouTube, because sometimes they'll show a trial, and we'll pick up something that's just someone did this or that. I try not to do small children cases because they are really hard to get through. But I like the more obscure cases that not everyone is onto, because again, there's way better streamers out there that you can watch Coburger with who have followed it all the way through. I have to again recommend Andrea because she is a great streamer and she knows the ins and the out of that case. But I'm not going to do Coburger because it's going to be oversaturated. So let me be the little weird channel that is going to cover whatever we find at that point. But again, stay tuned for, I think the case we're looking at is going to be around the same time as Coburger, but I just have to look at calendars. Some of the things Judge Boyd and Judge Simpson covers are good. Yes, a lot of it is good. You can go and see most of it on Nick's channel. He covers a lot of that. You're going to stream Kronenburg. Kronenburg is a great beer. You should drink them instead of streaming them. What about the other chick in Utah? The Corey Richards case, I have a problem with the company that have had the feed so far. They struck my channel and I got 70 days suspension where I couldn't do anything illegally. YouTube recognized that it was illegally and said, yeah, we're going to uphold that strike anyway. So I would like to cover Corey Richards. I did cover some of the pretrial hearings, but as long as the Sinclair group is a bunch of pussies who breaks TOS, I don't dare cover it because I don't want to get another strike from a company that breaks Utah law, because that is what you do, Sinclair Group. It's illegal to claim copyright on any court feed. It states clearly that any pool feed must be open, and you still struck my channel. And YouTube, you should read your own rules.
Yeah. And I'm not hearing good things about that judge as they're fighting the Kramers in the courtroom, so we might not even get to see it.
Yeah. Coburger is going to be 8+ weeks. Yeah, it's going to be a very long case. It's going to be a very technical case. There's going to be a lot of technical evidence. And that's why I don't have, first of all, I'm not good with long cases. Karen Reed are the 2 longest cases I have run because I get absolutely bored. I have too many squirrels running around in my brain and I just want to move on. So that's one thing. Second of all, if you're just going to do a lot of phone extraction, GPS extractions, it's going to be people pointing to a map and for 7 hours a day. I will chew my leg off just to try and get out of the Jamie has put me on an electrical wire ankle bracelet where she can shock me. So I will chew my leg off to get out of that. That's why you have to go watch it with, again, I highly recommend Andrea Burkhardt. Great channel. But I don't think with the, I had Yo-Yo on talking about it, but I'm just not enough. I don't know enough about the case. So Andrea Burkhardt will be my suggestion for a Coburger trial. No, I can tolerate long streams if something happens, but cases like this that we're watching now that should have been done in 4 days, I get annoyed when people drag on because there's no reason why we're sitting here listening to the same story from 25 different witnesses and they can't even agree on where the car is parked. That annoys the all hell out of me. Again, I do this semi-regularly in Denmark. I had a case yesterday that was set to go for 6 hours. We were done in 3. I like that because witnesses come in, they give their story. We put in, yesterday we had some mental evaluations that we had to listen to, and we go out and we find a verdict. Boom, boom, let's get out of here. I don't understand why we have to listen to all these witnesses who didn't see nothing.
No. And that one case that started after this, the one with the boyfriend murder lip injection guy, that's already been, jury already came back and he was sentenced. And this one is still going.
Yeah.
Like, that's a case for you. A 4-day case? Come on. Perfect.
Yeah. A 1 week case is where I made my channel. It's you just in and out, and it's new all the time. One day it's a girl who violently attacked her husband with a Yankee Candle. Sadly, he was found guilty. It's pure self-defense. Another day it's Sarah Boone who puts her boyfriend into a suitcase. In, out, in, out, in, out. That's what I like to do. In and out, in and out. Sometimes a little slower, sometimes a little faster. Yeah, Pernilla, you fell asleep and missed nothing. Exactly. But we will be back Monday. No, I will be back tomorrow. I'll look at these recipes for red velvet cake and try to figure out how to do some good stuff instead of doing that nasty cream cheese thing that Americans like. And I'll do that tomorrow and just do that stuff. And Sunday I'll enjoy my grandson. Monday we will be back, most likely with this one. But if something pops and Jamie says, "Hey, have you seen this crazy person who did this?" we might just say we're going to pull the string and move on to something else, because this is just, we're just circling the drain.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, MLS. Oh, you're so nice.
What about me?
Nah, you're not that great.
Whatever. Jeez, Dave. Red velvet cake has to have cream cheese frosting, but Baker is being stubborn.
Jamie, if you
But
show
you know
up in
what?
my
Fingers
house,
crossed.
if you show up
One
at my
cup.
house and make a red velvet cake, you can decide what nasty filling you want to put in it. If I make it, I decide. Agreed?
That's fine. Do you. Boo.
It's vinegar and cocoa powder.
Oh my goodness.
Well, there's always a case. And if there's not a case, Jamie will do her interpretive dance of the Lori Vallow Daybell case. You have to see, she uses streamers in a fantastic way. But Jamie, what day is it today?
It's Friday.
Where do you go on Friday nights?
To Friday Night Live on the Experts channel.
At 9:20 Eastern Standard Time, you should all be joining us on the Experts channel. I might show up later if I can get out of bed, if I can get off this channel and get to bed. But it's the greatest show on a Friday where you will meet people you will laugh at, laugh with, and the expert you will think, what? But go check it out. Fridays, the only place to be is 9:20 at the Experts channel. I'm going to redirect you all over there so you can set notifications, because no one knows what's going to happen on a Friday Night Live.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Checking your other. So you literally.
We already drank the beer, Valhalla. You're too late.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love. Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
You lose.
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there.
Everybody has.